Where have we?
Here before?
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Join Bible Fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Hello survivors and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4. It is week 4 and it's the final week for the league stage before we find out who our top 12 teams are going to be as they head on over to the grand final that's going to happen next month. Of course, on the panel joining me today, my name is Danielle. I'll be your host, and we have the wonderful Mustachio AJ. Yes, we're pointing in the correct direction today. And our new guest for today is Neptune. How are you doing, Neptune?
I'm doing great. Really excited watching it from background this time. And we are now in the foreground and joining the Mustachio AJ in here shoutcasting. Really excited to see the gameplays from these teams, especially as 2 of the teams has dominated most of the days that we've seen so far. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, AJ, I know that we've been together for the entirety of this competition. I think we're going to be here for the whole ride.
Yep.
Coming into this final week, I think we've got a lot of things to say, right? There are teams that need points to make it to top 12. There are teams at the top competing for first place.
Yep.
But what do you feel like is going to be the most important storyline for today? Like, what team are we really, or at least maybe a few teams, we have to really focus on for the final week today?
I think the storyline has mainly been the focus on who's going to dominate the whole league stage, right? Because we saw day 1, Expand really blew up the scene where they picked up the massive number of 92 points, only to be outdone by AB Radicals 3 days back to back, where AB Radicals proved that, they can be a dominant team as well. And just when we were expecting AB Radicals to continue that run, it was Expand that stepped right back up on day number 5 as well as 6 to show that they are the more dominant ones. So we've just got these two giants going head to head against each other, trying to prove themselves out there on the battlefield. And the craziest of things is they command different maps for themselves, right? And that's exactly the storyline here that has been going on so far. The true dominance between Expand as well as AB Radicals. I want to see that change in the final week. I want to see some teams prove themselves. And we have been waiting for a couple of teams to kind of just like wake up overall, right?
Right,
Esports, this is the final week. Here's where we see if or not they were just mere plans that they were waiting to execute quietly all along, or if this team really is going to struggle, moving forward in the whole Free Fire ecosystem. I mean, so many of those storylines to touch on today, which we will, on the broadcast a little bit later on. But mainly it's to see who dominates the final week. Is it going to be between the 2 titans, or is someone else finally going to step up? Because we still got teams like Toda, teams like Farang, who kind of started off hot and then kind of just fizzled out. So a lot of questions on whether or not they are hiding strats, or we're just going to see the absolute demolition of these teams this week.
Yeah, and Neptune, I want to hear your thoughts, right? Because you're sort of the man coming in from the outside. You're going to share a lot of different opinions because I think AJ and I, we've more or less talked our hearts out over these past few weeks. What do you feel like are going to be some big things that we're going to be seeing again?
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, Todak might be hiding strats because the goal right now is to get to the top 12 for them to go into playoffs. And so far, with 13 spots that they have, they only need 3 points to go and against Bloody Heads. But Bloody Heads is a different kind of monster. Right? They will be popping off if they need to. And I think they are in not a comfortable spot, but in a good spot as well to get probably against Sem9 later on onto that top 10. So it's pretty much from Sem9, Anxiety, Bloody Heads, Todak, even, not so much on Icon, but those 4 teams that is really trying to catch up on the top 12.
Yeah, and just looking at the team's performances, and I'm not sure if you have your stat sheet in front of you, Neptune, because I know that you tend to keep a lot of stats with you. Just looking at the tendencies for some of these teams, are there any teams that you feel like are really ramping up over the course of these?
Yeah, for the teams, I mean, there are some teams who are popping off in their own way. I mean, like Blacklist International Ultimate, Blacklist International, on the other hand, is just a not so much of a showing from them from the early parts of the games, but they know how to position themselves, especially on the placement, but in the kills they need to catch up as well, because so far I think it is AV Radicals who gotten the formula already that you can get as much kills as you have, and you can you're limited on the placement that you can get. So if you are getting good placement, it's only limited to the number of teams who are in there. Sem9 on the other hand as well did well on day number 3, so hopefully they can continue that on moving forward, but that would depend on the map that they're playing on.
Right, and then I think this week's map, or at least today's map, is going to be Purgatory and Alpine, which we know certain teams are good at these maps, but Alpine seems to be a bit of an X factor for some of the other teams, right? Again, we keep reiterating this every week. Some teams are just not comfortable because the map's too new. You know, what can you really do? That's a case of a team just playing it enough to get that experience. But speaking of experience, I think we had some new stuff coming into the tournament today, gentlemen. I think during our rehearsal, we saw a shield gun come in. Do we feel like this is actually going to be a X factor in today? Because firstly, it's a brand new weapon. People are not going to know how to optimally use it. Some people are going to learn how to use it faster. Other people are going to know the math behind it, the limitations. Is this something that's going to be like, oh wow, we win?
I am hoping for that to be, pretty much the case, right? Because we've seen true dominance of those close quarters combat weapons, M1887, as well as the Mag7. The Charge Buster is a huge annoyance, and we haven't really seen the rise of the assault rifles just yet. This weapon might just be the perfect counter to all of those shotguns, because it's pretty much a shotgun meta whenever you get close in that final circle, especially. So maybe this new gun can just be the solution for that.
Well, I'm excited to see this gun in action. If anyone decides to pick it up as well, right? You're bringing a new gun into the competitive field. You don't know how effective it's going to be. So we'll see if that shield gun is going to play a big X factor for some of these teams today, or if it's just going to be another gun that blends in the background. Like sometimes it just happens. You get new stuff and people don't quite get used to that new weapon. Now, of course, we're going to just quickly talk about the point system. We've been running this for every official Free Fire tournament. It's exactly the same. Team that gets the booyah for the round will be able to lock in at 12 points. And then if you get second place, you'll get 9. And then you will go down, losing a single point as you go down in placements. Now, unfortunately, if you wind up in 11th or 12th, you're going to get absolutely nothing for the round. You can offset this 0 with some kills. And some teams have really, really put the pedal to the metal when it comes to those kills. And I'm hoping, especially for today, we're going to see a lot more activity from some of these passive teams, because some teams you can see they're focusing on placements. They're not really focusing on kills because they're trying to make it to that final circle where kills are inevitable, but they get knocked out early. So we'll see if teams decide to be very proactive in today's match. I think so. Speaking of teams, very quickly, here are our groups for the final week as well. We had a group shuffle that kicked off last week. Some groups are doing very well, other groups not so much. And the group that hasn't been doing well, unfortunately, is Group B, because you've got the two giants in here, AV Radicals and Farang, and for some reason, the other groups have been their kryptonite. A and C, these groups together, chef's kiss. Such a beautiful matchup. But is it still going to be this Group A and C dominance? Because we really haven't seen much from Group B.
I don't know if I would say that, we haven't really seen a lot from Group B, because this, once again, we have to thank the genius on the side of Garena that constantly, reshuffles the groups very well at the halfway point of the competition, right? Maybe at the start, we might have seen a little bit of dominance from certain groups, but after the shuffle, we see the overall leaderboard pretty much kind of, I would say, balanced out. Because if you look at Group B, you've got AV Radicals and Farang, two of the most ferocious teams out there on the battlefield. You've also got Pando EWG representing this group. And then towards the bottom, you've got them all kind of balanced out, because Anxiety, Orange, and NC pull the group overall down, right? And, you pretty much see the same thing in Groups A as well as C. So, it's been pretty balanced so far, I have to say.
Yeah, fair. I mean, maybe the one team that's really struggling in there is going to have to be Orange Esports. They really need to kick it up this week, but unfortunately, they've got two giants in their group, and you're not going to get rid of them. So we'll have to see what happens. But very quickly, this is our last look at the prize pool. This is only the league stage prize pool, because when you go to the grand final, that's where the majority of the prize pool is going to be. This is an incentive for the teams playing in the league stage to play their absolute best. But ultimately, everyone is focusing on top 12, because only the top 12 teams are going to make it to that grand final. That is slated for next month. The teams are going to have a week to prepare, to scrim. I don't know what these teams are going to do. I hope they're going to do everything in their power to study up, get ready for the grand finals, maybe even test new things out. But I mean, right now, for some teams, it's do or die. Not everyone is going to make it to the grand final. So I think we do need to shift some of our focus to the bottom of the bracket, right? The teams that are floating between potentially making it to top 12. And if we take a look at the bottom of the list, I hope one of you have that open. Actually, before that, I just want to remind everybody that we have a skin announcement this week. And it's a brand new one as well. And we did get a little bit of a sneak peek. I do believe it just came out yesterday, wasn't it? I think it came out yesterday.
I think this skin just makes me feel a little bit more furious out there on the battlefield. I've always wanted to be a gangster, but I've never had the
sexy gangster. No, seriously, I think that's what it is. So if anyone doesn't know what skin we're talking about, it is the Viper Gangster skin. And this is a brand new skin that you can get. But unfortunately, a limited time skin, which means it's not going to be around forever. So if you want to be a sexy beast on the battlefield, this is the best time to grab the gangster skin. And the good news as well, if you're on the fence about getting the skin, we are going to have all the players today suited up, looking fantastic, and you'll be able to see the skin in action. And this is something that I really like with these limited time skins, because what you see in the picture is not going to always be what you think it's going to look like in game. But I mean, the picture looks good, so it's got to be good in game.
So far, that has been the case, right? I don't think we've ever seen a skin. And, you know, when you jump on into the matchup and you see all of these players in the lobby using the exact same skin, where it doesn't look awesome. In fact, it looks even more awesome. I mean, the still graphics look great. The skins being played out there on the battlefield just makes it look so much more superb. But I just wonder exactly how a full squad of these gangsters is going to look like. I'm excited to watch the matches today.
I want to see them strike poses as they fall from the plane, you know? It's like, hoo, ha, 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 ha. I think that'd be so awesome. But, oh man, I'm excited for the games today, because this week is very high stakes week, especially for a lot of the teams that are trying to grab those points. And I'm curious to see who pops off, because I think we always see in the final week the most unexpected teams pull out the majority of the points. And I want to know who it's going to be this week, or at least for today. Who's going to be dominating on Purgatory and Alpine, and whether or not they can continue going into Bermuda and Kalahari tomorrow, right? Because you've still got 2 play days. If you maybe mess up today, if you pop off tomorrow, you could come back. But unfortunately, this is also the time where you kind of don't want to pop off on one day. You want to pop off on both days. So it's going to come down to these teams. But before we jump into our first game of the day, it's going to be groups A versus B. Looking at these two groups, who are we sort of looking out to grab these points? Now, it's not the top dogs. I want to know the underdogs that need these points. Who do we really need to keep an eye on?
I think we have a strong probability of Toda stepping up this time around. Neptune, I think, is if push comes to shove, they really have to get the job done. But the problem here is, both Toda as well as Bloodyhead seem pretty much equal with how they can dominate Purgatory, unless one of them's hiding strats.
Yeah, I mean, the hiding strats usually is done in the early parts, but this is the later part. But so far, later, this is what you are going to get. We have the AC-80 Fury Tribe Weapon Loot Crate. That is for you, and all you have to do is watch and wait for the code to show up, and hopefully you stay with us all throughout this series, because it's not only the giveaway that will be exciting, as well as the battle at hand, because like what Danny as well as AJ mentioned, a lot is at stake already for the teams out here to get to the top 12.
Absolutely. So yeah, everything's at stake, not just for the teams, but you as well. So if you missed this code, we told you so. Grab the code. When you see it, claim that code. It's free stuff. No, seriously, guys, it is free stuff. It's from Garena, and it's not limited to. Like, you know how some people are just like, oh, we're gonna give codes. We'll just give 5 codes. You know, we have hundreds of people watching. We have 5. You know what Garena does? They one up it and they say, give everyone the codes. Everybody gets the codes. And this is what I love about Garena. These guys are so generous because not only do we get these free codes, but we also get to watch these fantastic league stages where we see the best players, best teams in our regions duke it out to be the absolute best and potentially represent our region in future tournaments.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's really exciting. We get so many goodies. Speaking of goodies, game 1 is almost ready. I'm so excited. I know you hate this, AJ. Okay, I know you hate it, but I think we've got to do this. It's a ritual. Are we going to put our money on any of these teams for this first game? It's the first game. It's just one game.
Yeah, it's the first game, and you know, let's not talk about the top dogs in the competition, just like you said earlier on already. I want to look at those who are struggling to get into the top 12, and there are 2 teams who are on the verge of breaking through, and that's Bloodyhead as well as Toda. And this is A versus B, so Toda's not going to have their opportunity just yet. So this is that one goal, that one opportunity for the players of Bloodyhead to truly break away, get into the top 12, and in fact run away from Toda as well, because just sneaking into the top 12 isn't going to be enough. Looking at how both of these 2 great teams are so close in points overall. So this one team, Bloodyhead, I'm expecting them to pop off this time.
All right, what do you think, Neptune? Are you sort of looking at a team and saying like they're probably going to take this first game because they're hungry for the win?
If we take out the top dogs, like Bloodhead is one of the team that really has this map already onto themselves. They have played the rotations well and so far with the positioning as well. But they need to do it right now for the first game because there's no more waiting. They need to get that lead because from way we're looking at it, Todek is really on their heels.
Yeah. Neptune, I hope you don't mind looking at your stats here. Now, historically, because we've got our eyes on Bloodyhead here, right? This is the team that needs these points. How do they typically do on Purgatory?
Well, for Bloodyheads, so far into the kills, it's like in the middle, not so much, right? 39 and to the total kills. Placement, not so much as well, Danny.
Yeah, okay. So a bit of a shaky map. But we'll have to see what happens. Can Bloodyhead make it happen? So far, our casters think they will be able to. So I'm going to throw it over to AJ and Neptune to take over our first game of the day for Groups A versus B. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Janley. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we kick Purgatory off, this is going to be the first match of the day, final week of the league stage, where the bottom teams will be fighting, scratching, clawing their way to make it through, because only the top 12 now, Neptune, will be able to move on, and they've got 2 days to get the job done, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, from here, it's most of the teams from the bottom at 12 or 11 and 12, but probably even lower if they want to take the lead because they don't want other teams later on jumping in, especially from those coming from Group C. So I would say Anxiety and Bloodyheads, they need to make work of what they have right now in this game, but so much, it's like, it's not showing that much. We mentioned already Bloodyheads on, they're getting average of 4.3 kills for this map, and they need to be better at that.
I most definitely do agree with you, but not just Bloodyhead, right? Because in Group B, we've got the struggling team of Orange Esports, who in their own right need to make sure they make it through to the top 12 before the end of the league stage. And there's not a lot of time, but a lot of points to catch up on. And you are looking at about a 61-point gap between Orange Esports as well as the 12 spots. So that's a huge amount of point gap to kind of catch up on.
Yeah, I mean, they need to get not only placement as well as the kills, but NC has popped it off already. 2 knockdown against RV, and as we see from background as well, Blacklist has been, or 1 member has been taken out as well. Now, RV only left with 2 members right now, and they need to work on this. And No Escape Revolt not really doing well, especially for this map, but they have great potential.
And Farang as well as Blacklist International. Blacklist International, they are the dominators of this map. Purgatory belongs to them, but Farang wants to snuff them out first, take out the biggest threat at the very start before moving on with their day. And I think this is a fantastic ideation by Farang, but the execution here is not as clean as they want it to be. Now they are turning tails, backing away slowly, but the damage has already been done. Zen and Miro down on the ground, Faiz and Ashura surviving, and Faiz is gonna play the bait, whereas Ashura gets away as quickly as he can, because we did see just on that minimap earlier on, Ashura running away as quickly as possible from this compound, and therefore the players of Blacklist International will continue surviving, and no annihilation just yet in the hands of Farang. Faiz, here comes the flank, Jezbull as well as Too Bad. The whole team of Farang gonna go in and snuff this guy out, but I really like what Ashura has done for the team. Blacklist will continue to survive even if Faiz goes down.
Faiz right now is being stuck in this tower right now. Jembal providing a little bit of distraction with the audio, with the sound of that vehicle, and giving chance for the teams of Farang to go in for the rush. Then there goes the hit, but Faiz will be able to take down Jembal, and they will be lining up in there. Good timing on the glue wall.
Timing indeed. Blacklist International. This one glue wall helping Faiz survive a little bit longer. Turns his back. Ay, ay, ay. Drops Jezbu, but Jumbo with a Mag 7 from the back was able to trade him out instantaneously. But here comes Expand from afar. Are they going to drop by? The players of AV Radicals, they hear the gunshot. They are approaching quickly. Ramiel gets tagged up first, and the players of Farang now picking a fight with AV Radicals, but that was just a little too premature. Jesbu down on the ground. Jembal needs to pick him up instantaneously. If he does not, this is going to be a GG. Guy gets picked up, but Wine has got his sharp eyes on them. AV Radicals now circling around. Glue wall expanded, 4 more to work around with, and Wine is just cutting down that distance little by little. Mother Nature to save him a little bit as well, but he doesn't care. He uses yet another glue wall. Grenade pops out, a double nade wall push Wine a little bit closer. That's the final glue wall by Wine. He has none already, but CQC, what can Wine do? He takes one down. Hand grenade, the little hand cannon from Wine alone puts 2 players down on the ground, but Farang still survives. Look at that survival platform. The revival platform taken over by Team Farang Neptune.
Yeah, Farang right now will be able to go and try take that revival platform right now, but Tanamo is on their heels, and I love the aggressiveness being shown by Wine. It's really expected from Wine, especially for AV Radicals, but Wine, from all we know, this is the previous Barba that we haven't seen so far so much in the name, but Wine is showing up the Barba gameplay right here with the lead of Tanamo. It's good, looking very, very well in here with this roster, and so far vehicle gameplay might be put into use, and we know so far, AJ, how much they can use this effectively in the game.
I have to agree with you, but Farang, as they run away, Orange Esports, those that are trying desperately to get back into the competition, will find Too Bad. Riptide Rhythm double! Farang taken out in the 11th spot. They tried to prey on Blacklist International, but were left high and dry. Every other team snuffing them out. First, it started with Blacklist, and then, of course, it went to AV Radicals, and then finally in the hands of Orange Esports. We're starting to see real chaos ensue out there on the battlefield. But now, Bloody Head, one of the teams trying to make it to the top 12 as well, will meet no escape out there on the battlefield. No escape. They're struggling to get into the top 12, but a little bit further away, Whiteface will be paused by the glue wall. Slurpee right in front of him. It's a 2v1, and the Charge Buster does not activate, but Phrase was able to shut down Whiteface either way. Morgana from afar. Bloody Head getting the job done, but Phrase not pausing even a little bit, will be able to use the Parafel to get a quick knock. Gym Quest now, opportunity, LMG in hand, but no response whatsoever from the players of Bloody Head just yet. They want to focus on their game of survival here, Nep.
Yeah, they need to survive. They need the placement point to get the points. And it's not so much of aggressiveness coming from Bloody Heads right now. They want to be tactical in this gameplay. Now that they lost Void Face, they can pull back into this area and probably go in for the flank. But with the split up being done by no escape right now, it might be difficult for them to make that play. Thus, they pull up the glue wall and recover later on. But
Yes.
How much time do you need to recover? Because so far, the aggressiveness as well as the gunplay that Bloodyheads can and will be doing can take down either left or right of No Escape.
Yeah, this is a problem, man. No Escape. I hate this setup coming through from them. They've all split up on the battlefield, which gives the numbers advantage to the players of Bloody Head. So all they need to do is just rotate and pick off players one after the other. No Escape Revolt had the best opportunity to snuff out Bloody Heads. They were being pressured by the circle, but just with the mistake of positioning, now No Escape Revolt, they have to run. What a blunder by the team.
Compared to Bloody Heads earlier on, losing one member pulled them back from the gameplay that they had, the advantage that they have earlier, and this time they will be bringing back those lost members, and hopefully they'll be surviving as well. They have a lead in terms of moving into the next circle, but Bloody Heads might be on their heels, and another team who might be waiting for all them is Expand. But as we look at the battle, Orange Esports right now going against AV Radicals. Now this team is the guys who took out Blacklist International as well as Fire, and now they are after the heads of AV Radicals.
AV Radicals. I don't know if or not Orange Esports knows exactly what sort of monster they are poking, but a 2-2 split so far. The buddy system played well by AV Radicals. Is it going to backfire? Here comes Orange Esports. But I like Orange Esports going in here, focusing on the circle, purely on the circle, not even bothering about AV Radicals. But NC now, they will catch out two very aggressive players on the side of Geek Fam. Can Geek Fam just take them down with this duo setup? Asta as well as Yazid circling around. Up is approaching from afar. Geek Fam wants to shut down NC, and Harzik with a perfect god nade onto Yazid's head. Here comes the glue wall as well. A double time turner pulled out. Ryu drops Harzik. Perfect recovery, but Yasa returns fire. Ryu drop down. Nafis shuts down Yasa. Back and forth. These two teams go, but it looks like Geek Fam might have met their match. And NC drops Geek Fam.
NZ right now will be in a battle against Fando EWG, and I love how the glue wall has the logo of the team, knowing that who pulled it up. Now this time, like NC has been pulling up all those glue walls. Ryo is already on the ground, and the rush of the wolves, smelling the blood of a battle, is here and causing one of the members of NC to pull back so far away that there's no time for recovery.
Oh, everybody just wants to prey on each other out there on the final week of the league stage. Good on Nafis and Asta. They back away into Lumber Mill, and instead of using that revival platform, they're buying back their team members. I like this because there's no time to waste at all, especially when the circle's doing quite a bit of damage out here. Yes, it's only the second one, but they don't want to play any chances whatsoever. Quick recovery, back into the vehicle, and into the circle they go. NC, 6 eliminations so far. This team is at the very bottom of the overall leaderboard, and they just snuffed out Geek Fam themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is where everything, like we keep mentioning, everything is on the line, and when you have greater to lose, it brings out a different kind of monster in you, and I think that is what's happening from NC. Even Orange Esports, we've seen Orange Esports in there for a lot of engagement, winning them, and like, let's go back to numbers here. Purgatory, if I'm not mistaken, they have like, if not 25% on a Booyah in terms of winning. Every time they go into the map, Purgatory is their map. So far, Orange Esports looking good really in this game.
Let's see what can Orange pull off here, because like we mentioned earlier on, they need 61 points to make it into the top 12. And I'm talking about 61 points on top of the other teams that are stacked above them. They have to outdo teams like No Escape Revolt, Icon, Toda, as well as Bloody Head. Orange Esports has a lot to do out there on the battlefield. But if this team, back-to-back, after the challengers, makes it into the MCPS and snuffs out their competition in the very final week again, Neptune, I'm gonna lose my mind, sir.
I mean, well, we love when you're losing your mind because you shout the loudest, AJ. Well, we'll have to see what this team has to offer right now. NC is back in play, hiding out, and here is Yazid, and the rest of the teams right now has been split up, but they have a good chance of going for the backstab against EWG, but EWG is a little bit smarter. They want to check all the corners, and this is because they are on the edge of safe zone. They have coverage, they have good visuals as well from the side, and no one will be moving away from the middle of that safe zone. Thus, they are safe right now and in a running for probably top 5, if not top 3 later on, especially if they can perform and do all those killings later on.
Expand. This is Orange Esports. Will Expand snuff them out, take them out of the equation, end their hopes and dreams early? Or will Orange Esports truly show us their engagement capability now by shutting down one of the most dominant teams out there on the battlefield? Yes, Expand doesn't really conquer Purgatory as much as they can conquer some of the other maps like Alpine, Bermuda, but they still are a great team. Barrett from up top, Xroy, Max 7 encounter, drops one in, but Axel, super aggressive, jumps on in. Cobra and Roy, they take one each. God, Nade drops in, but X-Roy doesn't even wait for that. Cobra takes him down with the Charge Buster, and just like that, a snap of a finger, Expand expands the lives of Orange Esports, but can they do the same against No Escape Revolt, who are just taking them on right after that encounter? No time for recovery for Expand, and this just might show their combat capability out there on the battlefield, taking 2 teams back to back on and managing to succeed, managing to survive, but Axel gets dropped. Frazee, great shot, and then avoids those rest of the engagements. But he gets picked up instantaneously, though. No follow-up from No Escape.
Yeah, one thing about No Escape in there is they go in for the triangle and also go in for the sides as well, taking their backs against the safe zone. Unfortunately for them, the follow-up is a little bit too late. Expand, who can be pulling or might be able to pull out from this battle and gatekeep them later on, because when it comes to numbers, Expand has it, and there goes Sanamo for the hit on the background. Icon is their target, but as we look in here, the battle at hand, Roy in there for the elimination, and I think it is Jim Cass right now, last guy surviving, not anymore.
Ay caramba! They just took a grenade launcher from those players. They just annihilated No Escape Revolt. What have you done? You've given away the grenade launcher to one of the most dominant teams, and I know for a fact Too Fast cannot wait to pop up against all of the other players. It's all going to be all about the timing in the final circle. And now Anxiety holds on to that high ground advantage, but does not peek over just yet. Bloody Heads will survive for the time being. AB Radical Staramo shuts down Manchai from the side of Pando EWG. Pando EWG has got their players from afar. Expense snuffs out the final player from Bloody Head as well. All of the smaller ones going down one after the other, except NC, who's still playing the game of survival with Ryu. Yes, the hope might just be a little bit too far, but NC is not giving up just yet. You gotta love that kind of fight, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is wait and get the placement point, but there's no waiting for AB Radicals right now. Grenade launcher in hand, but will be taken down in there, and it was for that hit for the kill, but EWG eliminated in this game. We're now down to 4, AJ.
Yep, Wine cannot lose his life. Tops it up instantaneously, gets into the circle. Ramiel just teasing the circle at the very edge. Expand has got the advantage here, but the one final player from NC up top on the roof is just going to be confusing them a little bit. AV Radicals on the right, Anxiety on the left, and Expand has got the best defensive circle at the moment. Of course, NC has the exact same as well. Ryu's just going to be chilling like a little villain up there on the roof.
Yeah, Viper Gangster right there on the roof, the slithering in there. But Anxiety is a good view of the high ground as well as a glue wall. But will they be able to take down the occupants of that hill? They are on the outside right now. They might be gatekeep later on. X-Roy for the hit against Red Tooth, and the AV Radicals is meeting their doom in a bit.
Hello, AV Radicals! Meet Expand, one of the dominators out there, and it looks like one dominant giant going up against the other, and the one with a better defensive spot will be able to win this. Riptide Rhythm takes down the glue wall. Ramiel brings up yet another. All of that distraction helps out Anxiety. Drop Ramiel. AV Radicals out of the equation. Anxiety does not have the circle. Final 3 teams left, and NC one of them. That slithering little gangster up top on the roof. I love the gameplay, but look at this. Too Fast. Grenades opening up the engagement just first. Cobra going in with a CQC as well. From afar is X-Roy and Axel holding onto the line, holding onto the backs of the players of Expand, giving them the backup they desperately need. A misdraw of the grenade, but thank God there was the glue wall right there.
Glue Wall was able to save him and will be able to heal up, but there's no waiting. Expand is going to expand their land in this area, going for the kill against Anxiety, and all they have to do is look for that guy from NC, or probably just wait and see, but no waiting from them. Expand takes this win. Take this booyah.
What a win! What a start of the day! One of the dominant giants of the competition strikes yet again. The team with the most numbers of Booyah out there on the battlefield within the league stage. This is a map that they usually do not dominate, but it looks like Expand wants to dominate Purgatory as well, Neptune.
I mean, so far, they have 33% of winning in there based on the Booyah stats that we have. And this is them increasing their capacity. So I think for the whole duration that Purgatory will be in play, Expand will be dominating rank unless some of the teams will smarten up and go in for the rotations being taken by Expand. But so far, Expand has expanded all their cover of this land of Purgatory.
Wow. I love the hashtag on their jersey as well. It's hashtag Tebus Marwah. It basically means recover your dignity as you expand your conquering abilities out there on the battlefield. Expand is doing exactly that. But not only have they recovered their dignity, I feel like they've also gained so much of respect out there on the battlefield. Danielle, your thoughts on the very first match of the day?
I think it also regained some of the Expand fans' faith out there, right? I think at some point we were a little bit worried about Expand. We thought they were one-hit wonders, not to the same degree as AB Radicals, but I think some people, myself included, we were concerned. But nope, they said, good morning, Free Fire. We are here to play for that final week. And I think this is just a fantastic way for them to open the first game of the day. I mean, they're looking amazing. They were on point. They had players going into the end game. I don't think we saw the team fumble the ball at all during that game, right? They didn't really lose any engagements. They didn't mess up. They weren't phased by anything. They were just so confident going into that game. But I do want to mention a couple things as we go get ready to jump into our next matchup. So firstly, Farang. I think they were probably in the worst case scenario situation.
Yeah.
So it was supposed to be a very quick kill, right? A quick kill onto that Blacklist person and they would run.
Yep.
Blacklist, they did a fantastic job delaying and it let AV Radicals pick up on the scent, pick up on the sound. And we know AV Radicals, they're like sharks. They hear anything, they go towards the source of that sound. And man, I think Farang, they've been probably smacking themselves as well, thinking, man, we should have just left that person. We should have either quickly got that kill, whatever it is. They lost 2 players, but even then, they just got picked off by another team as they were retreating in the opposite direction. So Farang, I think that team is very disappointed with their first game of the day. Blacklist, what a disaster for that team as well, right? They got crushed by NC as the game started, and then they had Farang coming in and ruining the day as well. So Blacklist and Farang, very tough start. Props to NC though. I think today is probably one of the most surprising performances we've had from this team. I think they're bottom of the bracket so far. Probably no chance to make it to the grand final, but they stepped up. Bro, where was NC?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, they got a little lucky with that initial engagement at the very start, but it's a game of survival for me, right? And this is something that I've been harping on like a mad parrot throughout the whole competition. If you know you can't kill, just survive. There's 2 ways to pick up points out there in the battlefield. And if you just consistently pick up just 10 points every single game, there's no way you're not going to be making it through to the grand finals, right? And 10 points is, quite frankly, very easy to do as long as you just focus on one objective. But NC has kind of tried to do 2 things at the same time. And I don't know if they realize this, but the squad is full of boys and we men are terrible when it comes to, just multitasking. So just focus on one thing, man. I mean, I feel that.
Son of a bitch.
I absolutely suck when I try to do multiple things at the same time. And I discovered the one true secret just focus on one thing at one time. So, you just saw the guy try to play the game of survival up top on the roof. You got to get a little bit lucky as well to not get spotted by the time you get up onto the roof. But I feel like it was more towards him getting revived and then just flying straight in towards the final circle, landing there and saying, okay, I'm not going to do anything else for the rest of the game. But NC doesn't really get that lucky all the time. And I feel like that's one of their biggest problems. They're depending on luck and they're not making their own luck out there on the battlefield then.
Okay, hang on. I think in that round they did make luck. Neptune, I think you would remember this. They managed to off Geek Fam. So I don't think it's a team that can't fight per se, but I mean, Neptune, how did you feel seeing NC with that fight against Geek Fam? Was it a case of NC actually playing well, or maybe Geek Fam made mistakes? What sort of happened there?
Well, NC had a good position. The ideation is in there as well, like how they position themselves on their approach slowly, and then trying to cut off the retreat of Geek Fam. But unfortunately for them, the follow-up is not there. Thus, they were able to get away from that engagement. And one thing about teams, especially for when it comes to survivability, before you go in for the shot, you need to make sure that the plan is sound. It needs at least calculated risk, 80% gearing towards you winning. So for you to be able to clean up easily, recover later on, if any case, there will be a few who will be gatekeeping as well as a third party you, at least you have it already planned out. But not so much of this team have strategized on those things. Only a few teams have been doing that, especially on Battle Royale. And like AJ usually mentioned, strategy over mechanical skills. That is one thing that they need to focus first, and then mechanical skills like playing the game all throughout and then getting the kills as well will follow through.
Yeah, speaking of mechanical skill, it's probably going to be very important going into this next map. It's Alpine. It's, I think for a lot of the teams, they're sort of working off muscle memory for this one. They're not. I wonder, because I think you said this last week, AJ, if anyone has decided to go for a field trip on the to try and get a feel of good defensive locations, good aggressive locations. I mean, if I was on a team, I wouldn't have actually thought of that. I would just be like, oh, let's just practice with other teams. Let's scrim. Let's jump into lobbies. Let's just fight people. It would never occur to me to go into the map and to just explore, find little nooks and crannies, find the next indestructible couch, because that's not going anywhere. It's still indestructible, by the way. So I'm just going.
At the end of the day, knowledge is power. And out there on the battlefield where you just don't know exactly who's going to creep up on you. You don't know, if you're going to get third party. You don't know who you're fighting against.
Yeah.
So the more information you have on your side, the better of a defensive spot you can find for yourself, even before getting into any of those engagements, is going to greatly favor you, right? And I feel like there's one team that has taken that advice to heart, and that's Expand. Expand is one of the few Malaysian teams that actually tunes into the English broadcast and not the Bahasa broadcast. And, I love my Bahasa casters. I love exactly what sort of strats they throw out there. But Expand has been listening to us because we've been giving them the juice, right? Like, go here, go there, do this, do that. And Expand's like, thank you, let's go. And very clearly, they've taken, quite the subpar dominance out there on Purgatory. And just with their positioning prowess alone, managed to overcome this map. Now, if they can do the exact same thing at Alpine, I don't think AB Radicals is going to have anything on them anymore, because Expand as well as AB Radicals, these are the two teams that go nuts when it comes to the Alpine gameplay. And Expand are just about, 20 odd points from replacing AB Radicals when it comes to the dominant plays out there on Alpine. And in the final week, this is something that we are looking forward to. This is something that we are looking to see if or not anybody has got the capability of ousting AB Radicals. So far, at the earlier parts of the competition, it seemed so impossible because of, AB Radicals. And also with the kind of slump that Expand saw in days number 2, 3, as well as 4. We saw them rise back up in day 5 and 6, but that little slump as well as the overall great performance of AB Radicals allowed them to run away a little bit to make it seem so impossible, right? But here's Expand doing the impossible, catching up with the mad AB Radicals.
I mean, I don't think it's impossible. I think the team always had the potential. It was just being able to tap into their natural talent, and they're showing us, right? Like these guys, they're not just a group of boys that are playing a video game. They have dedicated their lives to Free Fire to perfect the craft.
Yeah.
Like that's really what it is. So, I mean, for them, it's also a race. First place, I think first place gets $2,000 US. Second place gets 1,500. So it's like, I think 2,000 ringgit, right? Difference between what they would possibly get from first and second.
2,000 plus. Like
Yes,
2,000.
because the US currency is like going to 5. Like, bro, the currency's flying. That's why Expand is flying. Anyways, let's just take a look at our overall stats. And we are going to get MVP for this round. Do we have any players that we want to nominate for this round? I think Expand, they played fantastic. But was there someone out there that you just thought was spot on for our first game?
Neptune, you want to go first? I've spoken a lot already, but I do have a couple of names.
Yeah, I mean, for this, like, not so much has popped off. It's more of a team effort, and Expand really is in there. I would say, like, for the side of AV Radicals, the only, like, significant member of the team is Wine, especially with the aggressiveness that he is putting in. It's not just aggressiveness. He's not just going in there carelessly. He's providing distraction as the rest of the teams are just going in for... It's a waiting game. So they know the positioning. They go for the 1-3 split. That's what we often see from AV Radicals. Now, one thing is if one will be taken down, then it will be depending on the rest of the teams. But like that would depend on how they will be able to cover. But this time, I think Cobra, everyone would agree in here as well.
I have to agree with you, Neptune. I really love the strategy executed out there by AV Radicals, especially Wine. But what makes Cobra so different is, and what makes Expand so different as compared to AV Radicals is the 1-3 split versus the 2-2 split. And we do see AV Radicals kind of going into the 2-2 split earlier in the game. But in the final circle, towards those final moments, it's pretty much sending Wine out to get the initial damage done, and then the rest of them back them up, right? But the 2-2 split that Expand executes out there on the battlefield, they've got two great CQC players and two great long angle holders, right? You're talking about the Axel as well as Xroy. And if there was anybody else that I want to throw out there as a potential nominee for the MVP, it can't just be one player. It has to be literally 3 players, because too fast backup Xroy as well as the Axel, the way they hold on to those long angles to make sure they back up those 2 CQC combat members. I mean, it's just a thing of beauty out there. Expand is making me fall in love with Free Fire more and more every single time I see them play.
Yeah, I think if anyone witnessed that final circle, execution for Expand is just so clean and so crisp. So for that round, they're going to take home 27 points. This is a fantastic way to open the weekend. This is 7 points ahead of AV Radicals, who did still come in second place with 20 points. Now, NC Esports, yes, they did not match up in the kills department, but they did get second place. So that is going to result in 15 points going in towards their pocket. Now, this is actually pretty important because NC... I'm going to be the bad guy here. I think there's absolutely no way this team qualifies for the grand final. So every point that this team gets, they are denying Orange Esports, they are denying Bloody Head, they are denying every team that needs those points from making it to top 12. So everyone's going to be thinking, oh my gosh, if NC Esports is getting all the points and we aren't, we are going to be in a lot of trouble. So Bloody Head, they did get 7 points. Orange Esports 5. I'm sorry, gentlemen, this is just not enough for these teams to really make it up that leaderboard. I'm concerned.
It's really not, right? And look at who's at the 11th and 12th spot. Blacklist as well as Geek Fam. I mean, you know, the tables couldn't have turned even more drastic than what it is right now. But Expand as well as AV Radicals. I tell you, you know, as much as Expand is trying to catch up, AV Radicals trying to run away. That gap is just so tiny now. I can't wait to see this happen, man. I mean, obviously, we've got nothing against AV Radicals. Fantastic team. Love them to bits, especially Wine, what he can do out there on the battlefield. But once again, they have been the ultimate dominators overall of the competition. Expand has been trying to catch up with them for the longest of time. But here's the biggest difference, though. Look at the number of games played. Expand has got 2 bonus in comparison to AV Radicals. And still, the gap in points just makes AV Radicals a team that you want to bow down to.
Yeah, I have to agree with everything you said there, AJ. So I'm just wondering, is AV going to be able to get the points to stay ahead? Because yes, Expand are 2 games ahead.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it's going to come down to performance and our favorite word on this broadcast, the consistency, right? Even though AV Radicals get 20 points this round, if they're going to go for the next 2-3 rounds with single-digit points and Expand can consistently hit double digits, I don't think it matters how many games you play. It really comes down to performance. I mean, Neptune, I want to hear your thoughts on this. Do you actually think that AV Radicals can keep this lead going? Because it's closing and Expand are looking fantastic.
Well, so far, I mean, a lot of teams are already prepared for the battle at hand. Most of the teams usually fall off from the first part of the games from what we've seen from Expand because they're studying their opponents. And I think this is where AV Radicals are being thrown off because Expand have a better chance of like countering them on their approach. So AV Radicals, they need to play the same game against Expand and other teams who might or have taken them down earlier into the matchup so that they will be able to get that like more of the points advantage in terms of kills and aggressiveness, though it's entertaining, but for Wine, I would say he needs to be a little bit more cautious moving forward.
Some sound advice indeed. And it looks like we're getting ready to jump into our next game. It is Alpine. Now, we do need to be realistic here, right? Expectations are high here for AV Radicals. This is, as what we would say, their signature map. Can they take this map from Expand? Because if they want to keep that lead up, I think you're going to have to be able to do a one-up on this round. So I'm going to pass it over here to AJ and Neptune. Gentlemen, take it away for Game 2 for Groups A versus B.
And thank you very much, Danny. And so far, AJ, with the chance of AV Radicals in terms of the kills department, I mean, they have a greater chance. Having 8.5 average in this map gives them more of the points, but they need to survive as well. And survivability with a map just like this, with all the tips that you mentioned, especially in studying the map on where you can go for the entry as well as the exit. That is what they need to put into play right now, not being caught off guard, especially with the vehicle gameplay that has been seen not just from AV Radicals but for the other teams as well.
I have to agree with you, man. Let's see if or not they can step up. In the meantime, shout out to our fans in the YouTube chat. Hafizi Joe Wans, SR Ritzier. You've also got O'Neilly as well as Zahir Zubai. Zahir, I'm sorry to hear that you lost your ID, man. Hopefully you can build a new one up for yourself. But as the teams jump on in, it looks like Blacklist International and Farang have got a little bit of a rivalry building up here on the battlefield. Yet another hot drop once again, Neptune.
Yeah, hot drop indeed. And it certainly depends on luck in here. If you drop in on a specific compound or specific ground wherein you will have weapon. And this is what we're seeing. Here comes the follow-up as well as the get back. Blacklist right now. Zenopi will be taken down and they're just on the roof. There goes Meryl for that follow-up. And Jesbu right now needs to hide off, but one is waiting in the corner.
Yeah, it looks like these two teams are pretty far away from the rest of the squads out there on the battlefield. So the winners of this battle stand a huge chance of walking away unharmed, unless something changes out there on the battlefield in a little bit. We are missing quite a lot of action out there on the battlefield. The players of AV Radicals getting involved in a gunfight. We need to see that gunfight. AV Radicals as well as Expand. But
yeah,
looks like I gotta speak to someone.
So far, I mean, it's still exciting to see these teams of Blacklist going against Farang, and so far it's still balanced between the two of them. Zenopi in there will be taken down as a pickup has been done by Farang, and it is left, if I'm not mistaken, back to one member of Blacklist. And as we look into Faiz right now, this guy has survived solo most of the time in engagement, and Jesbu has spotted him already, just waiting for backup before they go in full-on assault against Blacklist.
Let's see exactly what other battles we'll be able to catch, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We do apologize for missing out on some of that hot action, but it looks like Farang and Blacklist just don't want to let go of each other. As they circle around, Fires too bad now, UMP in hand. Max 7 Fires, that's the corner, ay. Headshot, too bad, gets the win. Farang, 4 kills, and all of them picked off for Blacklist International.
Gets the drone in there, facing the wall. Not quite sure what the ideation is in there, but so far Farang is doing well in this fight. And we are seeing Anxiety, EWG, as well as a Geek Fam. Bad Piece is the only one remaining right now. Sole survivor probably for this fight. And yes, he is only 1 kill for the team going in for this revive. And I think, nope, moving in on the other side, probably getting more to prepare himself just in case he will be standing in there out in the open. And there's one thing about being alone going for the revive, because you don't know who might be waiting, and some of the teams has taken advantage of the revive spot as their killing ground.
No escape revolt, Anxiety. Both catching a little bit of sight of each other. But I have got one question on my mind here, Neptune. How in the world did NC become the kill leaders of this lobby? We missed that engagement, but I'm so curious as to who they snuffed out from the initial moments to get the kill leader status. Shah dropped down onto the ground. Kanoho, high ground advantage. Shah had the AC-80, but no way of responding whatsoever. Kanoho, the man to look out for.
And a man to look out for. And going back to your question, like, this is just an assumption. Usually what we've seen from teams who are the bottom of leaderboards, they pop off with no care if they win or they're lost, because they know already that they are out of the top 12. And what they're doing right now is just bringing out trouble to the other teams who wants to catch up. And I think that point has been like brought out earlier by Danny as well. And this is probably good performance, the best performance that we might see moving forward from NC.
Let's see. Bloody Head, they can't move out of this compound just yet. They have to stay a little patient. But you know, it's been months, man, since I've actually seen the Danger Zone deal any sort of damage. I want Free Fire to kind of bump up the damage out of the Danger Zone. Maybe, you know, just make it a little bit more furious with the amount of comments that come landing on that ground. Because nobody has been affected so far. And I think we've done 4 competitions so far where we've not seen the Danger Zone taken off. What? I mean, that's not acceptable, Free Fire.
If I'm not mistaken, I was also watching a clip from AV Radicals wherein they was just standing in there out in the open, inside, in the middle of the Danger Zone, battling a different team, and they haven't been punished by that Danger Zone. So, well, we'll have to see how much damage it will be brought in the future once we are heard by the developers. But so far, I mean, this is, it started off hot. And so far, because of how heated it is, a lot of teams, or 2 teams has been eliminated, a lot of teams in engagement, but this is where it goes slow, because they need to check their location, especially with the map as Alpine, as new as this. They need to wait for where they can position themselves, and I think this is one way that the teams are showing that they've smartened up, not just rushing. They need to be prepared on a battle at hand before they jump in onto the safe zone.
Also smartened up in terms of hot drops, man. I mean, another battle that we missed was Expand going up against AV Radicals in the early part of the match, where Expand saw 2 members on their side being expanded. I don't know how they rotated out of that combat, found a way to survive, but AV Radicals really put that hurt on them, man. You see these 2 elimination points that they have gotten off here were the 2 players of Expand. And I really like the aggressive fight between these 2 titans, because they're trying to snuff each other out and potentially take one out of the equation before getting into that final circle so they can dominate. Because you know, if you've got Expand in that same matchup, especially at Alpine, AV Radicals is going to be thirsty for some extra kills, because Expand is going to be stealing all of that. And the exact same statement can be made for the team of Expand if AV Radicals is still alive. So, and I really like those early engagements, but unfortunately, nothing came out of it, Neptune.
Well, so far for this top 2 dogs, we're seeing the rivalry already coming up, especially for the top 2 spot in there and how close it is. But I really love how they are dropping in, hot dropping against each other, trying to take down one or the other, and not so much, not like from the previous competition. Not a lot of teams has been doing that. Once they are on the top, they want to stay in the top, so they go safe. And this time, AV Radicals, there's no going safe for them. They know that they are capable, especially on Alpine, and I think Expand is doing the same thing in terms of mindset. They want to challenge AV Radicals for the gameplay that they are playing.
But I don't think Geek Fam has got any sort of proper resources to get into that fight just yet. Because early on, we saw Bloody Heads take that hot drop against them. And good on Bloody Head, because they snuffed out 3 players on the side of Geek Fam to severely affect their early game gameplay. And now forcing them to revive 3 players, using up their coins. That's number one, gonna hurt their ability to revive players in the late game later on, unless Geek Fam starts to continue, just ravaging those other players, looting up more of those boxes to find those coins. Because if not, as we have noticed, the revival platform isn't something that's being used out there too much because of how many of the teams seem to be camping at these revival points, trying to pick off kills. And also, even if you don't find a camper there, it takes like 3 years to revive your players from that revival point. And halfway through, you usually get taken out. And, these coins are going to be absolute precious resources that you have to save for that final circle. And Bloody Head might have just ruined the chances of Geek Fam towards the later part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it is like it was been played before because of the time span and as well as how open it is for the revive platform. So I guess it's a buy that they can use and utilize. But Wine is in there still aggressive. I mean, I know the capacity that this guy has in terms of kills, but going in solo in there, especially out in the open, gives a Geek Fam in here an opening against them. So AV Radical's not looking good. Retus will be taken down. And if I'm not mistaken, one will be out as well. They're stuck between 2 teams right now. AV Radicals might not be moving forward.
This might just be the opportunity for Expand to finally overtake AV Radicals. Expand, they are not part of this equation, but they are still playing a huge role. AV Radicals, final survivor, Taramo, caught in between 3 massive teams. Pando, EWG, Geek Fam, as well as Bloody Head. And Bloody Head might just be able to put the final bullet into their heads. Morgana with those spot shots. Taramo manages to disengage, find a good defensive spot. He has got the circle. Pando EWG versus Geek Fam. On the other hand, Hazik plays the time turner to perfection. And Hakimi, is he going to get picked up here? No backup just yet. Hazik recovers his health. Apis moves in for the save for his buddy. But it looks like it's just not going to happen. Geek Fam will bleed out. Hakimi brought back. Yes, Hakimi has been brought back as Manchai gets dropped. So Geek Fam still has got 3 players to play around with out there on the battlefield now.
Right now going in their work after hearing gunshots as well as a fire earlier on, and they are going for the gatekeep. Eastern Will's gang will be their target, but on the other side, we have Icon in there putting a number against No Escape, and No Escape will be losing, if not 2, all of their members right there eliminated on 10.
Let's see if or not NC can keep up their phenomenal performance in the competition so far. I mean, where was NC sleeping all along, man? I mean, if we had only seen this kind of performance from them from the very get-go, if we've seen the kind of great adjustments done by NC on the earlier parts of the competition, things could have been so different for this team, but they just woke up a little bit too late. Bloody Head now, trying to snuff out Pando. EWG finds their second last player. Jay-Z and Tu are taken down at the very same time. Great plays by Bloody Head. Aggressive start, and towards the very end of Alpine, they want to finish up aggressive as well. Not the kind of supreme dominant team that you would find out there on Alpine all the time, but like we said at the start of the show, this is push come to shove already. Bloody Head has run out of options as well as time. They have to perform on the final week.
Yeah, I mean, so far Bloody Heads has been doing well tournament after tournament. This time, I mean, they are pushed in there, the bottom of the top 12. And this is where you don't want that happening. This is your chance for the team of Bloody Heads to go and take probably the middle of the map or the middle of the leaderboards, and then later on move up, because they have what it takes. But they need to warm up from the start of the game. But like compared to Expand, it's only a couple of days that Expand needs to catch up against AV Radicals, where in AV Radicals, I don't know what they're eating, because I think they're eating a lot of spicy food because they're always heated up.
I mean, 6 points between Expand as well as AV Radicals, and I think the finisher is coming through already here for Spade, but they miss him by a mile. They break off towards the left instead, and Spade will continue to survive. But this is outside of the circle, so even if the players of Expand kind of jump on in, they will be able to survive this and gatekeep Spade. But the two other players from the side of Farang are waiting inside of the circle. So I like the setup here by Farang. Even if they do lose one player, to kind of snuff out the rest of the players of Expand still might be a possibility. But Bloody Heads now taking on the fight finally against the players of Geek Fam. This was how things started off in the competition between these two teams, and Bloody Head are finally here to finish off the job, Neptune.
Bloody Head right now putting up a lot of glue walls in there, or trying to take down all the glue walls being pulled up by Geek Fam, but it doesn't stop. Void Face as well as Mark in there, and Mark, usually a sniper, doing well in close range. They will be able to take that elimination. NC on the other hand, well, coming from Ender the Sea, will be popping up in here with 5 eliminations already. But speaking of elimination, AV Radicals out of the game, and I think this is a chance for Expand to go and take that lead.
Ryu with a very risky purchase out there on the battlefield, pulls out the Time Turner. Great play. X-Roy from the back. Time Turner pulled out by Too Bad. But 1v2. Too Bad wins the first one, only for Too Fast to appear really fast behind him to snuff him out. Great backup, and this is what I'm talking about. Whenever it comes to Expand, they don't break away. And it's not like it has always been this way. There was a point of time where Expand was rushing in a single player at a time, and that is where they made the greatest, biggest mistake. But it's all about the improvements. It's all about how you make a mistake, play those adjustments, and make sure you never ever make the exact same mistake twice. That's what you gotta love about Expand, because that's the kind of team they are, Neptune.
Consistently in improving, not just putting into play, but there goes Kanoho for the takedown against Kaloy, and Anxiety right now in the rush against their Filipino brothers. Here comes a bloody hit right now, being stuck in there in the middle of everyone else, but Void Face put a damage against Kanoho. So far, it's only Kanoho who has been taken down in here, and Bloody Heads just decided to leave this area, go for the survival, because there's only one left.
Mark now with the final glue walls played. This has to be information given away to Anxiety, but I like how he circled around the outside perimeter and then got into this next circle. Fear hops on into Mark's glue time turner, but Fear manages to put him out of the equation with a well-timed charge buster. Anxiety annihilates the players of Bloody Head, and Anxiety was sitting down in the 11th spot a little bit earlier on, I believe, and this is the opportunity for them to continue climbing up. No, actually, with the previous matchup, Anxiety rose up to the 9th spot. And what they've just done is make sure Bloody Head does not sneak into the 11th place, because Bloody Head have made it into the top 12 already, but they need a little bit more. Icon snuffed out, thanks to the players of Expand, who are the kill leaders so far. As you spot out the little billboard on the battlefield, thank you very much, production. A little shaky, but I'm very sure we'll get a little better at that with the timing of it. Axel now down onto the ground. Cobra grows out from afar. Cobra gets shut down as well as God Toby strikes back and takes him out of the equation. This is hugely gonna nerve Expand in the final circle, Neptune.
As you can see, Expand right now just pulling back. It is a 4-man squad coming from Anxiety, but unfortunately, God Toby will be taken out in there. Now with that takedown, it will be a 3-on-3. Kanoho down on the ground. Expand expanding their coverage as well as rotation in here, and Fear and Fuhrer feeling that fear from their side.
GG, back to back, booyah, coming through from Expand. And once again, you have to love the strategy. You have to love the setup. Axel on that far right-hand flank. And the moment Cobra goes down, guess who steps up to the plate? It's the one and only X-Roy, putting down his sniper, picking up the Mag 7, and replacing Cobra to take the rush. He leads the line this time round, and Axel backs them up. Fantastic play, and this is what you gotta love about them. Sayang Nenek, hashtag Al-Fatiha. I am sorry for your loss, boys. Peminat number 1 Expand. Their grandma was their number 1 fan, and they do this for her. This victory, this booyah by Expand is for her. We love you too, Nene. We love you too.
Yeah, about this team, I mean, it's not just the numbers, it's not just the money. They have a goal, and this tears me up literally, AJ. I mean, seeing this, hearing this right now. I mean, if you have one goal, and it's not just everything that's you doing for yourself, doing for others, like it gives a different side of aura in here, and I guess that is where they are getting the energy from, like the team of Expand.
I do agree. And Daniel, your thoughts on Expand almost getting snuffed out in the early game, only to pick up the back-to-back booyah towards the end?
Gosh, it almost feels like a karmic situation, right? It's like you almost took us out, but we're going to be able to take you out instead, and to take all the points as well. And this is pretty devastating because I thought, okay, Expand's been crippled. This is probably going to be a map that goes to AV Radicals, so that's going to equalize the leaderboard. But man, the recovery from Expand was fantastic. And I don't know what happened with AV Radicals. It almost felt like they were a bit too confident after their initial fight. They got a little bit too risky. They were getting caught out. It was un-AV Radical. I don't know how to describe it. It was just uncharacteristic for this team. So for them to drop out this early, to not even make it to really the final circle, it's just, I don't know what's happened with AV Radicals. Maybe the team is feeling the heat. They've been on top of the leaderboard the whole time. They may be anxious about Expand on their tail. We don't know how these players will deal with anxiety. Not anxiety as a team, but like anxiety as a feeling, right? Like some people are very good at dealing with their emotions. Others get very influenced. They start tilting because they're not playing at 100%.
I agree.
So yeah, AV Radicals, it's a bit of a shaky round, but it's not over, okay? It's just game 2. They still have tomorrow to play as well. They've got more games today as well. So it's not going to be the last time we see them, but for now it seems like Expand is going to be dominating this grouping day. And they've got one more game to go. We're going back onto Purgatory. AV Radicals, I think if there's a time to step up, you kind of want to do it in this next round. And you have to do it next round.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like AV Radicals, we mentioned earlier, wherein they might be confident because of what they put up already in this map, as well as so far in the competition. But Expand has, like, they might have already a playbook in there with the name of AV Radicals again, like put in. And once they meet up, go into Alpine, they know the first target will be AV Radicals. They know the rotation, they know drop points already, and that is what the other teams, even Expand, is doing against them. AV Radicals needs to put that into play as well. Not going for the aggressiveness I mentioned earlier. Like, why need to be careful a little bit?
He's a pretty big player on AV, right, AJ? Like, we've noticed he's been doing a lot of the firepower on AV Radicals. But correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen. So AV Radicals, they don't really have a drop spot, do they? Because I think every match I've seen them, they've just been gunning for the blue zone every single time. So if you
their drop spot.
that's their drop spot. So I'm wondering, like, if you're Expand, are you just maybe going to jump onto AV Radicals and say, like, okay, we're kind of on an even playing field?
I don't think that would be the strategy of Expand. I think they are much smarter than that. If at all they wanted to prey on any of the enemies out there on the battlefield, it would be the ones who are struggling in the competition to pick up all of those early points. Because hot dropping AV Radicals, taking a 50-50 against a monster of a team is probably going to be a super bad idea, because you're going to lose a lot of your players early game. Even if you do win that encounter, what did it cost? You know, we remember Avengers.
It could be 3 bodies.
It could be 3 bodies. You bring them back. Yes, your revival gameplay or your survival gameplay on the side of Expand is strong, but when the players come back, they don't come back with their loots. You know, they come back with just a secondary gun in their hands, just a pistol, and you have to start that whole looting process once again. Whereas some of the other teams are already in the mid gameplay where they are fully looted up. So now you take the chances of Expand against one of the mid-tier teams who have got great loot on them, and take the chances against each other. Yes, Expand might still be able to walk away from that battle because they've got superior mechanical skills as well as setup and strategy, but you're playing the odds way too much against yourself, right? So I don't think Expand's that kind of team. I think they've made mistakes, they've made the adjustments, and they just continue to learn week after week after week as to what's the best for them. And the best for them is to avoid AV Radicals at the start of the matchup. But on that note, though, avoiding them out there on the battlefield, but overall, we knew the goal of Expand was to overtake AV Radicals. And I feel like with that matchup, they have just done exactly that. But Expand needs to continue dominating, right? Because if you look at the overall number of matches, yes, they've got 2 bonus matches over AV Radicals, but AV Radicals today plays 1 match more than them. So if we saw those 2 match bonus kind of enough to kind of keep that gap a little bit there, I feel like the 1 match bonus that the players of AV Radicals have today might be enough to snatch that number 1 spot back. And that's the storyline we're looking at here. The 2 Titans going up against each other. The survivors out there, their storyline is kind of getting drowned out, Neptune.
I mean, they need to put in a lot of strats as well as patience to stay away from these 2 teams, because so far, if you get caught in the crossfire between these 2 teams, you might be down and out, because even if it's top 12, these 2 teams doesn't care about top 12. They just want that number 1 spot, and their other teams have a different set of problems. So survivability, as AJ and Danny has mentioned so far, they need to focus that. They need to play 1 as well, play it to perfection, and then later on manage onto the kills, because the longer you survive, the most opportunities for you to get those frags.
Yeah. I kind of want to bring up a team that's really struggling to survive in those first 2 games, and it's Blacklist International. I don't know what's happened, if someone's plastered wanted signs of Blacklist players on the wall and everyone's trying to come in and claim this bounty, but this team has been ravaged these past 2 games. I mean, what's really happened with Blacklist? Are they just getting unlucky with the teams that they're running into? Are they maybe trying to do something new and it's not working? I mean, this is just not the Blacklist that we're used to seeing. This was a team that was on an upward incline that looked like they were going to be a massive team coming into this week, and then they just sort of
Yeah, they sort of fizzled out, right? I do agree with you. Before we go there to that conversation, Tanamo picking up the MVP for himself with just 5 kills is a little surprising, because we've seen dominance way more than this. But what's even more surprising than the 5 kills was the amount of damage he took out there on the the amount of damage he dealt out there on the battlefield. 1,282 on the lower end, but the accuracy, absolutely insane. You know exactly how he secured all of these kills. At the end of the day, it has to be those snipes, those long-range combat capabilities of Taramo, is proving to be a problem for the players out there to deal with. But going back to the conversation that you brought up, what's up with Blacklist? Farang is up. 2 times, 2 games, back-to-back, hot dropped by Farang, and Farang wants to prey on them. Now, this could be due to one of 2 reasons. It could just be a gentleman agreement between the 2 teams to just go out here and treat it like scrims, because they both make it up to the grand finals already. They don't really care about, the child's play prize pool that we've got available at the league stage. They want to aim for the lion's share that's awaiting for us at the grand finals. Pause that storyline. MVP of the lobby this time around, no doubt whatsoever. It has to be Expand once again. But going back to Blacklist and Farang, Blacklist's biggest problem is Farang, right? And twice now, Farang has managed to pretty much win that engagement between them, Danny.
So then what happens now? Do you just accept it? Just accept the fact that Farang is going to keep dropping you? Or do you just decide, okay, guys, we're going to have to relocate, pack your bags, we're moving. We're going to find some new real estate that's going to be ours for this next game? Because, I mean, sure, they're playing for like a little bit of money. Maybe it's pride. Maybe they're practicing or whatnot. But it doesn't feel good if you're going to just lose back-to-back matches because another team is hot dropping. At some point, I think you just got to be like, okay, enough's enough. We kind of got to do something different. At least we have one good game today, right?
Yeah, what do you think, Neptune? Are they going to go for revenge this time around, or will they just kind of sneak away and, try to play the game of survival?
For them, if it's a suggestion coming from me, they need to play survival. But knowing the personality of this team, they might be going in for the revenge, but they need to do it mid-game to late game, not so much in the early game. They need to get that momentum first.
Oh my gosh, I hope they do get that momentum. I do feel pretty bad for them because it's been 2 very rough games. They've dropped out early. They probably had enough time to eat lunch during the amount of time they had to wait between these games. But we'll see in this next game. We're going to take a quick look here at the point standing. So Expand, they've managed to pick up 24 points for this round. This is going to further push them up and take over AV Radicals, because I think they only needed 6 or 7 points from that previous round. So this is definitely going to be happening. We'll see this on this next leaderboard. Anxiety, however, has picked up 17 points. This is a nice pickup of points for this team. NC, again, the team that kind of doesn't need the points is for some reason getting the points. Maybe this team is actually going to somehow slide into top 12, very possible. But good news here for Bloody Head. This is a team that is currently sitting on 12th before this game started. And for them to pick up these 12 points, they have offset really what NC has been able to pick up for this round. So it's not too bad for the bottom teams. Although if you're cheering for RNG Sports, I think with every game it's slowly becoming more and more impossible. But gentlemen, we have a new leader. It's Expand, and they are leading 7.
Let me take this one, ma'am. I mean,
Sure.
leading by 7 points, but nobody cares about the 7 points. I think, AV Radicals are going to be, keeping the fight hot, but I want to see a little bit more of the movements from the bottom side of the leaderboard, right? We see Bloody Head jumping up 2 spots now in the 10th spot with 260 points. If they can keep up this sort of a performance, Bloody Head will once again guarantee themselves a spot at the grand finals. But I know Bloody Head is listening. Can you guys please just bring out this sort of performance every single week, every single game?
Okay, hang on.
Raises my blood pressure to see these guys bounce up and down like a little pendulum swinging side to side. But not just them. NC Esports, they jumped up 2 spots now, 197 points. To make a break into the top 12 might be impossible, but I love the fire that we are seeing out of these boys.
Okay, so I'm going to be the bad guy and say that firstly, congratulations to Bloody Head. They're in 10th place. The bad news is that they are 3 games up 7-9 and hard to get. So it's still a bit of a stretch. Everyone else has 3 more games. Some only have 2 more games to be able to close that distance. But I think it's still too tight down there to really know until we see the results for the end of the day. So, but I mean, to be fair, good job for hard to get, because I have been Bloody Head, sorry, because this is a team that I've just been thinking, oh my gosh, are they going to even be able to make it this time? Because this is a team that's always like, last week, all right, guys, let's drink some coffee, let's plug in our chargers if you have to. I don't know, whatever you got to do to really get those points in, but it's too close. It really is just too close down there. But we will see what happens after this game, because we are going to fly back onto Purgatory for our final game here for Groups A versus B. Firstly, is Blacklist going to be able to play the game? Secondly, is Bloody Head going to be able to get a good number of points for this round to maybe, possibly keep their place in 10th position? It's very possible, but we'll let the players do all the talking with their guns. As I pass it over to our wonderful casters, it's Neptune and AJ. Take it away for Game 3 of Group A versus B.
Thank you very much, Danalee, as we hop on into match number 3 at Purgatory. Now, the biggest question here is going to be, Neptune, number 1, will Expand take a back-to-back booyah? Number 2, will Expand also become the biggest dominators, the biggest predators out there in Purgatory? Because when we started off the day, Expand was, I think, the 6th or 7th strongest team at Purgatory, but now that they've already settled that first match with such dominance with 27 points, they've jumped up a couple of spots. Now with 116 points overall, they are looking to overtake AV Radicals themselves, who have 130 points total picked up at Purgatory. If they get this booyah, they might be able to do that.
And that might be the case for them, because it's Bloody Heads going against AV Radicals right now. Now, I'm not saying that Bloody Heads are better than AV Radicals, but if in case Bloody Heads will be able to take down AV Radicals at this point, great strides can be done by Expand to increase the lead that they have in there. And, well, it really matches the name that they have. Regardless of what map in here, we're going to expand our coverage. And I think it will not be looking that well for Bloody Heads right now. Like Tanamo and the rest of the teams right now putting a damage in there against Bloody Heads, and there goes the first elimination. Bloody Heads in there. A lot of hopes, a lot of dreams broken right now, where you see Bloody Heads is still not showing up.
And again, 3 times back-to-back, this hot drop, Blacklist International versus Farang. This could be a gentleman agreement to just see who's better. Or this could be one of the teams who have a Very salty experience and want to execute revenge. We did talk about this a little bit as well. Is Blacklist going to go for revenge? And you did talk about the team's attitude. And I think you were spot on, sir. Blacklist does want revenge. But Orange Esports, they're watching from afar, Neptune.
Orange Esports might be waiting because this is the gameplay that we've seen earlier from Orange Esports. They want to go vulturing in for the battle that is happening. And, well, earlier they did the same damage. Actually, same elimination between these two teams. But how much can they wait? Because so far, these teams already know that they are being challenged. They are in a gunfight. Probably expecting both teams already, even if they don't see them in the kill feed. But there's a stalemate right now. No one is moving. One has been taken down already. Blacklist has advantage, and it's up to response of Farang. And there goes a response, bringing Zen up in the process.
Ooh, Zen down on the ground. Too bad, shuts him down, but instantaneously revived by the players of Blacklist International, who are right at the buy point. And a 1-to-1 trade so far between the two teams, but Farang on the losing end since they are a little too far away from their own buy point. No revival point available beside them as well. So Farang, they need to get out of this pickle. But why would you do that? Too bad. Stepping in front of the crosshairs of Vice, who was already shooting him down. That was a terrible play.
I mean, even if you're stuck in there within that wall, all you need to do is just ask for backup. And there's backup from Spade in here from behind. Now, Jesbu right now is just hiding out. Probably a good chance of a backup being called earlier. But Fi's in there just in time, pulling at a glue wall to avoid any gunshots. But Jesbu will be taken down as well. One left for Farang right now. Spade might not be able to pull this ace, AJ.
You know what they say, man? Revenge is sweet, but diabetes kills. So Blacklist International need to slow things down because, yeah, you can go running for revenge here sometimes, but you never know exactly when the tables are going to turn. Spade survives. I'm glad to see Blacklist International not overcommit, but actually they are overcommitting. It's just that they don't know where this guy ran away to. They're combing through this compound to see if they can catch the final player.
Yeah, they need to find out. They need to comb every corners in there. But fortunate for them, they left the building. Now, NC right now, a little bit too aggressive. This is against Geek Fam. And I loved NC. And this is what we called for other tournaments so far. If you can put the mindset we're in, this is your last game, we might have seen a lot more of this gameplay come from NC from the earlier parts of competition.
Let's see. We hear you loud and clear, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, about the redemption site. We'll get that checked. Do bad with this. As for all of your redemptions, it's gonna be NC redeeming themselves first with a God Nade. And it looks like this battle, once again, is gonna ensue between the two. Hakimi from afar. And it looks like Hakimi should be able to back up the rest of the players of Geek Fam. Hazik a little bit too close. That God Nade might just be the undoing of this team. Trying to get out of the danger zone. Hazik finally makes his way into his own ice grenade, which is a little bit of an interesting move because the rest of NC has already backed away from that glue wall thanks to the ice grenade. So great plays by Hazik. Hakimi holding on to the right-hand flank. Ryu driving straight towards him though. Hakimi, brother, can you get away? Glue wall taken down. Hakimi cannot sneak away. 1v2 turns around the corner. Ryu puts him down. NC, what a strike.
Like NC right now, really blowing off in this game. I really love what the performance are doing right now, and hopefully this continues on. Throw off the game of those trying to catch up because they have a chance as well, but not so much of getting to top 12. It's more of taking down the enemies as well as the opposing team who are in the fritz of getting to the top 12. Once you have that pressure from those trying to catch up, then it NC will mess you up.
Let's see if NC can get the catch on this. A little bit of a early setup. One player from the back. Traveled away a little too far already. Needs to catch up with the rest of the players of NC. But I understand exactly why he's keeping a long angle as well as distance from the rest of his team members. Because if things do go south, NC can still play the game of survival a little bit later on. With that one final player surviving, bringing the rest of them back. Nafis holding on. M1887 in his hands. Asta with the double vectors. might just be able to turn things around, but goes up against Yasta. Asta versus Yasta. Bring it on, man. I love this.
Well, unfortunately, we have Appies in there pulling in grenades out there. NC will be stuck now. The tables has been turned. They are the ones stuck in the glue walls, even in the second floor right now. The only escape will be from behind. There's no escape right now, but Nafis puts a damage, and Piz takes a Nafis in the process. It's Rayu and Asa right now, and this is what we're talking about. One surviving member of NC far, far away, already preparing for the buy, and this is a good tactic from them. Yes, we can lose a fight, but we can bring them back.
Yeah, look at that fight, man. I love the strategy by NC. Yes, they go up against Geek Fam. They don't know who they fight, but it's a game of survival. It's a game of playing the odds out there on the battlefield that I absolutely love. The decision-making by NC has improved week after week, and that's exactly what we ask of some of these teams out there. We don't expect them to be gods of Free Fire. We just want to see them make lesser of these mistakes that unfortunately happen in the heat of battle sometimes, and we want to see those adjustments brought forth. Why now? Finds a player out there on the battlefield, and Fear had the auto shotgun, but no match for Wine at all with his double barrel.
Yeah, I mean, the dance as well as the push being done by Wine in there. I'm still mind blown as to how and why Wine keeps doing the same thing. Probably it's because it's winning it, but like the risk that they have, it keeps my heart beating in there because they are in the running already. They have been pushed down to that number 2 spot. They're in running to take over that number 1 spot, but with the aggressiveness of Wine, even if you're so great in mechanical skills, there's still a little bit of risk and how much calculation is needed going solo. That is a lot of chances for you to lose, but the risk is nothing for Wine as well as for the rest of AB Radicals.
Yeah, but a lot of teams, and this has to, I wish all of the teams have got their ears wide open for this next bit of juicy detail. If they want to take on AB Radicals, they have to watch out for Wine. And this is one of the biggest reasons as to why to have a sniper on your side. And if you've got the distance between yourself as well as AB Radicals, you see that one player model rushing towards your team, you have to shut him down instead of focusing on the rest of the teams. And if you've got a full squad available, everybody has to focus on shutting down Wine first, because that's the first step to taking out AB Radicals from the mix. If you leave Wine surviving out there on the battlefield, CQC, he annihilates you. But if you take him out early, the chances of not only surviving but winning the battle against AB Radicals goes up drastically, Neptune.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. But the backup coming from from Tanamo, especially Tanamo. Like Tanamo is not only a fragger in a close range. He usually brings in that grenade launcher that is so deadly. So if you're caught off guard and they spot you trying to chase down, trying to gun down, like Wine, and then that might be the end of you. So you need to be careful as well. Make sure that you have specific approaches, a specific plan to go into the entrance as well as the exit before you go against Wine. But it's easy to spot AB Radicals at this point. Elsa's does the 1-3 split where the one guy just rushes in there so fast. So once you see that formation, it's AB Radicals.
Captain, shots onto Monito. A couple connects, but Monito manages to pull the game of distraction and gives the rest of the information to the players of Pando EWG. And I love this adjustment. Look at Pando EWG. Icon opens fire. Instead of rushing towards them for some free kill points, they rotate around the longer side into the circle. This is going to be a big reason as to why Pando EWG survives, right? You have to focus on the game of survival first before you take any gunfights, especially when the circle number 4 is going to hurt the living life out of you. Now, they circle themselves in. Anxiety up top just brought back through in the revival flight. We don't know exactly who that is just yet, but Blacklist International rotating into the compound just beside Pando EWG. This next fight is going to be a big one for both of these teams, Neptune.
WG right now needs to be prepared. Not quite sure if they have sites already, but we have the UAV being pulled out to scan all of the players, and I think this is the teams of the Blacklist that will be spotted. Here comes a drop being used as a little bit more of reinforcement for their fight, but 4 members of a Blacklist will just be waiting. And I think with the approach that Pando EWG has done already, they have been spotted. No one will be able to get in that easily against Blacklist right now unless they flank so far. But as the safe zone is already closing in, the circle will be closing in here. This might be an opportunity for Blacklist to go for the backstab against EWG.
Let's see if this fight actually starts off now. Geek Fam rotating in as well. But guess where is Geek Fam going to go? Into the compound of the players of Pando EWG, but not unless AB Radicals have got anything to say about it. Wine, aggressive play. M887 once again. Double barrel puts down Redos with the help of Akimi. Ramiel from afar drops Hazik. Apis takes Wine out of the equation. AB Radicals going ham against the players of Geek Fam. Geek Fam fighting for their lives, trying to hang on, but it looks like Anxiety wants to chip in as well. Anxiety gets caught out by the players of Pando EWG. Tadamo with the grenade launcher. Snuffs out one, snuffs out two, snuffs out everyone from Geek Fam.
You might be able to take down Wine in there, but Tanamo is just waiting in the background. Once the damage has been done for your team, if you knock down, he comes in. Grenade launcher in here, trying to take the name against McRory in the nade usage. But we'll have to see on how much more he can put up into the play, because Anxiety has been in here, full man squad once again, but Icon will just be waiting, creeping in slowly into this battlefield, into the next circle, and other teams has just been waiting for their chance as well. Now, not quite sure as to how much resources Anxiety has, because we saw them came back from the revive earlier on, and they are a little bit like 1-3 split up, but they might be in battle. And there goes the Namo surprise hit by Kanho.
Yep, and the players of AV Radicals might have just saved Pando EWG from the wrath of Geek Fam, who were looking to get into that compound, because once you circle around from that edge of that little slope, the only compound to head on into would be the one that Pando EWG took for themselves. But now, Pando focusing on AV Radicals. But you gotta watch your backs, boys, because here comes Blacklist International. Ashura has got the grenade launcher in hand as well. Pando EWG, I'm afraid their time is up, because if they do pop off with those grenade launchers, Pando will have no chance whatsoever. Jay-Z manages to turn around, trade one out, but Ashura strikes with the grenade launcher. Quadra kill out there on the battlefield. Pando has one final survivor. Can he get away? Jay-Z up top, 1v2, low on HP already. Jay-Z out of the window as he tries to survive. Blacklist puts that final bullet through his chest. And yes, Farang's not here because of that early hot drop, because Blacklist took that revenge. But can Blacklist take this all the way through now, Neptune?
But if they can pull it out in here into this game all through towards the end of the game, Expand right now going for the battle against no escape, no escaping. This time, NC Esports eliminated in this battle, but it is not looking good as well for Expand. They are being taken, bleeding in here outside of safe zone, and the X-Roy and the Axel, the only two members left, a little bit stuck in the outside. A good hit in there. It is X-Roy for the takedown.
Yep, Axel down on the ground already. Roy has to abandon his brother, run into this next circle. It looks like the Booyah for Expand might just not be available on this third matchup, especially when you look at AB Radicals, pretty much with a full squad out there. Taramo on fire, as well as the grenade launcher in hand. No grenade launcher response, because you do not usually see X-Roy with the grenade launcher. But now, as he circles around outside of the circle, that might just be the answer. I think he did go ahead to pick up the grenade launcher for himself. We will have to wait and see exactly what is the setup from X-Roy here. Or was that just a looting process that he ran out for? Has got the Charge Buster in hand with the melee. And it looks like that's all we are going to be expecting out of the... My God! Did Expand just do that?
And that is the plan of X-Roy. Just bring back, more numbers, even with less weapon, is still a greater chance for them to win. But so far, everyone is close to each other, and the rush is on. There goes Icon. Captain has been taken out in there by AV Radicals from the side, and the same goes for AV Radicals. Ramiel with that snipe. No one will be getting away, especially with this guy in the snipe. 4 Eyes will be taken down, and Zen off on the backstab. Icon not looking good for them. They are stuck, as well as AV AB Radicals. Anxiety out in this game. It is because of Expand with a backstab.
Yeah, Icon snuffing out the players of Expand that just returned back. But if Expand can hold on to their ground, the answer is no. Taken out of the 4th spot. But great try so far. That revival plan didn't really go the way that they expected. But Blacklist International, they started things off with a revenge, and now they continue with the revenge. This time against AB Radicals, who have dominated enough points out there on the battlefield. Newbie with the charge buster. Needs just one more pop. Ramiel down on the ground. But the kill will be stolen away by the one and only Fires. And the players of Blacklist International, 15 kills out here so far, are aiming for the final 2 teams. Icon right in front of them. One of the teams that are trying to sneak into the top 12. And it looks like all they can do is sneak into the final circle. As AB Radicals get put out, the Icon will be next. But Blacklist surely has this booyah in hand.
And this is what we were waiting for, asking for a very long time. Yes, they might be popping up in their one game or two, but this time taking a booyah. And this might be a good start for Blacklist right now. So far, this team has performed well in other competitions, even in the other games right now. But back into this map, I think they know what they have. They know, they understand the rotation that they can take.
Oh, yeah.
And they continue on in taking this map. If I'm not mistaken, they're second in terms of kills, in terms of points or kills against Expand and Blacklist International, really putting up a show.
A show is good, but the biggest question here is, can they keep up the pressure against some of these other teams? Because at the end of the day, we mainly wanted to see if or not that revenge is executed well by Blacklist. They took the bait, man. They went in for that revenge. And Farang, on the other hand, just kind of overestimated their capabilities here, Danny.
I mean, okay, here's the thing. They don't know that they're going up against Blacklist, right? They're just, maybe they think it's a different team. They're not 100% sure. But
3 times hot drop, you think they don't know?
I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, but fine, okay, fine. You win. They definitely felt very confident, right? They just made some silly plays.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have happened. I think, especially at this point, if you're going to hot drop somebody, you need to be on top of them 100% of the time. You don't give them any opportunities to come back. You don't play with the game. You play the game. So, I mean, sad thing for Farang, because you know what happened after not being able to take out Blacklist? They went and got the booyah with, I think it was 18 kills.
I mean, it was insane, right? At the end of the day, what Blacklist International did for themselves, phenomenal for this round. Overall in the competition at the league, they have been one of the dominant teams, and Purgatory belongs to the team of Blacklist International. They were the most dominant ones, and one more booyah from the side of Expand could have ousted the dominance of Blacklist International. But thankfully, that's not something that Blacklist wanted for themselves, and they were able to prove that when push comes to shove, they can get what they want. Because not only do they secure the booyah, but with a massive number of kills right behind it to secure more than 30 points in this one match alone.
I think it's 30 points, right? We saw 18 points before they got the final booyah, unless those extra points that I didn't catch. So correct. 30 points for the round. I mean, this is massive for Black. So they've got to be very happy with the round, maybe feeling a little bit confident now, knowing that they can actually beat Farang if they have any more of those shenanigans in the grand finals, which no yet, that's going to be in 2 weeks' time. But I think this is just good news for Blacklist. They're not completely tilted by those previous 2 plays. They picked themselves up. They pulled themselves up by the bootstraps, as the old people say, the boomers. So I'm happy to see Blacklist. But let's stop. Let's talk here about AB Radicals, because they did look like they were on the trajectory to potentially take the booyah this round. But they got slowly dismantled, and it wasn't like silly play dismantled. They got crushed by Black. They were literally running with their tail between their legs. But with the total amount of points that they got from this round, were they able to wrestle back first place from Expand?
That might have been the case, right? Because there wasn't a lot of points between them. But Expand did get taken out in the 4th spot, so there's a decent amount of placement points there.
I'm going to say but. I'm going to say a but here.
Tell me about the but.
I think Expand only ended the round with 5, whereas AV had 13. So maybe.
That's all
It's a
I can say.
possibility.
Maybe. Because I really don't know how many points they picked up for themselves. We are going to take a peek at that a little bit. But, let's talk a little bit about the teams that are towards the bottom end of things, right? Icon, once again, making a lot of noise for themselves. I mean, we saw this team kind of bounce up 2 spots, and now they are potentially going to make it through to the top 12 if they can keep up this sort of a performance. I mean, I wouldn't have expected that out of Icon, but, push came to shove, and this was that final round in the first set for themselves. They do have 2 more rounds towards the end of the day, but they have to take a little bit of a break, right? Because right after this, Group C joins the fray, Group B waits by. But I think amazing stuff from Icon in here seen today to make it into the top 12. We wanted to see exactly who were the who were the underdogs of the competition who would finally step it up. Bloody Head as well as Icon. These two are truly shining.
I mean, okay, here's the thing. Neptune, how much does this round actually matter for Icon? Because even if you have one good round, is one round going to be enough to get you to top 12? I think it's a bit of a stretch for this team because they're not really seeing the consistency come out from Icon.
From Icon, though, they are behind Todak based on the calculation that I've done, and Todak hasn't played just yet. I mean, they need to get a lot of points already into play, but they're still outside that top 12. Bloody Heads is one of the great contender, but if we get the lead of Icon against Bloody Heads, even Sim 9, I mean, it's so far. This few points placement, I would say. That's where they were focusing on, and then earlier, just they were stuck together in that compound, sticking together and getting those kills one at a time. So Icon might have gotten a lot of points already in here to get to that 13th spot and very close to Bloody Head.
Yeah. All right, let's start taking a look at our MVPs for a round. We've got Tanamo on the screen here with 7 kills to his name, 3,000 damage, and 41.1% accuracy. I have to say, gentlemen, I think AJ also brought this up. Tanamo has really stepped it up for AB Radicals, especially with the number of times that we've seen Wine just getting taken out at the beginning of these fights.
And I feel like Tanamo plays the exact same role as Too Fast from Expand. And, we did see Wine kind of be the overall Cobra of the team, right? He pushes on fourth, Tanamo backs him up, but it is with the grenade launcher that, he's able to really dominate out there on the battlefield. The question is going to be what sort of performance can we see out of Tanamo without that grenade launcher, because you're not going to get lucky all the time. But speaking of Blacklist International, earlier on, we did spot those 18 points, so it seems like that's exactly how many number of kills they got, nothing more towards the very end. 30 points. Massive, if you ask me, from the side of Blacklist International. Is it going to be enough to catch up with Expand? Fat chance. No way in hell that's going to happen anytime soon. But great plays from them, because they've now put a great distance between themselves as well as Farang, because we saw 2 points between Blacklist and Farang.
Maybe that was the ultimate goal, right? If you're Farang, you focus on Blacklist, you want to take that 3rd place away, and then it backfired in the 3rd game.
Yeah.
I can understand why Farang is trying to do this, though. I think sometimes you kind of have to put the pedal to the metal. You need to be the ones to initiate these plays. But I think at some point you also have to realize when's enough, because clearly they're going to pick up on. They're going to realize that, okay, 3rd round, we're going to get jumped on by Farang again. How are we going to approach them? And Blacklist, they prove that, okay, it doesn't matter if you jump on top of us and you shut us down for 2 games, because we just crush you and we win the 3rd game. Oh, goodness. Blacklist, though, going to make Farang's job way, way harder. But very quickly, as we take a look at the overall standings, we've got the 30 points going into Blacklist's pocket. AB Radicals with 23 points. Icon making a steep climb in the bottom of the bracket with 19 points. And Expand picking up 13 points for the round. So we've got a 10-point gap between AB Radicals and Expand. I think we might be looking at AB Radicals taking that 1st place back from Expand. We will see it in just a second here. And let's see, is it? Yes, it is. AB Radicals back in 1st place with 3 points ahead of Expand. And here's the bad news. AB Radicals, they're behind by 2 games.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Expand have a lot of work to do if they really, really want to take that first place away. Like, if anything, they really needed to crush that game just now. And because they did it, they have a lot of work ahead of them for the rest of the games today.
And look at exactly what Team AV Radicals has on their side, right? They've got 3 matches back to back, but it doesn't mean that Expand cannot respond, because they do have 2 matches in hand that they haven't really played just yet. We will see them play that towards the 2 final matches before we wrap the day up. But I love the fight that's going on at the top of the leaderboard. Look at Icon, though. They've managed to jump up 3 spots! 3! And from the 14th place, now they are in the top 12, and Sem9 is in a little bit of trouble. But here's the saving grace here. Sem9 hard to get, as well as Toda, I believe, all from Group C. They all have opportunities of this, because Group C has got 5 back-to-back matches to play. The only thing that is not going to save Sem9 is if they basically don't perform at all in those matches. But I kind of think that the fire has been lit, and Sem9 will be climbing up the leaderboard just a little bit.
Well, what kind of fire as well? You have to ask that question. Is it going to be a candle? Is it a campfire? Is it a bonfire? I think different teams, you need different levels of fires to get things going. But I do agree with you. It would be very strange to not see Sem9 make it to top 12. So we are going to see in the next round whether or not they can make that comeback happen. But we are going to go for a break after this. But before the break, we have a giveaway code for our wonderful viewers to claim. If you haven't already, do claim the code right now. This will expire at the end of today. The 2 codes are going to grant you 2 AC-80 Fury Tribe weapon loot crates. This is absolutely free. All you have to do is claim the code. You don't have to add any friends. You don't need to make a campaign. You don't have to try and put yourself as president. No. Claim the code and you'll be. You can share it with your friends and family as well if they can't tune into the broadcast. Everyone can claim the code as long as it's valid. So good luck to everybody that opens the boxes. Hopefully you get what you're looking for from that wonderful crate. Now, gentlemen, we are going to go for a break in just a moment.
Yes.
We need to get the lobby ready for teams in Group B versus C. Teams in Group A can sit down, have some lunch if they want to, and tuck in and get ready to watch these games, because I think B versus C, firstly, everyone in B is on a timer now. These are their last 3 games of the day. If they don't do well today, they're banking on a good performance tomorrow, which, let's be real, you don't want to put everything in one day's performance. Whereas for Group C, you've got 2 more games after this, so maybe not as stressful, but of course, you're trying to get as many points as possible. We've spoken a lot about Group A. Let's shift our attention to Group C very quickly before we go for this break. Who are we looking out for to get these points? And not just the top dogs, but I want to know the underdogs in Group C. Who needs these points?
Well, it looks like SAF might be in a little bit of a decent position at the time being. So we don't really, want to see them chug out maximum amount of performance. But if you want to focus on Group C, it has to be Sem9, right? Hard to get, seems to be struggling as well. Toda.
I think that's probably the big one.
I mean, these 3 teams, Sem9 hard to get as well as Toda. All 3 of these teams just got squeezed down a little bit more because Icon stepped it up. But it is now their time to rise back up to the occasion. It's so shocking to see Toda in the 14th spot. It's shocking to see Sem9 in the 12th place. But this is the MCPS we're talking about. This is the creme de la creme of Free Fire teams out there on the battlefield from 4 different regions. And I think, we couldn't have asked for more in terms of a competitive league. And a competitive league kind of ends up with a leaderboard like this.
Yeah. It's very punishing for teams that are one-hit wonders, that are amazing on day 1 performances. So it's really a test of endurance. The one-hit wonders, I guess, or the 2-hit wonders now for the grand finals, it's going to benefit certain teams. We're not going to talk about that yet because we're not at the grand finals. We're still trying to figure out who's going to get to the grand final. Now, I do believe we are going to go for our quick break. Coming back from the break, it's going to be Groups B versus C. Teams in Group A are going to have a break, so they can do whatever they want, have some lunch, probably talk some strategy, because they're still going to play later on against Group C at the end of today after this match with Group B. But I think it's going to be really exciting. Purgatory and Alpine, they've been a very interesting combination of maps. We've seen the team start to really pick up on how to play Alpine. But can Group C figure out how to master this map? We're going to find out after this quick commercial break. So if you need to do anything, do it now. We'll see you after this.
Where have we?
Here before?
As players. And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Join Bible Fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Fire with the boy, yeah, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Look at that. Tengok kita punya set, kita punya team, kita punya crew. Oh, memang happening guys.
So obviously the set here is very epic.
Kau boleh nampak green screen yang sangat-sangat besar.
I mean, how big the scale is. Like, you have to show the top.
Oh my god, that is so small.
That is how big it is.
Bukan satu, bukan dua, ada banyak. Sebab dia more to action. Lompat lah, baling grenade lah, macam-macam lah.
Biasalah untuk dia. Biasa saya lompat Burj Khalifa, KLCC, Gunung Everest, saya lompat.
We had an amazing car, amazing set, amazing people around us as well.
And bagi saya it's very challenging lah because this shoot actually melibatkan ramai orang.
Seorang je dekat set ni, tak ada Dola, tak ada Zizan, tak ada Ismail. So bunga kena interact macam diorang ada dekat sebelah bunga.
You really have to use your imagination of what your surrounding is going to be like. You know, make sure our energy is leveled up with them as well.
And we have to make interactions as well.
Correct. So, you know, it's a new experience for all of us.
Free Fire kali ni lagi padu, lagi hebat dan saya tahu semua tak sabar. Siapa tak sabar nak tengok hasil dia.
We know it's going to be gempak gila.
So korang jangan lupa tengok video Free Fire ni.
I really can't wait. So hope you guys akan stay tuned and support Free Fire untuk semua.
You guys pun akan play a big role in this video as well. So stay tuned.
Zizan hari ni saya ingin mengucapkan Booyah!
Free Fire untuk semua. Free Fire untuk semua.
Where have we?
Here before?
As players. And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Join Bible Fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Fire with the boy, yeah, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Yo guys, what's up? Zizan Raza in the house.
Hey guys, I'm Ismail Zani. Macam biasa, it's your boy here.
Hi, saya Bunga.
Hi guys, we are Dala.
So look at that. Tengok kita punya set, kita punya team, kita punya crew. Oh, memang happening guys.
So obviously the set here is very epic.
Kau boleh nampak green screen yang sangat-sangat besar.
I mean,
Oh
how
my God.
big the scale is. Like, you have to show the
Oh my
top.
god, that is so
Tengok atas.
small.
That is how big it is.
Bukan satu, bukan dua, ada banyak. Sebab dia more to action. Lompat lah, baling grenade.
And returning face.
Macam lah.
Where have been?
Here before.
As players. And as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in
Numbers.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4. We've just wrapped up our groupings for Group A versus B, and now Group A is going to go on a small holiday, maybe to the refrigerator or to the strategy desk, wherever they decide to go, that's up to them. But we are going to holiday over to Group versus C. Now, teams in Group C, they haven't played anything. Maybe they were watching the games just now. We don't know what they're really doing. But it's their time to shine, to pick up those points, because right now, B, they're playing their last 3 games with Group C. And we know that right now, we kind of don't know what's happening with the leaderboard. Some groups, they have a lot of extra games played because they've played them preemptively, whereas Group C, they're lagging behind. It's their turn to catch up.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what really happens after this grouping, because we'll get a better picture on the state of the leaderboard. Because let's be real, right? We can't really judge the leaderboard until everyone's at least played a single round. And I wonder, are some teams really deserving of where they are right now, or are they just ahead because of the extra games? I don't know.
Yeah, I think we started off the day with kind of like, equal standing between the groups. And now we see dominance out of Group A and Group B. But that's mainly because they've already played matches today, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, this is one good thing as well, because we cannot predict really based on the overall standing. We cannot predict that easily, because performance depends on the number of games as well as number of points that you can get per game. So even if it's already showing in the overall standings, there's still a surprise from the foreground, from the background as well. So this makes it a little bit more exciting.
Very exciting indeed. And it looks like we're going to jump right into the game. So no delays at all. Group B versus C, jumping right into Alpine for their first game of the day. We'll have to see if it's going to be AB Radicals yet again to dominate this map, because as we said in the past, this is supposed to be their signature map, the Dominators. But it seems like maybe so much. Maybe our hopes are a little bit high. But I'm going to pass it over to our wonderful casters. It's AJ and Neptune. Gentlemen, take it away for Game 1 for Group B versus C.
Thank you, Danny and AJ. I mean, I'm really excited to see how Group C will be performing right now. Excited to see Access Esports, not because there's Neptune in there and in the team, because so far, every time Access Esports is in there and I'm watching it in the background, I keep looking into the screen because I keep hearing my name. So, don't be confused, guys. Though we are having the same name, Axis Neptune is a better player than I am.
But you're a better shoutcaster than he is.
Yeah.
So both Neptunes win. That's a good thing. At the end of the day, it's all going to be about whether or not Group C can kind of chug out the best within themselves, because we've got our eyes mainly on 3 teams out of Group C. That's Sem9 hard to get, as well as Toda here, Neptune. So, and Sem9, it looks like from the very get-go, they're taking this hot drop against Anxiety, and I don't really like the look of that.
Yeah, I mean, hot drop usually 50-50. So if you're running in there, or probably running to be thrown off at the top 12, it might be not that good. But Anxiety right now feeling pressure in this fight. But unfortunately, Sem9 also done that. There goes the backup, but still the backup keeps falling. Anxiety right now on a roll. But Fear and Godzobi will be taken down. We'll have to see how well will they be able to bring this members back up. Kanoho right now is now backing off from this gunfight, probably initiating for that revive for Godtobe.
Yes, Sem9's on fire from the very get-go here, but it looks like the players of Anxiety have managed to find a couple of frags for themselves as well. Fikri and Mano4 down on the ground, leaving Lemon and Raja all alone out there on the battlefield. And Lemon's stuck in a very unfortunate situation here. But thankfully, we have Raja to play the game of distraction. And therefore, full revival by the players of Sem9. And Raja manages to take down Fear. And no fear at all in the heart of this boy, as he buys a lot of time out there on the battlefield. The rest of the players on the side of Sem9 are right back in it.
And Kanoho right now will be stuck and probably might be moving far away from this. They're trying to go in for that revive, but Sem9 has already taken that. The flank from Kanoho might have been a chance for them, as well as a pickup being done earlier. But unfortunately, Anxiety has been outsmarted, outplayed by the team of Sem9. And Sem9 right now, I mean, they are looking steady in there on the gameplay that they have. They might have a good chance as well if this continues on to take back the spots that they have, because like top 12, that's where you don't want to be, especially in this final few days of the league.
3 kills already for Sem9. It looks like they are on fire. And literally, because their icons are on fire. But they want to climb up the leaderboard. You know, they weren't given the opportunity to defend their placement on the leaderboard because they weren't playing earlier on. But now, with 5 back-to-back matches, we can anticipate Sem9 climbing up quite a bit. It just doesn't seem to be the style of this team to be dropped out of the league stage before we move on into the grand finals. So, you know, going by just purely history, Sem9 has a strong chance of getting into the grand finals, but the question is, how much of dominance will we see out there on the battlefield a little bit later on? Farang, on the other hand, is upgrading some of the equipment out here. You don't really want to get involved in a gunfight without your level 3 armor on, and that's exactly what the boys kind of focus on getting for themselves. And it's been a slow start for Farang, but that's a good thing, Neptune.
I mean, there's no one contesting the drop points they have right now. That's a good thing. Farang right now, good chance as well to get the points that they need. Though it's not that near against Blacklist International right now, but with Blacklist, I think they will be sitting this one out. A good chance for Farang to catch up on the points, but they are only left with 3 matches. So with 3 matches in there, we'll have to see how well can Farang take over the ranks in that top number 3. So far, speaking of ranks, the flank might be done by the ranks of AV Radicals, and the staff right now will also take a compound for them. So this will be a battle of these 2 teams coming from the Philippines.
Let's see, what will AV Radicals be able to do as SAF hops on in? ORV might just be the third party. SAF rotating outside of Fusion. AV Radicals wants to chase them down. Wine, as usual, the guy who pushes forth. Let's Go is going to get caught out here. Wine starts things off. Let's Go with a great glue wall on the defense. Wine, with a very safe approach, uses the that was an unnecessary glue wall. Wine, you could have used the boulder, but it doesn't really matter. Let's Go now. Grenade, good one. manages to tag up Wine just a little bit. And Let's Go drops Wine. That's the kind of punisher we're talking about. But now Let's Go runs out of time. And the left-hand flank from Tanamo drops it. But Hawkeye wants to take out Tanamo. Can he do that? Yado taken out of the equation here. And it looks like ORV's chipping in for this fight as well. What a three-way battle we've got on our hands, Neptune.
Yeah, ORV has a pressure of the blue zone already closing in on them. But if that is not the case, they might have waited for who's going to win or lose this gunfight. So far, ORV going in for the rush and trying to go into the maze and surviving, taking down Retus in the process. And with 2 frags already to their name, they are marching on towards AV Radicals as well as SAF. Now, Raymil and Tanamo will be backing off in there. Makarori will be a little bit too far, might be seeing one from ORV as well, and there's no escape coming from SAF at this point. Compared to AV Radicals, I mean, they have a great stride already. And NC, I think, no, that was NC Nafis going in for the takedown against Torm. But ORV, good plan for them to wait and then attack on the perfect moment.
Ramiel now tagged up by Fires. The whole team of ORV outside of the circle. Jazly brings Yan back in the moment he gets killed off there by the players of AV Radicals. This is just a good play coming through from both ORV as well as SAF, focusing on those revives in a timely manner. AV Radicals now, just 2 more players left to survive with here, but they have backed away from all of the other engagements out there on the battlefield. Therefore, they will continue to survive, potentially revive their players as well. But NC has got Orange Esports cornered here out in the open grounds. They can now flush out player by player on the side of Orange Esports as they're just a little too widespread out there on the battlefield. Dekos will be the first victim. 2 more glue walls to play around with. Dekos doesn't have much on him. 1 more shot can take him down. Ryu with the circle around. Dekos pulls out the time turner, chucking out everything in his arsenal just to stay alive. And 1 wrong move here can put down the whole team of NC. Baron from the back trying to give Dekos the desperate survival maneuver backup that he requires, and Dekos still surviving as he dodges back and forth. Baron closing the gap. Dekos takes out Yasin. Dekos the man, and he's just going rampage against the players of NC all on his own. Recovers a little bit of HP, finally gets taken down. But look at Baron, he's already closed the gap in here for the save onto Dekos. Dekos gonna get picked up. NC doesn't know what's happening. Yasin gets picked up. Thankfully, he was just inside of the glue wall to take advantage. Orange Esports snuffed out so early.
I'm quite surprised of Orange Esports. They have an opportunity, or a few of their members has an opportunity to go for the long flank because there's a lot of distraction being done by Dekos already in that game. Gatekeep will not be happening from that engagement because of how long Dekos has managed to stop the team from their tracks. Unfortunately, the moment Dekos comes in with less HP from that blue zone, moving in onto the battle, trying to go for the pickup, didn't manage to finish off those who are close, and once that happened, they have been taken out. Orange Esports right now, first team to be, or second team to be eliminated at this point, if I'm not mistaken, and Axis right now is on the roll, 5 kills already in this name, and this is one team that really has put in a lot of patience as well as gameplay into those compound gameplay. They take a compound from the windows, they snipe everyone who's approaching from afar, and once they get close inside, they know how to rotate within a certain compound, and that, I think that is one advantage and specific gameplay coming from Axis Esports.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're curious as to what skin you're seeing out here on the battlefield, this time around it's the Viper Gangster. And if you do go in for that Viper Royale draw that's available from the 23rd all the way down to the 29th of September, you also get a little bit of a discount this time around. Instead of 249 diamonds, you'll only use 190 diamonds for 10 plus 1 spins. That's a crazy amount of discount there, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, if I get that discount, like, I'll be getting that differently. But if I use that, I mean, more chances. And you know me, I like calculated risk. This is no-brainer. I mean, this is one thing that you need to get as well. More chances of winning. And oh my God, I mean, I can't wait for this game to be over for me to jump into the game and get that.
And, one of the best things that I love within this draw is that waiter walk movement emote. Just if you want to tease some of the players out there on the battlefield, we're seeing a little bit too much of those flag emotes out there on the battlefield. I want to see something different, man. I mean, bring out the waiter walk movement. If you've never been a waiter in your life, you have no idea how difficult that is, man. You've got to juggle 15 kilos on each hand and walk through the whole restaurant with kids bumping into you, people just screaming their hearts out at you, being rude to you because you're a waiter. And it's a tough life, man. I've been a waiter a couple of times in my past life. It's sad that, not a lot of people have the respect that waiters deserve. I mean, it takes a lot to kind of juggle all of those heavy plates and not break them and lose your job, Neptune.
Well, one thing I would say about waiters is good things comes to those who wait. So the waiters have good things coming for them. So hopefully you will get the good thing as well with that emote. But so far, I had experience as well because we have carryings happening right now. Like off days, I'm carrying those plates as well. But it's not easy. It's not easy, though there's not so much in terms of restaurant waiters wherein you are being scolded and so forth. But the hard work in there needs to be put in, as well as the focus that you have in here, similar to the focus that Anxiety is putting in against Eastern Wolves Gang.
Let's see if or not Pando EWG will be able to snuff out Anxiety. It is exactly that they do. But God Toby brought back by Kanoho the moment he gets snuffed out. I mean, I tell you, some of the revival gameplay by these players out there on the battlefield, a little too quick. They're anticipating, they're waiting for the players to get taken out so that they can bring them right back in. And NC takes advantage of Pando EWG that was a little too aggressive against Anxiety. All of those gunshots pulling in the attention of NC. And with that range, it's very easy for them to work these shots. Monito backs away from NC, but potentially straight into the hands of Sem9 as well as ORV. This will be a terrible place to take a pit stop at. Let's just see if or not it ends prematurely for him. ORV continuing the fight up against players of Sem9. Fires drops Lemon down onto the ground, but instantaneously picked up by his brothers. Ice Grenade just will tease them for the time being. Time Turner pulled out. It's not going to disable that Ice Grenade, so they have to just be a little bit careful here. They weren't careful, and ORV takes advantage with 2 more players left in the mix. The players of Sem9, 1 grenade, 1 good one can snuff them all out of this equation, Neptune.
Yeah, man. For this guy, I'm quite surprised that he missed those shots in there. And it's just a running around coming from this team. ORV right now taking advantage, going in for this pickup as well as the recovery of the game. But from behind, they might be surprised or probably surprising to us in the process. Like, who beats who? We'll not find out. It's a 1v3 situation against Pando EWG. But those waiting inside, it's Sem9 on the other side. From the left, it's Fikri, who has a great snipe capacity, taking down those coming in.
ORV, you gotta be shocked looking at this performance, man. 2 are taken out of the equation now, and soon to be 9 eliminations for the side of ORV. And ORV X-Men, they are the team that's dead last in the league so far. So this is a shocking performance coming out from the team. And, we expected the underdogs to perform well on the stage. Yeah. But it was mainly for the underdogs that had a chance to make it into the top 12. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Every single underdog of the competition seems to be stepping up on this final week, Neptune.
Keep saying this, and one thing that I don't know how to do it because it's more of a psyche that they need to work on. If they plan wherein they are always at the bottom and putting out all the best they have, they might be able to put out the same gameplay that we've seen earlier from No Escape and from NC Esports, this time from ORV. So this is a good play for them. Without fear, without care, they can focus on the plan and tactics that they have put into the play. Access Esports taken down in here by H2G and hard to get right now. I mean, they are popping off. This time they went in there before the battle started. If I'm not mistaken, the 13th spot, good chance for them to take that 12.
SAF out early this time round. Team must be a little annoyed with their own performance, but they are at the 9th spot, so I guess nothing much to feel anxious about. No, apologies, 8th place. So nothing much to feel super anxious about. SAF has got quite the good position overall. Let's see if or not Anxiety can replace them. Both of the teams are perfectly equal out there with 284 points apiece. Toda 4 kills so far. One of the teams that we are anticipating to rise up to the occasion and make it on through. Sem9 eliminated prematurely. And that only means that Toda should be able to rise above them after 2 back-to-back great matches. But can Toda survive? Hard to get. These are the 3 teams we were looking at from Group C, and it looks like Hard to Get wants to snuff out all of them. Pedro picked up from the ground. Spark running out of time, and it's Forbits. But Forbits loses his stepping, and Ames drops him like he's hot. But from the back now, Toda just playing the game of survival. One good grenade does not connect. Batman with the second one. Ooh. Chill ate that up whole.
Aris in there was non-stop, though there's not so much of the kills, but the knockdown that Aris has been done in the backup, and they're coming from the outside. Batman right now will be playing solo, and no backup coming from this guy. The same as Tanamo in there with a pistol in hand. He will be playing survival at this point, similar to what we've seen from NC earlier. And, well, there's a good play for them inside the safe zone on the rooftop. Good chance for them for that second place.
Toda wants to make sure they secure the top 12 for themselves, and this performance is good enough to catch up with Sem9, but is it going to be good enough to jump back into the top 12 with just one solid game on their side? NC will be the next target of Toda. The circle moving towards the players of NC, who have got perfect positioning already. Naf is a little bit too over-aggressive as he gets snuffed out. Batman, the players of Hard to Get now. They find a free player running into their compound. Tanamo with a secondary manages to nail that kill. NC taken out by both Anxiety as well as Hard to Get, and AB Radical still survives.
Yeah, Dynamo in there just taking advantage of the chaos happening on the ground floor as he is on the rooftop. Anxiety will be dying out in there against Kid Aim's aim. And we are now left with 3 members. Like I mentioned, same gameplay earlier, no one can easily get up in that rooftop. So it's just a waiting game for a Radicals. Batman right now being rushed by 2 members, but still not taken down. Dynamo in there, another advantage being taken. Hard to get eliminated first. And Todak going in for the kill. It is Todak aboard that booyah.
24 points picked up by Toda. And that's going to be solid in order to replace Sem9 in the 12th spot. What a play. What a performance, Toda. Finally, the team wakes up a little bit. Now, we are going to be inviting Danley right back onto the panel with us to share her thoughts. But before that, Neptune, did you even think this was going to be possible, my man?
Well, this is a team that really show us that they have performed, they can perform well. It's just that they have been thrown off in the earlier parts of this league. So, like, comeback really is real for this team.
Yeah, comeback is indeed real for Toda. But I don't know where they're coming back from, man. I mean, for Toda's kind of skills out there on the battlefield, I don't expect them to be fighting for survival, fighting for the 12th spot. I expect them to be in the fray for the fight for the top 3 spots overall. But maybe, just maybe, they're keeping those plays for the grand finals, Danny.
I mean, I was going to say, like, is it saving strats? They've been saving everything until today. Just guarantee that top 12. The absolute bare minimum, make it to top 12 and kick butt at that grand final. I mean, I'm really starting to believe that theory at this point because I, for the life of me, cannot believe Todak is a subpar team.
Yeah.
I think we all have seen this team when they play well, and they play incredibly well. So to be able to see them perform like this in their first game of the day as well, I think Todak's trying to come in with surprises. They're saying, guys, we're coming in. We are here to ruin the party. We will get top 12, and we are going to crush coming into that grand final weekend. So I think, firstly, if you're Todak, you are not done today, even if this weekend. You still need to at least pick up some points to maintain your place for the league stage. But if Todak can keep this up, I think they'll restore my faith in Todak. Because right now, I don't know what my faith in Todak is. I think it's on holiday somewhere. But, these boys, they know how to play with someone's feelers.
They started off with a great start. 24 points. Danny, I don't know what you meant by that. But we're going to totally ignore that statement. We're going to move on with the day. we're gonna move on with the day. Toda, 24 points, first match in itself. And I mean, I think it's gonna be impossible for them to get this exact same type of performance match after match, looking at the quality of the other teams. But if they can just get this kind of solid 20 plus points for 3 games out of 5, I think Toda, not only are they back, but they're going to be able to kind of threaten the positions of anxiety SAF axis, because at the end of the day, there's still a little bit of prize pool available within the league stages in itself. So that's exactly what Toda is going to be playing for now. Not only qualifying for the grand finals, but also nicking off as much as possible from this prize pool that we can find here at the league stage.
Yeah. So Neptune, I sort of want to dig into your brain here because we saw a good game from Todak. What do you feel like are this team's redeeming qualities? What do you feel makes them a good team? What are they really good at?
I mean, it's more of the close range encounter that they can go in, as well as the positioning into the safe zone. I mean, from what we've seen so far from Todak, I mean, saving strats might be a possibility from them. And it's not the first time that we've seen that, but from a different team. We've seen Blacklist International, does the same thing. They slowed down early parts of league stages and then pop off later. Farang did the same thing as well from previous competition, and I think this is just Todak's turn to put that into play. Not readable first and then popping off later onto grand finals. And Todak is doing well so far. They have the capacity, and I think with how they slowed down, they managed to read off the tactics of the other teams as well. Hopefully they can get that luck as well into their favor, because bad luck might be turning that tables against them.
Yeah, but I don't think it's bad luck or good luck this time around, right? I think, the players of Toda really made it work for themselves because they've had abysmal performance at Alpine. And we're talking about week 1 where they picked up 11 points in all of their Alpine games. Week 2, slight improvement, 19 points. Week 3, 7 points. Week 4, 0 points so far. But with the game that they opened things up, 24, which means they've outdone all of their previous days, all of their previous weeks with multiple rounds at Alpine with just this one single match. I sure as heck hope for the sake of Toda it is not luck.
I hope it's not luck too. I think if it was luck, then it'd probably be turning some heads in the other direction. But maybe that's the plan. They want to try and take the target off their backs. They don't want people to really focus them down. Like, that is ultimately what's going to happen with some of these teams that are at the top of the leaderboard going into that grand final, right? You ultimately become the one people are going to chase. And whether that be them from hot dropping you, whether from them trying to intercept you when it comes to your pathing into that safe zone, there's a lot of things teams can do to really shut down those top performing teams. So maybe Todak's just saying, fine, we're going to blend into the background. We're not a threat. But then when we come to the grand finals, then we'll be a threat. And you won't be able to expect it because you won't know what our strat is. So I think up until this point, we haven't seen Todak consistently follow one formula. I think we have seen them mix things up a little bit.
Mention luck, it's because they have it planned out already. It will be luck that might change it against them, because like they might have bad luck even if the plan is sound. That's one thing that might go against that, because it's really not like you cannot anticipate that to your favor.
Absolutely. Right, let's take a look at our round of MVPs for this match as well. So for our first MVP for Group B versus C, it's going to be Fies from ORV. 6 kills to his name. I think this is also the first time this man has made it to MVP, because I do not recall seeing his image here. But with the accuracy of 28.7% and 2.3 thousand damage, it's much deserved MVP here for Fies. ORV, do we think ORV is going to be able to make it to top 12?
Quite a tough one. So it's a really tough one to expect them to make it. Yeah, because, unfortunately for them, it has been quite the arduous journey throughout the whole of the league. And, sitting dead last, they not only need great matches, but they need more than 71 points to jump back into the top 12. So, great opportunity taken by ORV this time around, but 71 points on top of whatever Sem9 had to get Toda, no escape, and C even can get out there is a little bit of a long shot. But MVP team, Toda, it's good to see them back.
Good to be back for the boys. But the question is, are they going to be able to keep this going on to the next map, right? We've just had Alpine. This is the map that they've been struggling with. supposedly struggling. We don't know if they actually don't like this map or not. They seem pretty good at it, according to us. But we are going to return to Purgatory. This is something that everyone else would be much more familiar with. How are their general stats for Purgatory? Is it better than their previous Alpine stats?
If you're talking about Toda, they
Yes.
do way better on Purgatory as compared to Alpine. You're talking about 37 points versus 77 points. But although they do way better at Purgatory, there's one of the better teams at Purgatory. And that's exactly what we need to see from Toda. Not only them stepping up at Alpine, but also pushing their performance further when it comes to those Purgatory plays, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you with that. They need to push further with the gameplay, and this time, like, they might save up a little bit of strats for the grand finals, but they can pull out a little bit from their playbook so that they can survive and not like thrive. I would say not really just survive in there from that top 12 spot.
Yeah, just squeeze a little bit more out, just enough, and then you save the rest for the grand. It seems to be the storyline here for Todak so far. It's save it for the grand final. And I have really high expectations for this team now, but I know it's still a place to go. We'll see if they're able to keep this performance up, though. I am keen to see if they actually can really pop off on Purgatory, because it would be nice to see them pop off in 2 rounds back to back. But very quickly, let's take a look at some of the changes on our leaderboard. So Axis were able to overtake Geek Fam in their first game. Here, going to be very happy with that one. Anxiety also making a 1 point climb above SAF. Hard to get climbing 3 ranks, making their way to 10th place. Sem9 actually going back to 11th, and Todak making a 2 point climb to 12th place. Now this means Bloody Head and Icon, both teams with more games played than these 3 teams alone, were pushed down 3 positions. This is what I was talking about when it came to letting the groups sort themselves out. It's too hard to say right now who honestly deserves top 12. And if you're Bloody Head and Icon and you're getting pushed down 3 places after 1 game, you don't know what to expect for these next 2 games for these 3 teams. I mean, if anything, you're putting your tournament lives in their hands at this point.
And we're talking about hard to get Sem9 and Todak. I mean, these teams from previous competition, we've seen them perform so well. And like, even for the fans out there, they are even surprised, similar to what we felt about Todak, being pushed down in their bottom half of the leaderboard. And I think this is the waiting game already stopped, and they won to catch up in the points, take the lead against those who are trying to catch up as well. And well, a lot more games coming from this team and from this group.
I'm looking forward to seeing NC climb up a little bit more, though, because if there's anybody who has deserved the spot at the grand finals, when you look at the underdogs' performance, it has been nobody else apart from NC. 48 points picked up just today alone. This week, this first day of week 4 has been the best performance of NC so far.
For like the entire tournament as well. I mean, this has been a shocking turn of events for this team. If NC make it to top 12, I think that's going to be a miracle play in itself. I mean, so far, it seems like they're pushing an Orange Esports here, but so it's honestly very likely. We'll have to see, though, if NC can keep up this performance. But we are going to jump into our second game for Groups B versus C. I'm going to pass it over to AJ and Neptune, as we are going to drop into this game in 10 seconds. Gentlemen, take it away.
And thank you very much, Danny. Jumping in back to Purgatory. So for some of the teams, I mean, it's really feeling like Purgatory, whether like it's heaven or hell. And that top 12 is our marker of Purgatory right now. And those crossing over onto heaven will be stepping into the grand finals. And 3 teams showing up already for that 1 game. A lot more coming from them. And I'm really saddened on the performance that we've seen, as well as how it's coming up on the overall standing earlier for those who was able to get to the top 12 and pushed in there down at 13 and 14th.
Well, let's see exactly who's going to be pushing each other to the brink of annihilation with a hot drop here. SAF surely not one of them, as they take Moat House for themselves. ORV will find the open fields. Access Esports, as usual, they move on towards the edge of campsite. Brasilia's taken over by anxiety and hard to get. This is going to be a Filipino showdown that I don't want to see early on. But Farang versus AV Radicals. This is Farang taking the initiative to engage with AV Radicals very early on. But how smart of a move this is truly going to depend on RNG. It's going to depend on luck, on who finds the better guns, because both of these teams are very proficient at annihilating each other. Although Farang doesn't really show that on the overall leaderboard so far, in terms of combat capability and what we've seen from this competition and the past, there is a huge probability that Farang might be able to overcome this. But as I say, the jump ball goes down, Neptune.
Yeah, Wine right now still aggressive, but not so aggressive because it's early engagement coming from here. And I love the position being done by AV Radicals. They have one man standing by, actually two men standing by in there on the background. It's not 1-2, the 1-3 split already. It's now a 2-2. Now, there goes a one coming from, or taken down against AV Radicals, and it's now balanced on a 3-on-3. And AV Radicals right now, they need to back off a little bit, a chance for them to recover one of their teammates because they have that revive platform onto the side. Spade right now might be surprised by a Wine, but there goes the takedown by Jesbu from the right side.
Public service announcement. If anybody knows where to get some organic white corn, you should definitely make it part of your breakfast. It's such a sweet corn, I swear, man. I've never tasted corn as sweet as this. It's just raw, Neptune. I'm eating it raw, and it's sweeter than sugar. I kid you not, sir.
Well, sugar is something... It's starch turned to sugar, so isn't that like how sweet it is affects how much sugar you're taking in? I don't know. I don't know.
Sir. Because it's got fiber, and fiber helps you out. I mean, natural sugar is definitely better than whatever processed sugar that you've got. Unless if you are squeezing out all of the juices and then just consuming the juice of the white corn without the fiber, then you're in a little bit of a problem.
And problem might be into hard to get right now. Aris, the only one remaining with just this pillar as cover. But Rosso X just took the best of him. And Perrin will be going in and taking a loot in here. But hard to get. The deed has been done. 3 of the members will be coming back right now. Still not yet eliminated from this game.
I really like how Garena Free Fire constantly upgrades whatever that's available out there on the battlefield. And one of the recent upgrades were for the revival points themselves. We used to see them as just open squares where you can just drive your vehicle through and annihilate, run down any player who's trying to bring his team back. You can also take pot shots against them because that revival point is just so open. So putting the tower into each and every single revival point, hasn't been a great game changer so far, but I think in one of those previous matches, we saw a player kind of sustaining his life a little bit longer than expected, a little bit longer than usual. You don't have to waste some of your glue walls out there when you get caught out in a position like that, which is great, Neptune.
I would agree. I mean, a little bit of cover goes a long way. Even a tree from heated engagement might give you that survivability factor. And, well, that is a good update in here. A lot more. And I love how everything is being upgraded. Even with the visuals that we have, imagine having a glue wall with your team logo in there. I mean, that is one of the best that we're seeing. Apart from the gameplay that's being shown right now by Anxiety going against Sem9.
Initially, it was the purgatory dominance of Blacklist International, but AV Radicals has managed to equalize their dominance. Both of these teams hold on to 153 points so far through all of those matches played at Purgatory. The biggest question is still going to be who replaces them, because very close to both Blacklist as well as AV Radicals comes Expand, as well as the one and only Pando EWG with 129 as well as 127 points to their name at Purgatory. So a lot of hot action out there to be anticipated, especially later on when we see Expand hop on back into the fray. For now, it's all going to be in the hands of Pando EWG to catch up with the domination of both Blacklist and the one and only AV at Purgatory.
really surprised me in this game. I mean, they've taken positioning as well as survivability to a different level. Almost 6 minutes in, and no team has been eliminated just yet. They played that revive so carefully and so well that they, even with one member, they cannot be caught off guard. Just in time, bringing back the rest of the team and then putting them into play. Now, this is one that we might see. It is NC going in against Sem9. Sem9 not looking at good, but this Fikri in here that we're looking at, and one good shot, one good rotation coming from Fikri right here might be the takedown of NC.
Oh, just behind the sofa. But Fikri doesn't manage to get away from Asta. Hasta la vista, he says, as Fikri snuffed out. But Sem9 survives. The rest of them just crossing a bridge. Not the London Bridge, but the Central Bridge as they get across. Getting away from the circle. Axis Esports in a similar situation, trying to avoid the circle. Right in front of them stands the players of Toda. This is a huge battle that's going to ensue in a couple of seconds. And it's all in the hands of Axis Esports, how they deal with the situation. Do they circle from the outside perimeter of the circle, tank the damage from the blue zone, or do they take a straightforward fight against Toda? Because they will be at a disadvantageous position looking at the high ground advantage that Toda has.
And regardless of where Axis Esports has, hopefully it is far, far away, and they need to take a lot of damage because Todak has a good elevation. Not only that, good visibility on left and right as well. So the flank of Axis Esports might be that far towards the water and crossing in the bridge to get back into that safe zone. But the battle continues right now. Hard to get going in for the fight against Anxiety, and with the danger zone, well, as we mentioned, AJ, it's not so much a challenge for the team. It just brings them to their toes, hide out a little bit, but no one, not so much, has been taken down of this danger zone.
Let's see who can manage to get away from this battle. As both teams fight on the very edge of it, Anxiety has managed to sneak out of the danger zone already. But I like what we were saying earlier on, man. This danger zone just poses no danger at all. So I highly doubt Artaget will get tickled by it if they hop on out. But they are going up against Anxiety, who are the kill leaders of this particular lobby. And that kind of adrenaline pumping through your veins will give you the extra advantage in a gunfight. But the game of numbers-wise, Artaget should be able to win this out. But look at Fear. No fear at all in his boy's heart. He rushes straight at Artaget.
There's question in there for the fear of a fear, but we'll have to see. There goes one down already. Ares being taken out, and Jay-Z right now just dancing all in and out from the compound. Will be slowed down a little bit, but still maintains position. The group that they have, like the position that they have, they don't want to lose sight of one of the members. And this is one good play that can be done by Hard to Get. But the good God Toby right now for the far side, just in case a push will be done in here against Anxiety, that was a good possibility for him as well. Go in for that surprise hit. Fear, on the other hand, has been stuck in here beneath this team of Hard to Get, or above, and we'll have to see how well can they play this out. One above, one below, and the rest of the teams just lurking around.
Orange Esports dead last right now in the overall leaderboard, and they get taken out dead last in this current matchup as well. AV Radicals follow suit as SAF snuffs them out. We missed that big battle. I'm mad about that, but it's all right. Anxiety taking on Hard to Get, and it looks like a couple of seconds away before Hard to Get gets fully annihilated. Fear had no fear as he struck down the players of Hard to Get one after the other. But now Batman, the vigilante himself that runs towards danger, runs away from them.
No way, he needs to go and run into that revive platform. Battle continues right now on the other side. ORV being taken down by this team of EWG, Pando EWG. But I think we've seen the last of Hard to Get. They have eliminated 9 left in this game. And ORV right now, only one frag and Jasly taken out. They needed to get a better position against this team of Pando EWG. Otherwise, they might be caught off guard and surprised as the safe zone closes later on.
EWG shutting down one player after another. ORV. Pando EWG has got the perimeter secured, but Toda, slowly but surely, they make their way towards the compound of Eastern Wolves Gang. Are they going to be the third party that takes away the lives of EWG before ORV can even get a chance? It looks like that's exactly what's going to happen here. High ground advantage. Toda holding on to it. Jay-Z is getting tagged up already. NC can be the distraction that Pando EWG desperately needs out here to pull away the attention of Toda. But it doesn't look like Toda's looking down. Toda is looking for Pando EWG. ORV gets the knock. No securing. Coming through for the kill point just yet. Can it be stolen away from Toda? They don't make a move just yet here, Neptune. A tense moment as Pando EWG needs to get away as quickly as they can.
Once again of ORV as well as Pando EWG. Todak right now with Spark, a surprise hit from afar. And Tua's right here might be taken down. Backup is coming as... Oh no, that is not backup. That is the enemy ORV stepping in onto that maze. But Todak just pushed them away. Good grenade coming in from ORV Jans. And Pedro will be able to survive that. One down already for the team of Todak. But still, they maintain their composure. Not really too aggressive. They don't want to risk any more of their teammates.
ORV, 3 players, Jan pretending to be a bush. But Pedro doesn't fall for that. Grenade launcher eats him up. And it's a bushfire, all right. One more player on the side of ORV. Fires on the right-hand side flank. But they do have a little bit of backup on the left as well. But Fires is stuck all alone now. Jan from the back. Jan down on the ground. Shots out as well. Fires has no backup whatsoever. But he holds his ground. Fires, biggest question is going to be, can he get out of this sticky situation? Pedro bleeding out. Fires goes in for the finisher. Pedro disappears. But that's all that's needed here. Chill sees Fires. But Faiz isn't able to strike him down just yet. Chill appears out of nowhere. Toda. Just when I thought that they were going to be the ultimate eliminators, it looks like NC might just take Toda's spot in terms of being the third party. Now they are spread out over all out the ground, with most of their players already holding on to the next circle here, Neptune. But ORV and Toda, don't you think they're spending way too much of time with this fight?
Yeah, I mean, they want to take out a team. ORV wants to get as much point as possible in this game. Chill right now, not chilling, trying to get away. It's a 1v2 situation, and dance is still on, and the music is not stopping, but Todax will be eliminated at this point, and this one we talk about when it comes to luck. I mean, they are unlucky for RNG to go against them, being stuck outside a blue zone, and with a battle that they can take and backstab two teams because of the placement that they have on the safe zone, they weren't able to put that into play.
I like what Garena has done with the revival points. I love what they've done with some of these buy points. And now instead of just having them inside of buildings, it's just out in the random open ground, Neptune. So anybody can revive their players on the way in. Since those revival points have been beefed up, since you now have got some of these purchase points available in the open grounds as well, you don't have to rush into defensive compounds that might already be held by some of the other teams. So if you look at the overall survivability gameplay for a lot of these squads out there, Garena's just giving them more and more chances to survive.
Quicker compared to the previous revive platform that we have, and though you're out and open, you're still in a risk of being gunned down, but at least it's faster in there. We'll have to see if it's faster elimination by Axis Esports. So far, 2 only from this team, and I think it's because they're out on open ground, not so much of a cover that they can put out compared to the previous competition and games that they played.
Parang, left hand flank. Anxiety going to be in a lot of trouble as they deal with a lot of pressure now. Riptide Rhythm goes in to take down one glue wall. Doesn't manage to get that done. Jesbu says, no problem, sir. I have got a souped up gun to get the job done. But from the back, Farang will manage to sneak away 2 annihilations. Anxiety with their final player outside of the circle. Sem9 takes on Axis Esports. A lot of pressure as SAF gets eliminated by Farang from afar. Farang's just taking whatever they can get. And now Axis, finally, the fight against Sem9 ensues. Man04 down on the ground. All thanks to Vegeta as well as Miss Max 7. And Sem9 snuffed out in the 4th spot.
Quickly, Sem9 has been taken out, this time going against Farang. It's a 4v4 situation. Axis Esports and Farang out in the open. But who is waiting on the other side? It's yet a different team. Now, we'll have to see if we'll be able to get this. And there goes NC, a team who has been performing well for today. Survivability at its finest for this team right now. Possibility for a 3rd, 2nd, or probably a booyah.
And this is exactly what I'm so in love with, man. I think I've become a supporter of NC just because of today. What a play. What a step up in terms of what they used to be in the past. But taking on Team Farang as well as Axis Esports, NC just needs to play the game of patience. They cannot get involved in a gunfight just yet. They've got the circle. They've got the advantage. They do not need to get aggressive. Axis Esports slowly making their way towards the circle as well. Farang trying to shut them down from afar. Bad move by Farang because the circle's going to pressure them in a couple of seconds. They're going to get tagged up. They're going to be dropping HP. And NC, already tickled by their shots, will be able to fire right back. As I say that, Yazid does exactly that. Grows her shots coming through back to back. Goes in for the Supreme lie down here as a player who's an absolute gangster out there on the battlefield. Nafis drops down Vegeta. Vegeta trying to close down all of the gap here. The players of NC have split up into two different teams now, and they're taking on both groups at the same time.
A smart move coming in from NC right now, focusing on both the side. Farang eliminated here just with a God Nade, and they can focus for yet a different team. Axe right now trying to rush in onto the defense being done by NC. One has been taken out, but next one being tagged up as well, and it's really weird calling out my name.
Neptune now, solo, taking the fight up against three players. They need to focus on taking Neptune out of the equation. But Nafis alone, Nafis alone snuffs out two players. Axis Esports about to go down. NC secures a huge booyah as they try to make it into the top 12. What a play, NC. I'm a fan officially.
NC right now, I mean, they were under the sea. This time they are popping off. Starting from the head, they are showing that they can take the points, even the booyah in this game. And I'm really excited to how much point they can get from the 16 earlier on with this booyah. I mean, I don't know who else. And this might be a different team apart from Todak, who had been hiding strats and just fooling us off.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, whoever who's managing NC, they better give these boys a bonus because they are working overtime. Clearly, they've put in the work before even stepping into day number 7 here, and all of that strategy building, all of those rotations that they've been working on, playing the game of survival has bore fruits for the team. I mean, we're talking about 48 points from NC before round number 5. That in itself is impressive. And NC picking up a booyah on top of that in game number 5. I mean, talk about a breakout day for the team that was sitting down here dead last. And now they are right back in it. I mean, potentially now you are looking at NC making it into the top 12. But that is only providing they can perform like this in the remaining matches all the way into tomorrow.
I can't believe they've done it. I really cannot believe NC have done it. They look like a completely different team with how they play as well. They fixed one of their major issues, which was actually making it to the final zone.
Yep.
And thus far, they've been able to make it to every final zone today. I think, maybe they scuffed one around, but who cares? They've done fantastic in the rest of the matches for today. And they still have, I think they've got one more game to go as well, or 2 more games.
And Xpan can thank whichever team that snuffed out AV Radical super prematurely. I totally missed exactly how that engagement happened out there on the battlefield. I would have been a little excited to see that. But, you know, regardless of whatever, Xpan is going to be shaking the hands of those invisible superheroes because they've kept AV Radicals from running away with the points here, Neptune. But on that note, I just realized we both matchy, Neptune. I like that.
I mean, you were better. I'm just like a little bit in the copying side, but I have eyes all over my. Look like I have eyes all over my shirt right now. So I have my eyes on you.
It's a good print. I like the print. I want to know exactly where you got the shirt from, brother. I want to buy it too.
I don't know what they are. They look like the little candies we have in Australia. But anyways, candies aside, nice looking shirt. I mean, we all match. We've all got patterned shirts to some degree. Maybe you two are a little bit more fashionable than me, but that's okay. I don't mind being the odd one out today. Because you know who else is the odd one out? NC. NC, it's just, I don't know what's happened. It's like, I think for the past 3 weeks, they must have been playing with their feet, or they've been handicapping themselves physically playing the league stage. And then they decided, we're going to pull off a Rock Lee. We're going to take off the handicap. We're going to actually play properly for this final week. And so far, they've been able to prove it. But I want to know how many points they need to actually make it to top 12 now, because they've racked up a lot of points today alone.
They have. We have to wait to see exactly how many points they've picked up from this round alone. But they're not too far away from that, right? I think the last time we checked out NC, they had 217 points. And in the 12th spot, you see Toda with 263. So you're talking about roughly 40 odd points that they need to pick up, more than teams like No Escape, Icon, Bloodyhead, as well as Toda. I think when you look at No Escape and Icon, the probability is definitely higher. But against Bloodyhead and Toda, that's exactly where things get a little bit difficult. Because although Bloodyhead are not the greatest team, they are inconsistent, but they sometimes do manage to pop off as well. And you're talking about Toda. You know, the probability that Toda's not going to be making it into the grand finals is super slim. And even if Toda's not the team that they have to fight against, you got to look at who's sitting above Toda. You've got Sem9, you've got Hard to Get, you've got SAF Anxiety. It's going to be a very tough problem for NC Esports to overcome. But I'm very sure, I'm like 80% sure they were promised a huge bonus if they can squeeze themselves into the grand finals. I mean, money's a big incentive for some people. And, you know, NC Esports, they deserve this, right? They picked up the team, very, Freedom Cheese towards the, I think, second week? And that was a big move from them, because Freedom Cheese wasn't really the best team in the overall league itself.
True.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure some tough conversations happened in the background.
Yeah, whatever happened, I think a couple of other teams might need that exact same lecture, you know, or the same incentive. Oh my goodness! But NC. I mean, this is the team I'm looking out for today. They're absolutely going off. If they stop after this game, I would be so disappointed, because they've gotten my hopes up. They're making me think they're actually going to make it to that grand final. So we'll have to see if their performance is going to be able to make it. So let's take a look at our MVPs for today's rounds. As we do take a look at the overall standings, pretty standard in terms of the overall stats. Nothing really out of the ordinary here. Same amount of knocks, same rivals. Not many rescues, actually. I think this one's a bit of a surprise. Like, only 12 rescues. This is really low. Everyone must have been so busy fighting.
I think it's because of less engagement earlier on, and once you go in for the engagement and like complete elimination in there, so thus less rescue that happened.
Yeah. Here's our MVP for this round. It's going to be Nafis on the side of NC with 6 kills to his name, 1,500 damage to his name, and accuracy of 26.7. Do we know who on NC is really popping off, or is it just a collective team thing? Because to me, it seems like it's just NC. We can't really point at one person and say, like, this is why NC is going off today.
Yeah, I think Ryu is quite the fantastic player on their side as well. And you've got their fragger Yazid, who is pretty dominant. We've seen Asta step up a couple of times, but you don't really see them popping off all that too many times, because even though NC does pretty decently at times, it's not with massive number of kills. So this is just one of those rare moments where Nafis has gotten this. And, it's good on them, right? Hopefully they can bring out the consistency with a little bit more confidence on their side as well. But Farang picking up team MVP, this team's finally waking up. I mean, better late than never, and they're getting it done.
But is it going to be enough to chase down Black? Right? Because I think for them, basically, it's just a race and whether or not they're able to overtake them right before the end of the league stage. Because Farang will qualify for grand finals, right? Like, they already know that they're guaranteed. So it's just them chasing Blacklist. Can they do it? I think it's possible, to be honest, because Blacklist, to be fair as well, okay, Farang have been one of the reasons why Blacklist had 2 terrible games today.
Yeah.
But if you eliminate Farang from the equation and just have Blacklist going up against Group C, do they normally do okay against this grouping?
No, ma'am. I think it's going to be tough. They don't get to catch up with Blacklist. And on top of that, this is Farang's last match. In fact, for the whole of Group B, this is going to be the last game possible. We do have one more, right? One more for them at Alpine before they just do manage to run away. But if they can pop off once again, then maybe it's possible.
Yeah. But it's a big ask though, because we don't normally see Farang just go off. I hate to be the bad guy. It's just that they haven't had enough consistency for us to confidently say, like, okay, this is the team you have to watch out for. I'm still a little bit iffy with Farang, but I'm hoping that they can prove me wrong for this next game because they do need those points if they want to take over Blacklist. But anyways, here's our current standings for the round. I'm super keen to see the overall standings to see what's happening at that lower end of the bracket, where NC is, what the gap is, who has their tournament life on the line. I think that's really where the action is. And I think if there's a team that you have to really be worried about, it's the ones towards the bottom down here. R&D Sports, hard to get. These guys only got 2 and 3 points for the round. Sam 9 only got 8. Let's take a look down towards that bottom end of the bracket. So Sam 9 are able to make a 1-point climb here with 274 points. So hard to get, unfortunately. They did drop down 1. NC were able to take over No Escape Revolt and are now about 20 points away from catching up to Icon and Bloodyhead, and then a little bit more if they want to catch up to Todak. Unfortunately, I think this is the last game of the day for NC, so them making top 12, probably not likely, but tomorrow, if NC can keep this going, I actually think that they might be able to snatch a spot away from some of these other teams.
Looking forward to this team of NC because like the first few games, I'm expecting this is just them popping off because they have not lose. This time they're gaining a little bit of something to win, and hopefully that doesn't throw off the game or leave them out from that psyche wherein they have no fear. They can challenge at a team and win that fight.
Yeah. All right, so we've got one more game to go for this grouping before we go for our break, and we switch on over to A versus C. Gentlemen, are there any teams that are struggling in this grouping so far that you are expecting to perform better?
I don't want to talk about the strugglers. I would just want to talk about NC all the way. Can NC get this done? They have to. It is their final opportunity. It is their final matchup now. And I feel like, the probability of them getting this job done, picking up 20 points to catch up with Icon, might just be possible. I don't know exactly. Okay, there you go. I'm back. Hi.
I thought you were maybe just giving a lecture to some teams. They're like, you guys, you got to play better. Okay, that aside, we do have the giveaway code for today on the screen. If you haven't already claimed it, do claim it now. It will expire at the end of today, and everyone can claim this. There is no limit to the code, but it is time limited. Okay, it's not quantity limited. Yeah. Anyone can claim it as long as it's still valid. So make sure you claim it before the end of the stream. And if you do want to share it, do share it with your friends, your family, your squad mates, everybody that plays Free Fire, because everybody can claim the code. There are no prerequisites to claiming it, aside from just putting the code into the redemption site. Easy as 1, 2, 3. All right, we're going to jump into our final map here. It's match number 6 for B versus C. And it's also the final match for teams in Group B before they have to sit down and wait for tomorrow's matches. So far, we've been raving about NC because this team came out of nowhere with literally nothing to lose but everything to win. Are they going to be able to do it again? I'm scared the pixie dust is wearing off, guys.
Hopefully not, Nep.
No.
Yeah. I mean, it would depend as well, because once we go into Alpine, we've seen, well, great wins coming from AV Radicals, but great losses as well. So that would depend on how this team will be popping off this time. Opportunity to take the lead against Expand, as they have been sitting this one out, and also get those points. But if NC will be doing the same thing, survivability, and then killing some of the teams, probably AV Radicals, it would be part of that plan, then they might be able to take another booyah.
I mean, NC currently is the team that has picked up the most number of points in the day, officially now, 70 points. And they lead teams like Expand as well as AV Radicals, who are with 64 and 69 points. I mean, how rare is that? And where has NC been hiding all of these strats? I mean, whoever had that conversation with them better have a lot more of those conversations, because they clearly work. These boys clearly need to be, woken up sometimes as they fall asleep out there on the battlefield. But I'm looking towards them to kind of really step it up, right? Because in game number 2 or 3, we saw a little bit of dip in performance from NC, and we cannot accept a performance like that anymore. We cannot accept a dip like that, because they don't have any more opportunities to let the ball drop. They have to pick up each and every single one of those balls and score those 3-pointers no matter what, Neptune.
And this is the last chance for them. And, well, I don't know. If this is part of the plan, this is a longer route. It is a very difficult route for them. And if this is something that, there's something, an external factor that motivate them, hopefully they can remember that feeling. Because even without the motivation, if you can remember and put that into mind, I don't know why I keep saying this, because some of the teams has been doing that well. They're doing well when a lot of things is on the line, and they cannot do that when we're starting off a competition like the league stages. And if you can just put your mindset to that level already at the start of the game, then you'll be popping off pretty much against Expand and AV Radicals probably.
Yeah. And I'm kind of wondering, what's been the formula so far for NC? Because whatever they're doing today seems to be working. Are they doing something in particular that's different? Is it a case of them maybe just dropping on the opposite side of the map from some of the more aggressive teams, right? Because you know when you see the map, you see the blue zone, that's where AV Radicals is. We're going to drop on the opposite side of the map. We're going to be as far away from this team, because here's the thing. I kind of have a theory now. My cat's sort of screaming in my ear. He has the exact same theory. It almost seems like they're doing the absolute most that they can to dodge the aggressive teams, right? We haven't seen NC really run into some of the more aggressive, very kill-centric teams compared to some of the other squads. What's sort of happening here? Is it maybe them just being able to figure out, okay, we have a general idea of where AV Radicals likes to be, where Expand likes to be, and I think you'd even include Farang into the equation as well, because that team does tend to look for kills. So we avoid the major killers, and we're going to play a much more passive game, because we don't really see NC being the aggressors. I think the only time we saw them do that was when they encountered Geek Fam, which is another team that generally doesn't look for kills as well.
I really can't say if or not it is them avoiding big teams, because it's very difficult.
It's hard.
You can avoid them with the drop, but after the drop, it's just RNG. You don't know who you're going to meet out there on the battlefield. But NC, where they have truly progressed in the competition overall, is with their decision making. When do we move out of this compound? When do we engage? Do we actually stick with this fight or not? Do we kind of focus on the game of survival as well as revival? Those decisions have been the greatest game changer. But it is not just their survival gameplay that has been different, because not only have they picked up more survival points as opposed to all of the other weeks, they've also picked up more kills as opposed to all of the other weeks. I don't know what sort of work these boys put into the prep for the final week, but that prep was the right prep, because they are performing on both the fronts that are so important, surviving and annihilating.
It could be maybe some military training, right, Neptune?
I don't know, man. For me, it's more because everything is already on video, and what they can do is just understand the team's rotation and the teams, as well as any safe passages that they can take within each map. And it brings me back to the usual, the previous gameplay of Axis Esports. Not so much an aggressive. They are more of a passive, and then they wait for some teams to be caught off guard. Even on third party, they can do it within a compound or within safe covers, and they can also go in for approach and vulturing those teams. So that was one thing that NC might have been doing.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. I'm going to tap on out of here. AJ and Neptune, take it away for our final game for B versus C.
Thank you very much, Danley. As we hop on into this matchup this time around, Farang's not going to be hot dropping anyone, and that's most probably because Blacklist International is not in the match. I don't know what sort of a grudge they have against them, but NC, I don't like what I see.
Yeah, it's a little spread too thin. Not quite sure what the plan is. Probably a miscom, or I don't know. But probably it's because we've seen them perform already. They want to throw us off once again, or probably want to disappoint Danny in the background. I don't know what they're thinking. A lot of, I think there's a couple of hot drops happening as well. Axis and AV Radicals and another team in there somewhere in the background. But this time, it is AV Radicals who is spread in, but in a good position. position. One in lower ground, one on higher ground, and the rest will just be getting all the loots they need to gatekeep Axis Esports at this point. But this is gameplay in the compound, and Axis Esports know this by heart. They might take a day's advantage against AV Radicals.
Let's see if or not Axis can use this against them. Ritu's down on the ground thanks to Raf and his AC-80. AV Radicals not having a great day, man. Last week was a little bit of subpar performance coming through from the AV Radicals squad. And now to be eliminated a couple of times within week number 4, very early on in the competition in itself, has to hurt the players of AV Radicals. I don't know what's happening to this team and whether or not they've kind of like let go of a little bit of the pressure that they can bring up there on the battlefield. But it's not good at all for their prep towards the grand finals, because we've talked about this before, Neptune, how this team starts off well at the league, does phenomenally well at the league, and then just absolutely fizzles out. In fact, bombs out at the grand finals. I hope that this is not the start to that bombing out phase.
I don't know what energy they are getting in the start of the game, but I think it's fading off at this time. But compared to NC right now, imagine Nafis going in for that hit, that strike against not only one, but 2 members of Orange Esports. One will be spotted in there on the other side as well. Dikos will just be waiting. Asta also waiting for that, I think a signal. And anyone going against Nafis right now. And good opportunity for them. Ryo, on the other hand, a little bit too far. Again, still don't know the plan in here by NC.
Yeah, Nafis doesn't have much to worry about. In fact, he's got a lot to be happy and proud of. 2 players of Farang taken out of the equation already. Within his hands, he controls a lot of pressure that he can play against some of the other teams. And Anxiety, on the other hand, long-range engagement, knocks a player down. I don't know if or not Fury has taken the kill just yet, or they've got another one on the border here. No, I think they've taken that kill, and that's the one Fury got. But overall, all right performance, I guess, from Anxiety. I mean, they have worked their way up and currently sit down at the 7th placement overall, just behind Pando EWG. And there's not a lot of points behind Pando and them, right? In fact, if Anxiety can do really well this time, maybe get into that final circle with a decent number of kills, around 10 or 11 to their side, they can jump up from the 7th place to the 5th spot, which is quite insane if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time that we've seen Anxiety do a great job in terms of maps, but a lot of teams has been doing that same thing. And like, if one moves up and the rest are moving up as well, it's really very difficult to catch up, even if you're feeling that you're doing great already. So Anxiety needs to bring it like double level, double time at this point. This is the last week that they have for the league stage if they want to put that before jumping into grand finals. But Anxiety, with Saf in here to get with them, though Saf not so much of a showing compared to Anxiety, but AV Radicals, Expand, and the Axis Esports, especially for this for some of the groups that they're in against, they're like it's making it difficult for Anxiety to make that great move up onto the leaderboard.
Yeah, but Farang, bro, what's happening to them? And it looks like Farang goes down as well. NC snuffs him out. Farang, I don't think they have got a lot of players left out there on the battlefield. NC, your current kill leaders, as Raf gets snuffed out by the one and only player on the side of Sem9, I believe. A little bit too far. And this team taking on 2 groups at the same time. Axis Esports going ham against the players of H2G. Sem9 interfering. H2G now can either disengage or continue this fight. Instead of them, it is Axis Esports that says enough is enough. And they back away slowly, leaving H2G to deal with Sem9. I like this from Axis.
Yeah, Axis Esports right now going back to their usual ways, wherein they just wait for the gunfight in the compound, and then once everything is over, possibility for them to steal the kill that has been done by all of these teams who have been losing resources and lives as well. But Sem9 and H2G, it's looking towards H2G right now with the high ground. Not only that, Batman as well from above might not be caught off guard in there by Axis Esports because they have good visuals, and this is what happened once you get a read of the situation. They only don't have one enemy in front, you also have one of Axis Esports from the side.
What can they pull out of this situation? as Axis Esports disengages. Sem9 backs away. Hard to get control this compound. Farang is right back in the mix. Interesting stuff, Farang. I like that. Playing the game of survival and revival to perfection. AB Radicals, on the other hand, finding a couple of slays. Toda finds the players of NC. Hopefully, the run of dominance from NC doesn't end prematurely here on the final round available to them. They need to pick up as many as possible to keep their hopes and dreams of that grand finals alive for themselves.
I think the pause against H2G as well as Axis Esports has been continued. Sem9 backed off from this engagement. They have the lower ground, not so much of positioning against hard to get, and well, they're hard to get anyway, so you won't be able to get that much, especially on lower ground. But Axis Esports, great opportunity earlier, but not taken because of what Batman did in terms of scouting. He was in there in the rooftop, was able to see the movement of Axis Esports as well, and no one was caught off guard. Now, AV Radicals, Red who's in there for the hit against a blue of Pando EWG, and Red who's right now might have an opportunity to go against Monito. The rest of the teams, Ramiel not popping off with a sniper just yet.
Ramiel's playing this patient. Thanamo down on the ground. They need to back up and save the brother first. Eastern Wolves gang. A couple of their players just got revived here thanks to one player who's outside of the circle. Uses that revival platform that AV Radicals wanted to gatekeep a little bit earlier on. Doesn't get that. Farang full squad engaging with Toda, who have a defensive compound. Farang spread out in the open. This can be the death of Team Farang. 0 kills so far. I don't know exactly what happened to this team who used to be so dominant in the competition. But that being said, it's not like they're not dominating the overall leaderboard. Currently in the 4th spot, even with their downward performance, they still are sitting down quite high on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one thing when you're just aiming for a specific number in the top spot, like top 12 right now. You can do well so that you can get more into terms of the prize pool. And once you've seen who you're going against, for this case, it's AV Radicals and Expand, and how far it is between these two teams, like you don't really need to do that much because you can position yourself just below them later on. Since there are no challenge of Blacklist International at this point, they can just take it easy and get a few kills one at a time later into this game. So Fire right now still has a good standing and not so much pressure coming from this game.
Not a lot of pressure at all. But with the way things are turning out here, Anxiety might see a little bit of that pressure being played against Asta, who has the Mac-10 or the perfect CQC weapon. But Kanoho says, no thank you. Repositions. Asta repositions as well, but straight into the hands of Fear. The timing is terrible. Asta runs out. Fear catches him. Mac-10, Fura, 2 Mac-7s going up against 1 Mac-10. Asta gets away. Ooh, and the angle could have been played a little better there. But unfortunately for him, time catches up. He gets snuffed out. Yazid doesn't go in for the backup. Instead, backs away to play the game of survival. Hopefully, there's a little bit of revival mixed in as well.
Continuing on. Axis Esports and hard to get right now. 1 down already for Axis Esports. The pickup has been done by hard to get, and there goes Aris popping off against myself. Neptune has been taken out, eliminating from this game. It's a 3v4 situation, and hard to get right now. Really playing hard to get. Not easy for them to be taken out at this point, even with a compound of capacity of Axis Esports. Good grenade coming from JZ, and JZ right now in here, moving in from the behind, and there goes the takedown against Raph.
Fantastic in terms of approach. Hard to get now. Slowly but surely will continue to climb up on the overall leaderboard. Hard to get. So close to being eliminated from the top 12. And earlier on they had no say, but now they do. As they continue pushing on forth, they are on the very edge of this circle. Farang tries to put an end to them, but instead gets distracted by the players of Toda that they want to gatekeep instead. Anxiety face the wrath of AV Radicals. who are on a downward slump, but maybe they can use their brothers from the Philippines to climb right back up. And Ramiel down on the ground. Kanoho gets caught out. Rejuice, what an engagement. Just sneaks in behind the glue wall, puts him down onto the ground. And Anxiety now. 2 players left here, Neptune.
Yeah, 2 players left for Anxiety. Fury right now, not so much of a Fury being felt from him, and God Toby as well. The battle continues from the lower right corner as well for a different team. Ritus will be taken down in there. God Toby with that shotgun, and Wine takes down in there. And on the other side, Farang goes in for the elimination against Todak. Anxiety eliminated as well. Farang right now, full man squad, and I think for AB Radicals at this point, I think that is a full squad, if not 3.
Farang. Circle chasing them, but they've got the speed to get into the next compound. Orange Esports, oh my lord. The struggle continues, Neptune. They are dead last. They cannot afford to get snuffed out this early. What's happening to this organization? I am just so confused. It's not like they picked up a brand new roster of, amateur players. These are top players on the side of Orange Esports who just can't seem to find their footing against some of even the weaker teams.
Even if the plan in there of Orange Esports is survivability. If you want to play survivability, then you need to make good of position. And position has been taken by a lot of teams already. Even with those going in for the early engagement, mid-engagement, out in the open, position-wise, they know the environment. Orange Esports, on the other hand, they are trying to go and take those positions, but they have been beat to it. The quickness, the speed is what they need and to work on this. And as you can see, it's a good thing that we're showing the map right now. If you cut that into 4, all you can do is just get that a little bit of area in the middle, get that position, and then 50% you will be able to get inside the next the next circle, and then get a chance as well to go in and position yourself on a higher ground.
Can't help but agree, man. I mean, all of these teams, they just need to focus on their positioning, especially when it comes to the final circle gameplay. Hard to get. They've got 1 vehicle in the hands of JZ. They want to reposition, but I hope and pray they do not get distracted by ORV, because that's the last thing they need. They need to look for the circle first. Circle's moving in already. ORV's running out of time, and soon Hard to Get will run out of time as well. Hard to Get stops their vehicle outside of the circle to walk inside. Ay caramba, I have no idea exactly what's going through their minds.
Well, a lot of teams are already in here. They want to be careful. Saf not really popping off at this point. We didn't see that much in terms of kill feed coming from them. Sem9 as well, only a 1 coming from them. And here comes a push against Saf. We'll have to see who will win this. Hawkeye right now in the deeper end. But as we continue on, this is the engagement that Hard to Get doesn't want to happen. They don't want to push that because it is only a few compounds and so much open ground in the area.
AB Radicals looking for the booyah once again. They are the kill leaders of this lobby. Sem9, 1 by 1, they get snuffed out, and it looks like Sem9's not going to be making out of this position. No, yes, they do. 1 guy outside the circle. Bye-bye, Fikri. He's not going to get picked up anymore. And now SAF, they come through. They want to flush out the players of Sem9. It's Hard to Get eliminated because of their bad decision-making for this circle. Stopping the vehicle outside of the circle, being tagged up by the blue zone, and then snuffed out by some of these other players. But SAF, they disengage. They force the players of Sem9 to use all of their lethals. Grenade after grenade was tossed at the players of SAF. All of them wasted, and now SAF, they respawn. Ice grenades on for the flurry. They force the players of Sem9 out of their positions first. Yado behind now Hawkeye. Lemon gets tagged up. Very little HP left. That ice grenade is going to eat him up as Raja goes down as well. SAF making quick work of the players of Sem9, and it looks like Sem9 has got no response for them whatsoever, and all they can do is just wait to get snuffed out one after the other. Man04 saves the day. Charge Buster for the win. Can Hawkeye get this? Because Man04 alone has managed to drop 2 of those players. Yadop and Hawkeye, they circle around, but from afar, Farang wants to jump in as well, Neptune.
Now going for the push. Nade against Hawkeye. Taking one down. Pickup might be possible, but the blue zone will be moving in. There goes Hawkeye out in the picture. And we are seeing Yado trying to go in for survivability. The battle's happening as well from the other side. We're left with 4 teams. ORB taken down in there by Farang and Sap as well. We're now left 2 teams. It's Farang and AV Radicals. Senamo's already down. It's 1 right now. Going for the dance against 3, but no. Farang takes a booyah.
Oh, it's been such a long time since we've seen Farang pick up a booyah for themselves. This team finally managing to step up once again after weeks of pretty much flat performance in comparison to what they usually can get done out there on the battlefield. But good on them for making their way back to make sure a team like Axis will have little to no hope of catching up, as well as to make sure they're right back in it to focus on their dominance against Blacklist International. I think that rivalry is finally born in the competition. Farang versus Blacklist International. Who's going to be able to get up to the top before we wrap up the league stage? We will have to wait for tomorrow to find out. Later on, Blacklist International jumps back into the fray, but Farang, this is their final matchup, Neptune.
Chance for Farang right now to go in and take the points. No distraction by Blacklist International at this game. And I really love the gameplay of patience that they did in there. And I was quite surprised of SAF going in, gunning in slowly in that gunfight. This is not the usual SAF that they have. Usually when you have a team in the compound and SAF is waiting from the outside, grenades will be thrown, grenade launcher will be used, and quick elimination will be done. But the time spent in there and the lives lost as well just gave it 2 members in there who can be waited on by other teams, and that is by Farang.
Danley, your thoughts on Farang making their little bit of a comeback here?
I'm just glad this team isn't a one-hit wonder. Like, they just have a good week and then that's basically it. I mean, again, the team's already guaranteed top 12, so they're not really hard-pressed to have to overperform, but it is good to see that they're still kicking in the competition. So I'm happy to see it. If Husky was here, he'd be happy to see it as well. But good thing he's not here. Otherwise, I think the team would be in dire straits. So good job for him. But it's going to be sad, though. We're not going to see them anymore today. They've done for today, but they will have some more games tomorrow. And it's going to be on a different map as well. It's Bermuda and Kalahari. So I think for today, like, if you're Farang, are you okay with your performance today? Do you feel like they could have gotten more points, or...
I mean, they played 5 games. 3 games out of 5, they bombed out. And in those 3 games, they only picked up 4 points, and they had 2 massive rounds. Purgatory, they picked up 18. And in this game that just ended, we don't know exactly how many of those points they picked up for themselves. But, Booyah, decent number of kills. They clearly outperformed the rest of their, games in here. But it's not the usual Farang, where you see 5 matches available. All 5 matches, they really blow the other teams out of the park. And it just isn't that sort of a Farang in here. But pretty much, we didn't want to see a one-sided dominance from the teams out there. And I'm glad to see Farang step up to the plate, not allow AV Radicals to go back to their winning ways just yet. Because once you allow that team to kind of ramp up their gameplay, it's going to be over for the rest of the teams, right? Because they'll just eat up all of the available kill points out there on the battlefield. But, the focus has to go back to expand now. Once they jump back for the final 2 matches, do they continue to dominate? Can they catch up with AV Radicals once again and end day number 7 on the number 1 spot, Neptune?
It's not so much points in there, but we'll have to see how will be how many will be gathered in here by AV Radicals in that previous matchup. But in terms of the matches, Expand can do so much to average, I would say 20 to 23 points per match with 2 maps happening right now. Great chance for them to overtake AV Radicals by the end of this day.
Yeah, I think it's definitely doable, but it also comes down to whether or not Expand are going to be able to pop off for these last 2 games as well, right? If it's just an average single-digit point per round, I think that's when you're probably thinking, oh yeah, we're probably not going to get that top one. So if you're Expand, you're looking to grab those points. But generally speaking, because we are going to go into this matchup very soon, how well does Expand normally do in an A versus C matchup? Like, do we see them tend to struggle? Do they prefer playing against Group B? Like, what do you feel like is going to be the consensus for Expand here?
Yeah, I personally feel like they love playing against Group C because that's where they pick up massive number of points for themselves. Group B, Group A has quite a number of dominators. They can't do anything about Group A since they are in the exact same group. But against Group B, where you see dominators like AV Radicals, Farang, Pando, EWG jumping into the fray, Anxiety sometimes, kind of messing up some of the gameplay. They're going to be very happy to not deal with Group B for a little bit and just focus purely on Group C. And if you look at Group C, you have quite a number of teams kind of like rising up and showing up a little bit, but there's just no sort of consistency at all coming through from Group C in here today, which is going to be an overall problem for them.
So if anything, Expand are kind of banking on the fact that they explode for these last two games. But we're going to take a look at the stats here before we go for a quick break, because we've just finished up our second round of matches. We're going to give the players some time to, if they need to, go to the toilet, to regroup. If you're Group B, basically, I think you'll start looking into scrimming or maybe even PMing some of the teams and saying like, hey, can we organize a practice match tonight? Because if there's a time to practice, it's tonight. This is your last chance to get that practice in because you are still in the league. But let's take a look at our MVP for the round. He's going to pop up in just a second. It's going to be Jumbal on the side of Farang. He's picking up 7 kills to his name for that round, 2,240 damage and 20.9% for his accuracy. But I mean, Farang, they crushed that game. So it's to be expected that one of Farang's players is going to be here. But Jumbal, this guy he's not trigger happy. That's something that I like about Jumbal. He's very calculative. He does choose his shots. Someone might be thinking like, oh, but it's only 20% accuracy. So what? He got 7 kills, bro. You don't laugh at 7 kills in a round because you're sharing it with your teammates as well. So Jumbal being a total boss here, ending the day for his team with the MVP round. And we are going to take a look at the MVP team. Is it going to be Farang? Yes, it is. 12 kills for their name for this round, 6,000 damage, 7 assists, and 24. And I think this is just a really good way of ending the day. 24 points, you're on a high, you've won, go to sleep at night, and have no issue. Because let's be real, guys, if you go to bed and you just lost that game, you're going to want to play another round.
and now they're going to be hoping and praying for Blacklist to bomb out twice in a row.
Yeah.
So that they can keep that lead on them, right? Because with this 24 points, I believe they do replace Blacklist International in the 3rd spot.
I think they do, actually, but I'm wondering how far ahead they are. If it's going to be a single-digit point lead or if it's going to potentially be a double-digit. And also a question of whether or not Blacklist are going to bomb out for this next round. Because that's a big ask, to sit there and pray that your opponents do so badly just so you can stay one step ahead of them in the competition. But here we go. Here's our round standings for this game that just played out. So Farang were able to take home 24 points for this round. AV Radicals in second place with 17 points to their name. SAF picking up a nice handy 14 points for themselves. Hard to get with 11. Dem9 and ORV X-Men tied with 10 points. He's Anxiety with 7. Todak with 5. NC, this is probably a bit of a disappointing round for the team because they were on fire today. Unfortunately, in 9th place with 4 points. Orange Esports stuck in 10th place here with 4 points. And then we have Axis and Pando occupying 11th, 12th place. I'm a bit sad here for NC. I was kind of hoping this team would end with a bang.
A little unfortunate, but it is what it is, Neptune. I guess luck has its own timer on it, and NC just ran out of time.
NC
ran out of
good
time,
moving in terms of the performance that they have, but that was a bad luck move or bad luck game coming from NC because they were caught off guard in here from the previous matchup.
Yeah, caught off guard, and it means tomorrow they're going to have to play extra hard. Because now they're 30 points away from potentially overtaking Todak. And here's the bad news. They're 2 games down. So not only do they have to outscore Todak tomorrow, but they're banking that Todak does so badly that they don't widen the gap any more than. So it's a big ask, but man, if NC pulls this off and they actually take that 12th spot, I will be shocked. But let's take a look at the other end of the brackets, right? Farang, they did take over Blacklist's position in third place, and they're leading with a comfortable, I think that's 11 points. Is my math on point? I think it is. 11 points. Blacklist, can you get 11 points? That's the question for the next two games.
That has to be quite painful to listen to, right? For us to ask that question, like, Blacklist, can you pick up 11 points from 2 games? But their performance has been like that, it's been
questionable. Yeah,
they've bombed out some of those rounds. So I do agree with you. Can you pick up 11 points? But I think there's a high probability that they will. They have not a lot of firepower to kind of deal with when it comes to whatever the rest of Group C can throw into the fray as well. And Group A usually does have quite a little bit of fun. And if you look at Blacklist International, they love playing on both of these maps. So Purgatory as well as Alpine, you usually see Blacklist International really pop off and pick up a decent number of points for themselves. In fact, today alone, Blacklist, not one of their better days, 33 points so far. But as long as they perform as how they do usually perform on these maps, you should be seeing them end the day with more than 50, potentially even 60 points a little bit later on, which is more than enough to replace Farang in the third spot. So the probability here is high.
It's pretty high, I do agree. But let's just recap our matches that we have played out for today. So for Groups A versus B, we had Expand picking up the first 2 booyahs of the day. And there's a good chance that they might be one of the teams to nab the final 2 booyahs of the day, as well as they will be coming back onto the field here to play against Group C. Blacklist International, a team that we're also going to be watching out for. They got a booyah today too. I think there's a good chance that Blacklist could also nab this booyah. It really comes down to, I think, what Neptune always says, right? Sometimes it really does come down to luck, where people drop, where the circle ends up. Why are we crossing arms? Are we just not believing in Blacklist?
Nah, I believe Blacklist will be able to replace Farang. I think Expand is going to go ham against the other teams. I think they're excited. Today is the day of Expand. Today is the day where they continue to pop off, because if you look at the overall stats, Expand has had, I think, 2 or 3 days of dominance for themselves. Because I know AV has had 3 days of dominance, Neptune. I need your help here. Was it 2 days or 3 days of dominance Expand has had so far?
Starting off, including the first day, that would be 3 days of dominance.
So if Expand can get this done, they are 100% the more dominant team in the competition, hands down. And of course, they'll be able to not only just prove that through the weeks of dominance, but on the overall leaderboard, because AV Radicals, no matter whatever they've done, they haven't been able to put a lot of space between themselves as well as Expand. So, I think Expand's going to get it done today.
All right, looks like AJ's put his faith into Expand. We'll have to see if that does happen though, but we will go for a quick break. And once we return, we'll jump right into Group A versus C.
Where have been?
Here before.
As players and as fans, some of us are
Threatening Major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by birth first.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in
Numbers.
With the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in
Numbers.
So guys, what's up? Zizan Raza in the house.
Hey guys, I'm Ismail Zani. Macam biasa, it's your boy here.
Hai, saya Bunga.
Hi guys, we are Dala.
Look at that. Tengok kita punya set, kita punya team, kita punya crew. Oh, memang happening guys.
So obviously the set here is very epic.
Kau boleh nampak green screen yang sangat-sangat besar.
I mean,
Oh
how
my God.
big the scale is. Like, you have to show the
Oh my God, that is so
Tengok atas.
small.
That is how big it is.
Bukan satu, bukan dua, ada banyak. Sebab dia more to action. Lompat lah, baling grenade lah, macam-macam lah.
Biasalah untuk dia. Kan? Biasa saya lompat Burj Khalifa, KLCC, Gunung Everest, saya lompat.
We had an amazing car, amazing set, amazing people around us as well.
And bagi saya, it's very challenging lah because this shoot actually melibatkan ramai orang.
Bunga seorang je dekat set ni, tak ada Dola, tak ada Zizan, tak ada Ismail. So Bunga kena interact macam diorang ada dekat sebelah Bunga.
You really have to use your imaginations of what your surrounding is going to be like. You know, make sure our energy is leveled up with them as well.
And we have to make interactions as well.
Correct. So, you know, it's a new experience for all of us.
Free Fire kali ni lagi padu, lagi hebat dan saya tahu semua tak sabar. Saya pun tak sabar nak tengok hasil dia.
We know it's going to be gempak gila.
So korang jangan lupa tengok video Free Fire ni.
I really can't wait. So hope you guys akan stay tuned and support Free Fire untuk semua.
You guys pun akan play a big role in this video as well. So stay tuned.
Zizan hari ni saya ingin mengucapkan Booyah!
Free Fire untuk semua. Free Fire untuk semua.
Where have we?
Here before.
As players. And as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
stronger together.
We fight to make.
Fire with the Booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in
Numbers.
Where have we?
Here before.
As players. And as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
stronger together.
We fight to make.
Fire with the Booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in
Numbers.
Free Fire. Hello Hello, survivors. Welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4. We've just wrapped up our first two groups of the day, and Group B is now on holiday, or at least they're probably watching the matches and getting ready for scrims because they are done for today. Yeah. And with Group B done for today, that means the spotlight is now going to come back to teams in Group A and C as they do go off for the final two matches of the day to pick up those points. And we do have a number of storylines, gentlemen. Neptune, AJ, we've got a couple happening at the top. We have a couple happening at the bottom. Some teams praying that others do terribly, and other teams praying that certain other teams take over other teams. There's a lot of crazy stuff happening on that leaderboard. But Neptune, I want to hear your thoughts because I know from AJ we're just going to hear about Expand. What do you think? What do you think we could potentially see in these next two matches to round out the day?
I mean, with Blacklist joining in or back in to play, I mean, good chance for them to go in against Farang in terms of points. Not so much if we computed that correctly. That was 11 points earlier that need to catch. And the question is if they will not be bombing out, and hopefully not, because this is a chance for them to really catch up in the points, as well as for those trying to catch up on to that 12 spot. I mean, for this group A and C, C has been doing so well, the momentum that they need really to catch up on the points. For A, I mean, they are one of the best groups in here from my side. So hopefully they will not be so much of a challenge for Group C.
Yeah. I mean, AJ, do you feel like Group A has an advantage against Group C because of the teams in it? Or is there something else that's sort of going on, like team dynamics?
I think they just do have that firepower against Group C, but it's not like Group C is horrible when it comes to
yeah.
I mean, they've got a lot of quality as well. It's just that some of their teams seem to be sleeping a little bit too much. You're talking about Axis Esports. They started off the league stage on fire, and then someone just threw a lot of sand and water on that fire, kind of, allowed them to get drowned out a little bit. Supreme Assault Forces, hard to get. These are the teams that I'm looking for to kind of stepping up the gameplay out there in the battlefield. But you're also looking at teams on the side of Group C that are desperate for points. And these are teams like Sem9. These are teams like Toda. Toda, like on the verge of getting eliminated from the 12th spot. Yeah, you should be expecting to see a little bit more of them out there on the battlefield as well, looking how things going.
Yeah, it's time to do or die as we jump into this game right now. AJ, Neptune, take it away for game one for teams in Group A versus C.
And as we jump in, I mean, this map, we haven't seen so much of war gameplay. It's more of the storyline that we are seeing from these teams. Geek Fam right now taking that lumber mill, and no one will be going against them. But I'm expecting Sem9 and Todak later on in here once the looting has stopped. Hot drops right now, it is expanded and hard to get that we might be seeing, but a pull-out is possible as well between these two teams. But how far Batman has went as well as too fast, this might be an early 1v1.
Yeah, I don't know why was the approach a little slow. At least that was the situation at the start, because I was wondering why was Ames dropping so far into campsite, because this is a norm for Sem9, Toda, as well as Geek Fam to take this bottom side of that island there. Lumber Mill always is going to go to Geek Fam, and you are going to see a lot of dominance from Toda at Fire Brigade. But one too many times, they've been snuffed out because two of these teams just decide to move towards the center. So having Ames just play at campsite for a little bit longer will give them that opportunity to jump right back into the fray of things if at all things do go south in that engagement against two big teams in the competition. So I mean, I can't say two big teams in the competition, two big names in the competition. So it's a good setup by Toda. I like that. But the game of numbers, though, that's exactly what I'm not so sure of yet. Throwing three players, between Geek Fam as well as Sem9, I wouldn't take that chance.
And also, it puts your psyche in different, you're expecting already that you're going to lose a gunfight.
Yeah.
That's one thing. If you split off prioritizing on that revive platform, you're expecting that the team will be losing the gunfight. It's good precaution, but probably they just have to get a better position next time, not in between two of the big names, and they might have a better chance in there for the fight. Icon, on the other hand, I mean, this team team has a good running earlier on into the fight in that top 12, but this is a chance for them to pop up once again. But going against Bloody Heads, who also wants a little bit of blood in this game. I mean, those three names right now. Icon, Todak really wants, and Hard to Get want to maintain the 11th spot that they have earlier as well.
Players of Hard to Get. Playing Hard to Get with Icon, who had that high ground advantage against them. Thankfully, no engagements yet, as all the teams want to play this as slowly and as patiently as possible. Expand will not be engaging prematurely, not yet at least, because the Axel doesn't have a lot of information off of Hard to Get just yet. But Axel, as he continues to move forth with the backup that he has on hand, Cobra, as well as Axel on the left. But Icon is going to be that game changer here. As Icon and Hard to Get into this little scuffle, the players of Expand should be able to take advantage. Eddie drops Batman. Here's the start to the end for one or both of these teams. As Expand is just around the horizon, but Ares knocks Axel down onto the ground. Expand has been slowed down instantaneously. Cap drops too fast. This is breaking down quickly for the team of Expand.
Has been caught in there, even if Icon is the one newcomer, but everyone has been spread too thin. That happened earlier by about two Batman and the rest of the teams. X-Roy as well, a little bit too far from the rest of the team. So Hard to Get will be moving out. That will be 4 bids, and one might be left catching up later on. But for Expand, with 2 members down and now recovered 1, and I think they will be taking up the challenge against Icon.
I really like this, man. Expand with that survival gameplay. One of their players at that revival point, and whatever that we throw against Expand in terms of comments or feedback, they just seem to be taking it and working it into their game style, gameplay perfectly so far. And if this continues, domination at that overall grand finals could just be exactly what they've got in store for all of us. But there are some sleeping monsters in the competition that haven't really woken up just yet, Neptune. And I feel like they don't really need to hustle up too much. But if you play the game style of Orange Esports, you might just put yourself in a predicament. But remember what we said, catching up 70 points from the bottom towards the top 12 is going to be a thing of impossibility. But now, when you look at NC Esports overall, they've caught up with 40 of those 70 points and now only have 30 more to do. So if they can keep up this performance tomorrow as well, you're going to see a team like NC at the grand finals, which is crazy. But Orange Esports, they've ran out of day 7. Can they get that job done on day number 8? They need to secure every single game, every single booyah that they have to play to their side. There's no if, buts, or maybes. They need to get it if they want to qualify.
Yeah, but it's a very tall order for Orange Esports. Taller than I don't want to call it Bendy, but a bigger glass of orange juice coming from them. But, like Orange Esports, if they put themselves lower in that situation and plan to get back up later on, yes, good on them if they can pull it off. But it's very difficult. Even NC missing one, reduces the possibility of them catching up to the top 12. So it's very risky. Orange Esports, probably this was not just their time to pop off. They are being caught off guard by other teams. A lot of teams has been dominating as well. Even the Sleeping Giants at some point can take them down on a team versus team just to make sure that they can survive at the top 12, not really showing up all the stats that they have. But I'm fearing, speaking of stats and hiding it, I'm fearing 80 Radicals and Expand, though they have been popping off from 3 and 4 maps or days already in this game, and I'm afraid that they won't be able to pull up any of extra plans in there once it comes to the grand finals.
We will have to wait and see. If not, too many of those strats have been given away for the other teams to read and take advantage of. But if there's anything I've seen so far in the competition, not a lot of teams do their homework. So it might not matter. When your strats are given away, but nobody else does that homework, it doesn't matter now if you give away your greatest of strats, because nobody gets to take advantage. Cobra, right back into the fray. revived, and Icon, the players that teased up Team Expand earlier on, the kill leaders of this lobby, might just be snuffed out with the setup. But Icon's taking the initiative. They want to snuff out the players of Icon before they get a chance. And I feel like they started this off great. X-Roy gets tagged up by the grenade. He tries to reposition. Man catches up together with him as well. Icon, now this is going to be the biggest battle of Icon's lives.
Icon right now going in there for the push against Expand, but Bloody Heads will be waiting in there from the other side. Expand stuck between two teams. Icon will be like, what are you doing, Icon? You have an advantage already. They have a chance against Expand. They gave it to Bloody Heads right now. It is back to a team versus team. Bloody Heads, though, they have good times. They have bad times compared to Expand, who have been showing up most of the time. Like, this might be a large team for them, a huge team for them to challenge at this point. The distraction of Icon earlier on might have been advantages for Bloody Heads at this point, and this time Icon has put themselves in a position wherein they're the ones stuck in between teams.
As Icon circles around, terrible decision being made, but it's all about how they make these adjustments. Too many teams to deal with. And they are in the center of all of this attention. The players of No Escape Revolt approaching Expand. Bloody Head kind of got out of the way there, so they can be a good third party and whip out the players of Expand from this lobby so that they do not take over those kills and points towards the end of the game. Axis Esports with the slow rotation down the edge of this slope here to play a better position against Icon. And it's all just a game of wait and see, to wait and see who makes that first move, to also wait for the position of the next circle here, because everybody has made great headway into positioning themselves well in the current circle. But the next one is just going to bring out pure chaos out there on the battlefield now.
Yeah, Todak right now initiating it against ORV, and we'll have to find out how much more Todak is doing. Chill right now, is just chilling in there on the corner, waiting for anything to happen. But Axis Esports, though they have a good chance for the hit, Sem9 will be behind them. Crossing the river might be taking them from the backstab. Now, Bloody Heads going for the battle, and the chase is on. It is no one just yet being taken down. Expand Cobra in the dance. Mark right now stuck in the door with that glue wall, and there goes Voidface taking down Cobra into the process. On the other side, we have JC going in against ORV. Bloodhead's Voidface eliminating Cobra. Now, Expand has lost one of their members. Too fast, needs to move away. Axel right now is moving to the different direction to buy back two of their members, but they've also lost Roy in the process. So 3 against a lot of teams surrounding them. Not looking good for Expand at this point.
Jay-Z brings Batman back into the fray. Expand has managed to purchase 1, make that 2, both players back in the mix already. And as quickly as they go down, Expand manages to resuscitate their players right back in this matchup. But dropping into the game with barely any loot on them, and Blacklist International swarming this compound. It looks like this is going to be the end of Expand. And you can thank Bloody Heads for that, for getting the damage done. And now Blacklist is going to pick up the missing pieces and complete this puzzle piece of destruction, annihilating Expand. Too Fast and Axel trying to play the game of survival here. 0 kills on hand, barely any loot on them. This cannot be any further from impossible, because the team of Expand, not only are they far away from those purchase points, they are out of money, they are out of loot to make it past even a team like No Escape Revolt. Unless we can just see the players of Expand go ham all of a sudden against No Escape, things are going to be quite impossible here, Neptune.
Yeah, but I think Expand will be sitting this one out. They will be giving the fight of No Escape against against Bloody Heads at this point. ORV right now, Jan's taking on Batman, and Hard to Get. No sights of the rest of the team. Neptune right now being hit by Hard to Get, and this is what we have. The one has been taken down already for this fight. The comeback of the teams, as well as the airdrop that they're looting right now, might give them the opportunity. They have this ridge as cover, but not so much, because Blacklist might be seeing them and might be pinched by Axis Esports as well.
Yeah, I think Expand just got a little overexcited there. They needed quite a massive number of points. In fact, to be specific, 35 points. Oh, Cobra gets brought back. Where's this boy going to fly into? Barely a defensive position for him to work around with. As we play Purgatory, there are not a lot of those tall buildings for him to find out there on the battlefield. Blacklist International continues to engage with H2G. H2G, lower ground, disadvantage. Zenop, Max 7 finds one, puts Jay-Z down onto the ground with the help of Newbie, and they swarm around Ares as well. 1v2, and this is just a GG for the players of Hard to Get, as they just do not have the numbers to sustain, but Forbits punishes Ashura from the back.
Forbid saying goodbye, and now going in for a 1v3 push of Zenop right now, a little bit too fast. And there goes Forbids as well as Hard to Get. And then Blacklist right here, I mean, the patience that they have, even with the battle that we've seen earlier in the middle, wherein they have a chance to go for the backstab, they just waited. Opportunity taken well, Hard to Get eliminated, and more points can be gathered by this team. But speaking of points, Geek Fam in there going in for the slay against Sem9, and Sem9 quickly eliminated as well. Good nade in there. ORV X-Men also out of the game. And how slow it was earlier to start off this engagement, it is now dwindling fast between the teams who are surviving in this battle.
Now SAF looking to shut down the players of Geek Fam. Hazik has got the very good charge buster in hand alongside with the foul. So McRory can respond. Good grenade opener. Tags up one player. Expand snuffed out in the 9th spot. A little bit unfortunate for them. The players who could catch up in the number 1 spot, AV Radicals, get taken out a little prematurely this time round. No luck on their side, but Geek Fam, does luck stay on their side as SAF tries to swim around to snuff them out, gets caught in a barricade of glue walls, and now he's trapped.
And the Hawkeye right now, possibility for a pick-up. None of the glue walls being taken down, going in from above. And Happy is still alive and kicking. Hawkeye taken down, and Geek Fam eliminates Zaf in the process. Axis Esports going against Blacklist right now, and Fi's the only one surviving in this fight. And we'll have to see with the 5 teams remaining on a solo mission. All this might not look good for Blacklist right now.
Yeah, it's crazy, man, to see what Geek Fam just did. They were swimming across the water. They were at a disadvantage. SAF kind of tried to cut off their approach, but instead got bagged. So the movements out of Geek Fam just now was just absolutely fantastic. I want to see more of that side of Geek Fam in this competition as we lead ourselves into the grand finals. This is the second last day of the league stage, day number 7. Tomorrow will be the final opportunity in those 7 rounds. We want to see exactly who can pick up the maximum number of points. But as far as the underdogs are concerned, it looks like Sem9 have barely scraped through to save themselves. Hard to Get kind of got a little cheeky out there, got annihilated. Toda, on the other hand, who are sitting down on the 12th spot, are in the final circle. They make their approach as Icon gets taken out in the 3rd spot. Toda has got a lot to pick out here. A fight between 3 huge teams. Blacklist, Toda, and Geek Fam, and Suze in the final circle, Neptune.
Right now in the middle, out in the open, nades being pulled out and thrown at them, and Fi is in there going against Jill Pedro, taken down as well. And here comes a rush. Apis right now for the backstab. Great move in there with a Vector. Now Fi is on a 2v3 if I'm not mistaken, and there goes a newbie right here trying to go in for the dance. Who will win? Newbie out. Apis will take that fight, and Fi's the only one remaining, but no, brings it to the 1v1.
Oh, he needs to heal himself. He's super low on HP. Yasta gets picked up, and he says, Yasta la vista, as the players pick up a solid booyah for themselves. Geek Fam wakes up, and Geek Fam wants to snatch away that 8th spot from Pando EWG. In fact, they want to take away the 7th place from SAF as well. Can they not just jump 1, not just jump 2, but jump 3 spots into the 6th place by overtaking anxiety at the same time? We will have to wait and see. Geek Fam, I told you, man, the rivalry is hot between all of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I really love how Geek Fam did that. They were patient in the game. I mean, a lot of teams has been patient in this game. I'm quite surprised on how long it took for the battle to ensue. But once the battle started, once the body started falling into the floor, that is the signal for everyone to rotate as well as to go in for the rush. Because advantage you need to take, especially in moments like this, where there's only 2 days left for you to get the top 12 spot. Even some of the teams from the higher parts of the leaderboards are making waves as well, not to be pushed down in there because there's also a few of a prize pool at stake.
And you know what's the biggest problem for Expand?
Yeah.
They went in for the rush. You know, they didn't know who they were taking on, but it was very, very, very premature and very bad of a decision being made on the side of Expand to rush in without their usual setup. Now, we usually see Too Fast sticking together with Cobra. We see Roy sticking together with the Axel, but that was not that setup that they were going for. They found some guns and they prematurely ran into their deaths and they got punished for it. Danny, your thoughts on the little bit of a mishap there on the side of Expand?
I think that just comes down to overconfidence. I mean, who in their right mind would normally make that play?
Yeah.
I really think it did. Yeah.
And they did see a couple of players, I'm very sure, on that higher ground as well. They knew that they could be third-partied, but they still took the advantage, or they took the chance, I have to say, against the team in front of them. They got snuffed out, hard to get walked out of there with barely a scratch on them. Expand, on the other hand, we can't say the same. You know, walking out of the battle with just 2 players, and then later on getting caught out once again and eliminated overall. A little unfortunate from them as they needed the 35 points, but now, with just 1 more game to go, AV Radicals will continue to hold on to the number 1 spot. No one's been able to touch AV Radicals even in the slightest. Even if Expand shows a little bit of signs of life, AV Radicals, I don't know what sort of luck these guys have. They keep running away from it.
Oh, goodness. I mean, maybe there's no luck in that department. But, okay, there's a good but. That good but being that Blacklist were able to reclaim their 3rd place from Far Round. So, Blacklist, I think they're pretty happy with themselves. Yes, they didn't get the booyah, but like, so what? You got more than 11 points. They only needed 11 points. They got it in 1 round. They got 1 more game to go. If they really have a bad game, I think they're totally fine with it. They're still in 3rd place. They have a slight advantage over Far Round going into tomorrow's games. But yeah, I was just thinking like, I mean, I can understand why sometimes you'd be a little big-headed going into these engagements. Now, I'm not saying that, oh, these guys are cocky and whatnot, but it's more a case of like, I think this is just the nature of the team. Like, they are a confident bunch. And sometimes when you're confident, you tend to make plays that a lot of other people won't because they'll think like, oh, this is too risky. Whereas Expand can make these plays most of the time because they have the skill to execute, and normally they come out on top. But there are going to be off chances where this is going to bite you in the backside and it just fails. And I think this was just a good example of the risk versus reward just really not paying off for Expand. Yes, it normally pays off, but sometimes it just doesn't. So it's not a case of like, oh, Expand is a bad team. It's just their play style can be very, very damning sometimes.
I mean, they took their chances. They got punished. They made a big mistake, and hopefully they learn from this mistake. But Neptune, what do you think? Do you think Geek Fam has managed to hop 3 spots? Because SAF was playing that game as well. I don't recall exactly when they got taken out. Because if SAF kind of picked up decent number of points for themselves, Geek Fam, hopping over them might be impossible. So maybe a 2-slot jump, but a potential 3 here, I'm thinking. Neptune.
I'm also looking into a 4 spots. I don't know. Possibly. Because like how close it is from the previous overall, from Access Esports, Anxiety, SAF, and Pano EWG. Like, if you see, it's only 20 points gap in there. So if they manage to get that much, unfortunately, because I was looking into the numbers as well as the positioning earlier, I didn't get so much of the number of kills that that Geek Fam had. But there is a possibility that they can get very close, if not above Access Esports.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see the leaderboard, but we're not going to see it yet. We got to take a look at the MVPs first. But can I say one thing about that game? That was a massive stalemate. I think the first team to actually get eliminated was like, what, 3rd circle, almost 4th circle?
Yeah.
Which It's unheard of. So I guess, why do you feel like the round ended this way? Is it a case of maybe everyone just being very cautious, knowing that this is not only the final game of the day, but one of the last matches they're going to play for the entire league? Like, what was up with the round?
For me, I would say I couldn't tell why that is the case, the stalemate. But I could say that is one reason why Expand just jumped out in the open, because they're not used to no engagement happening. They felt that they will be safe if they go in for the challenge, and then later on they were surrounded by a lot of teams and a lot of threats in there to take them down.
AJ, what do you think sort of happened?
I think, the teams are finally starting to play a proper strategic game of Free Fire Battle Royale, which is a little disappointing because that's the kind of gameplay I expected from the very start of the league. So, I mean, hopefully we get to see a little bit of start of something new here, and we get to see each and every single round played out tactically like that. But it's very rare to see a team like Expand make those big mistakes, and not just them. I want all of the other teams to kind of learn from the mistakes that some of these bigger teams are making as well, because you really need this game of information. Decision-making at the end of the day decides if you move up to the top or if you bomb out. And speaking of how the players of Geek Fam needed 20 points, the ones that scored 21 points here is Blacklist International. So there's a high probability that Geek Fam does not jump up the 4 spots here, Neptune.
I mean, we're going to see the current standings in just a second, Neptune. So we'll see if your prediction is potentially right. What? So here we go. Wow. Look how... Really?
Bro.
Really?
They needed 20 points, bro. They got 22.
But
SAF got some.
Yeah, I mean, some of the teams got a decent amount of points as well. But that is the threshold for them if no one else gets points.
Axis got 6. So I guess Axis will not be replaced because they just move away a little bit. SAF, on the other hand, I believe they do not get replaced because they bumped themselves up a teensy little bit. Oh man, now I'm so excited to see exactly what the overall leaderboard looks like. Because, now from looking at Expand takeover AV Radicals, I'm excited about Geek Fam replacing teams like Axis Esports and finally start the fight of that overall leaderboard run engagement against Blacklist International and Farang.
You all have gotten me confused with this leaderboard stuff, but you know what? We're going to take a look at it right now and see if there's any change at all, because I think it'll be hilarious if nobody moves.
No, they moved.
Let's see. All right, so let's start from the bottom up here. So,
spots!
Geek Fam, where have you been? They're 4 points away from Axis. I mean, they're very capable of being able to take Axis this next round.
I mean, whether they can take on Axis and replace them, that's a guarantee. But now, new goal for Geek Fam. Can they catch up with Farang?
That's a big one. That's. I'm sorry, AJ. That one's a big ask.
I mean, never say never. NC Esports, they kind of got counted out as well. But here they are sitting down in the 15th place. And tomorrow, we might just see NC break the assumptions of the thousands out there in the world of Free Fire that's tuning into the MCPS by making it through to the grand finals. I mean, it's not a guarantee, but it is a possibility. And either way, I love drinking tea. So as I sip on that cup of tea, I just want to see all of this storyline continue. Geek Fam as well as NC. And you know what's the greater thing here? On the overall leaderboard, although they're so far from each other, technically, if you look at it, they sit down side by side. The two teams that I'm looking at, just side by side.
They're eye level. Can see them. I think we're going to calm down on the panel here, and I think this is a good time to do it as well, because our giveaway code is on the screen. If you haven't claimed it already, do claim your code now, because if you claim that code, you're going to get 2 AC-80 Fury Tribe weapon loot crates free of charge from Garena to you as a thank you to watching the stream and supporting the Free Fire scene with your persistent play of the game, and also supporting the esports scene by being here as well. This code is claimable by everybody, so for anyone that you know that might not be able to tune into the stream or maybe doesn't know about it, you can share this code with them and they'll also be able to claim these free goodies. So do claim it now, because this code will expire at the end of this broadcast, which is in approximately one more game. Yes, we have one more game to go to end the day, and so far we do have a couple favorites, I suppose, on the panel. Some teams that we're sort of expecting to win, some other teams that we're expecting to grab points, but we're going to talk about the ones that are struggling. It's their time to shine. We're going to shine the spotlight on where it don't shine. What's happening with the teams down towards the lower end of the bracket? I mean, who's struggling so far in this grouping? Who needs points? Who needs to step it up? Because I'm sorry, guys, I think this is, you either step up now or you just never step up at all.
I mean, ORV's continuing to step it up, and they are leaving Orange Esports in the dust, Neptune, and this is something we did not expect at all, my friend.
Like, with the movement of NC in there, it might be a motivation for some of the teams, but they need to catch up in the points. And some of the teams, even for those very close to the top 12, are not performing in most of the games. So the focus has been so much on the top-heavy area, wherein we have the bigger teams. So hopefully they can make it do with this last game for today.
Well, let's see what's going to happen in this final game. We are here for our last game for Group A versus C, and it's also the final game of the day. Let's see what the teams are going to be able to bring out, because we know that some teams are in dire straits, others are just trying to overtake their opponents. AJ, Neptune, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny, as we hop on into the final game of the day. Just to give you guys a rough idea of who has dominated day number 7 so far, AV Radicals, the team in Group B that's not playing in this final matchup, has picked up the most number of points. That is 86. There are 2 teams within Group B as well as Group C that might be able to overtake them. In fact, you know what? Let me take that back. There's just one team that can overtake their performance, and that's Expand. They blew their chance in the previous matchup. And in this final game at Alpine, this is one of the maps where Expand truly knows how to conquer. There's a probability here, but I also said there was a probability at Purgatory earlier on. They bombed out with the decision making. Let's see if they can get the job done this time around here at Alpine Neptune.
Yeah, we'll have to find out, depending on the position of the teams as well. But with this new map, compared to Purgatory, I mean, I don't think they will be that close in terms of occupying a compound, and no stalemate might be happening. Early engagement is expected as well from these teams. Challenges on the hot drops, well, not so much on the rivalry that we've seen so far earlier, because one of the teams had already dropped opportunity for either one, and this time it is a Blacklist International to take that point. But if we go back in, if we look at the map right now, I mean, this is a new map, and a lot of talks already has been thrown into how this affect the gameplay of like both of these teams so far. On how it is similar to Purgatory, I don't think it has lost any momentum between all teams playing this battle.
There's a little bit of a delay on the matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We do apologize, but, you know, don't worry. The game is going to be appearing on your screens in a little bit. There's an opportunity for a lot of teams to make headway out there on the battlefield. But on the final round of the day, who is going to pick up the solid number of points to save themselves from the brink of annihilation? We've also got our eyes on the players of Hard to Get who are in Group C, who currently sit down at the 12th spot, Neptune. They've been pushed down into the 12th spot. Sem9 goes down 1 rank, as well as Toda jumps up 2 spots. They've been on fire, picking up 15 points in the previous round. And I'm very sure right now, Toda wants to continue climbing up the leaderboard. But catching up with Pando EWG is a whole other beast altogether. Just in today alone, I don't think that is going to be a possible play. But, you know, it's all for Toda to prove if or not that is going to be possible. Because if they do outperform and manage to replace Pando EWG in the 9th spot, I'll be amazed, man. Because that's a massive number of points to go for.
Yeah, I mean, especially for the team of Todak with the performance that they have previously. But this time, early engagement happening. Expand right now, going against SAF, and a special assault forces has one knockdown earlier, but has been picked up. Yadop right now being tagged, not yet down. Too fast, a little bit too fast on the trigger in this game. But he might not be seeing one as he jumps in. Let's Go will be waiting for him, and Yadop in here pinching them. So Expand a little bit too cheeky, too confident in this approach.
Let's see if that confidence will be punished. SAF, very safe place so far though. Both teams backing away, but let's go. Catches the back of Too Fast, puts him down onto the ground. But look at Expand, instantaneously playing the revival here. Cobra's going to get caught out, so no revival just yet. And it looks like Expand continue to struggle, Neptune.
Yeah. And right now, they try and go for that revive, but Hawkeye caught off guard by Cobra. And I couldn't say enough about Cobra. Even in a situation wherein he's stuck, he managed to get that kill. It is now, well, not balanced anymore because the revive has happened against by Too Fast. And here comes McRory for the chase against the Axel. But the turnaround, taking down McRory into the process. And another one, yet dope, almost taken down. Good glue wall pulled out in there, but the Axel will take this opportunity to take out McRory. And there goes Expand, getting the second.
Yeah, smart play. Yadop manages to find Axel. Cobra drops his team member instead. Yadop taken out of the equation by the one and only Cobra. SAF continuing to trade lives against the players of Expand, but finally Hawkeye decides enough is enough. He turns tails and runs. Playing the game of distraction now. Distracting Cobra. Cobra going in for that finisher. And it looks like none of the other players from the side of SAF is going to be able to survive this. Cobra, one final circle, one final corner to take, and no trigger discipline coming through. Hawkeye, on the other hand, spotted out by Too Fast. The timing terrible for Hawkeye. Cobra needs to flank from the left, but instead he goes onto the right as well. Sees one good glue wall in front of him, and Cobra finally puts the final bullet into the chest of SAF. But Axis Esports, they want to continue their good run in here today. They take on Bloody Head, and this is a 4v4 that can go either way. Make that a 4 or 3v3, 3v2 as the numbers keep getting thinned down on both sides, Neptune.
And Neptune in there, tagged up, healing up, but Vegeta will not be doing anything. He's stuck in the middle as Bloody Heads is now going for the flank. Morgana taking the distance. This might be an opportunity for him to take down Siahid once he goes in for the pickup, but Void Face, no stopping for him, as well as Mark. And here comes Morgana going in, nade shot. Vegeta is still up, and Void Face trying to go in for the push. Now, this good positioning coming from Bloody Heads, not so much has been done like this, but Morgana has been downed by Vegeta and needs to be picked up, and a quick slash in there coming from Void Face fixes that.
Yeah, Axis Esports. This is a little unfortunate for the players of Bloody Heads because a lot of resources has been wasted already. GeekFam, on the other hand, with the expenditure of Hazik as well as Yasta, they do not spend coins, although there's a buy point available. I mean, why would you use that when a revival point instead can be used? Yes, a lot of time is needed. Finally, we see a little bit of player cams out there on the stream. Thank you very much, production. And it seems like the players of GeekFam are pretty patient with their plays, but they are also determined to pick up as many points as possible out there on the battlefield. We saw them rise up 3 spots, and they want to replace Axis Esports as well in that 5th place. And they're just 4 points behind them, Neptune.
4 points behind them and slowly catching up. So as we can see right now, I mean, it's good timing in there. Even with Hakimi being taken down, they were like just in time to be revived once again. And GeekFam might be like they need time to get the loot, but they are in good position to get ahead onto the next safe zone. Compared to ORV right now, yes, he is an edge, but with no teammates to back him up, like it's just walking and hiding around later on unless he get that opportunity. Hard to stop them on their heels. But still, we have 10 teams remaining at this point, and we'll have to see how much damage can all these teams has, and Revive really changes that. The Revive changes the number of kills that you can get. Thus, some of the teams really takes advantage of the kills within game to get the lead. And I'm talking about AV Radicals and Expand as well.
329 kills so far for AV Radicals. Expand sitting down with 276 kills. 2 most of the numbers of kills picked up here within the competition by these 2 teams. Blacklist International not too far away with 225 slays on the battlefield. But I have to say, AV Radicals and Expand, they have set themselves apart from the rest of the competition. with not only their aggression, but also their proficiency in picking up placement points. When it comes to placement points, Expand is just slightly better than AB Radicals themselves. 250, the most picked up within the league, followed by AB Radicals with 228. These two teams dominate back and forth week after week, day after day, not allowing the other teams to really step it up, Neptune.
You're showing us both sides of the balance that we look for teams going in for the placement and kills. And I guess that's one reason as well why some of the teams just really pulled off, like slowed down on the rotations as well as the engagement that they're going through. Because like we keep mentioning, if doing both doesn't work, you need to focus first on one thing that you need to study a little bit more, and that is rotation, survivability. Yeah. There's a lot of study that needs to be done, positioning of like drop points of the other teams, your own drop points, rotation being done on certain situation, as well as the like how other teams are reacting to the RNGs. So there's a lot of factors, and when you go in for survivability, later on the kills will be easier because you have better position, and then you can throw off the gameplay of the other teams who are not doing the same effort as you do in terms of homework.
Toda cannot afford this engagement with Expand. If they take this fight, the probability of getting into that final circle will be super thin. And not only does Toda need the booyah, but they need 12 kills as well just to equalize the points between themselves as well as Pando EWG. So 13 kills and a booyah is what Blacklist International requires if they want to replace Pando in that 9th spot. It's a lot to ask for. Toda's the kind of team that can get the job done, but their performance out there within the league so far hasn't been super impressive. One needs to question if or not that is just pure strategy to hide strats, or if they have just gone a little bit softer here. Time turner confusion as both those time turners overlap each other, but a little bit of an interference by Eddie just makes it so much more easier. Aries drops 4 eyes. Eddie takes Batman out of the equation. It's a 1-to-1 trade so far between H2G as well as Icon. Man, super tagged up already, runs away for a little bit of cover. Finally, JC puts him down onto the ground. Aries gets traded out. Icon and H2G. This is neck and neck battle. 2 versus 2. Forbits versus JC. As Eddie goes down, it's a 1v2 and Icon becomes none as hard to gets the fantastic kill, automatically becoming the kill leaders of the lobby.
Is the only casualty that we have in there, but they still need to make their way through into the next safe zone. Now we have a no escape right now going in against Sem9, losing one of the members for the name of Slurpee. Sem9 has great opportunity, but Jim Quest being sighted, being hunted by Fikri. It's only one move, either to left or right, might have be the end of that guy. But so far, they are playing smart, but not so smart as Sem9.
Oh la la! Ay. Grenades do bounce, my friend. Grenades do bounce. He wasn't expecting that. Raja with another one. Just to the back of the player. Frazee manages to back away. Raja pulls out the time turner. Lemon down on the ground. Oi. Lemon has got the grenade launcher. Bad player to lose out there on the battlefield. Sem9, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's Lemon squeeze right there. And what a hit by Man 04. Charge Buster in there. Now, Jim Quest cited earlier. This might be the pressure that Sem9 can put in against this guy. And Phrase taken out of the equation. No way that no escape will be moving in here unfazed, because so far the capture as well as the location information being done by Fikri is so upbeat, and there goes the final shot.
Oh my goodness, Fikri, that shot was just too sweet, man. First one caught the butt cheeks, second one caught the head. I mean, the perfect way to finish that off. Fikri is going to be happy. Sem9 still on fire as they get into the next circle. Sem9 overall in the leaderboard, 11th place. They want to climb up. They want to outdo Toda. Just 1 point between Sem9 and Toda. Sem9, of course, behind by 1 point. Too Fast, on the other hand, manages to disengage. Speaking of Toda themselves, on screen with 0 kills so far. Pretty much nothing picked up. And if you want to look at the placement points, Toda just needs to survive a little bit longer if they want to pull away anything solid for themselves. But looking at the circle, Toda doesn't need to budge. They can stay and they can gatekeep Neptune.
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, we have Blacklist International behind them as well. They can gatekeep other teams, and I think we've seen gunshot exchange as well coming from Todak in there. But with Blacklist, who's waiting for them, the moment that they are caught off guard, without a doubt, Blacklist will take advantage of that. Geek Fam, on the other hand, they made great stride earlier, getting a lot of points, moving up the ranks like by 3 points. And this is a chance for them as well, but not so much for Bloody Heads. Expand, taking them down.
Fantastic expand now. Good grenade opener. Too fast from afar. Fantastic engagements to just rattle their opponents' bloody heads. Oi! Charge buster. Too good, Cobra. And he was taking on another charge buster in the hand of Mark, but the response time of Cobra just a little bit too quick for the guy to deal with. And now Circle comes hunting them down. Yan from up top, on top of this water mill, will have to hop on off, gets himself eliminated accidentally. There was some fall damage he wasn't expecting because Geek Fam tagged him up before he could touch the ground.
Yeah, and Geek Fam right now with the rest of the teams coming back, and they have a chance to go in for the long flank later on. But they have a good compound already taken. The only challenge for that rotation would be Sem9. So they might be creeping on behind those trees, taking the position that Sem9 is doing, because hard to get right now is hard to get in the other side. But they have a possibility as well of backstab coming from some of the teams. 6 teams remains AJ right now, and Sem9 doing a number against Geek Fam.
Sem9, can they get these shots? Classic battle between these two. Ex-Geek Fam versus current Geek Fam. Sem9 got acquired and pretty much taken care of by the organization of Sem9, but the players don't seem to be stepping it up there on the battlefield. In fact, now struggling to make their way into the top 12. They are inside, but on the verge of getting eliminated if they do not keep up their fantastic performance. Blacklist versus H2G. H2G gets the first one. Newbie taken out of the equation already, but 2 of their players get traded out. Ares needs to win this next one against Zen, but it doesn't even need to wait for that as Ashura's God Nade comes finding him. And hard to get remains with one final player. Forbits manages to pick up Batman. They back away slowly, and Ashura once again with a grenade being charged up, cooked up. Forbits goes down onto the ground. Batman for the pickup, Ashura for the finisher. Can he get in? Goes in to bust down the glue walls, and Batman is stuck in a tight little spot. Forbits unable to get out. Zen OP from the other side. Ashura finishes things off with yet another God Nade from his side. Blacklist International, Ashura, what a play.
They started it off, and God Nade finished them off. Geek Fam right now going against M9 with 4 teams remaining right now. It's a good fight that we are seeing in this area. The rest of the teams right now will just be recovering from the side of Todak and third-partying these teams that are fighting. Got 5 kills already for Todak, and good opportunity for them to get a lot more in terms of slays with a third party that they're doing. Sem9 right now will be stuck in between them, and Geek Fam trying to recover from the damage that they felt.
SM9 from the back. Toda trying to snuff them out. It seems like it might just be possible for Toda to get the job done, to finally break away from Sem9. But these 2 teams sitting down in the 10th and 11th spot with 1 point between the 2. Geek Fam beside them as well, trying to catch up with Axis Esports. 4 more points to go, but I feel like Geek Fam has gotten the job done already, since Axis can't do much to protect the points that they have up there on the overall leaderboard. We will have to wait and see what else can Axis bring into the play a little bit later on. Axis Esports, they seem to have lost a little bit of their grip on the overall competition. But the final day might just be enough for them to get back in here. And Toda, the first ones to open up against Geek Fam. Geek Fam eliminated. Hasik and Yasta lost their life to the circle there. I don't know if that was on purpose, but that will have to be looked into. Hit Ames, on the other hand, runs around a little furiously with nowhere else to play this game of defense except behind the glue walls here, Neptune.
Yeah, and glue walls might be wasted right now, and the ones with a solid foundation might be able to take this win. We are seeing Sem9 behind that rock, and Ashura right now just holding on, peeking up and picking up as well. Chill going in for the kill against a Lemon, and we are now left with 3. And Chill will be chilling in there. Surprise hit. Hearing the footsteps as well as gunshots. It's now this two team remaining.
Hey, Blacklist International taking on Toda. It is a pretty much fair 3v2. Numbers advantage to the side of Toda. Flurry of shots coming through. Ashura, 2 grenades on his side. But the ice grenade finds Ashura, forces him to reposition. Spark from afar. Ashura needs one more shot, but he gets put down onto the ground by Spark. And Chill finishes things off. Toda secures the booyah after such a long time.
And Todak, this team right now, really showing us that they can pop off in the late game, in the late part of this league stages. And like, we are expecting a lot of turnarounds for tomorrow, because we've seen some of the teams, especially with Todak right here, who have been working, and even NC right now, and AJ, Todak right here, real popping off.
Yeah, basically that message just said, keep calm. There's more that we have got in store for you guys. I talked about the 2 spots that Toda had jumped up over hard to get as well as M9. Yeah. And the question was, can they also replace Pando EWG? I don't think, Danny, you had a lot of confidence with them being able to pull that off, but it looks like they might have just gotten that done, because we remember, Neptune, I talked about how they needed the booyah. They also needed 12 kills. They got the booyah, but the question is, did they secure the 12 kills? Because I wasn't keeping an eye on those numbers.
I actually wasn't checking it either. I was just trying to see who's going to get the booyah at the end of the day. Oh my gosh. I mean, what a way to end the day. It was just so intense. But I really want to see the leaderboard. I don't think every team has currently played equal games, but I don't remember what group is currently at a deficit.
I think with this round, it might all be equaled up. Did Axis play? Yeah, it might be equaled up with one group having the advantage in rounds. And that might just be Group A with 1 round advantage with 36 matches played.
Yeah.
So we'll still have to, of course, wait and see. But I'm more curious as to what did Toda manage to do. Have they also managed to replace Pando EWG? And that only means that they skipped 3 spots towards the end of the day, which is quite crazy for Toda.
I love how you just casually say it. They just skipped 3. It's okay. They just skipped. 3's not that many.
It's not that easy. I mean, AJ was surprised as well seeing that happen from Geek Fam earlier. So, I mean, 3, after seeing that from Geek Fam, it won't be a surprise if Todak can pull that off right now, especially the performance that they've shown for today. And what more can we expect by tomorrow?
I mean, there's a lot of expectations on the line. There are some teams that are expecting to keep their placement. Other teams are expecting to make it to top 12. There are others that are praying that they don't drop below top 12. There's a lot of feelings right now amongst the teams. Like, yes, we don't know who's feeling what, but I think the leaderboard, it gives us a pretty good idea as to where everyone is and what their faith is when it comes to that final day, which is going to be tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what teams are going to loathe playing tomorrow, because the maps tomorrow are going to be Kalahari and Bermuda. Now, everyone can play Bermuda, but not everybody can play Kalahari. We know off the top of our heads a couple teams that are going to be Kalahari dominators, but especially for the teams that are really needing those points, I think Kalahari is going to be a bit of a nightmare map for them.
I will have to agree, right? Kalahari hasn't always been the easiest of spots for some of these teams to play. But like what we've seen here, I mean, some of the assumptions of dominance was thrown right out of the window because the underdogs are desperate for points. And some of the bigger teams are getting a little too cheeky with their plays. They are underestimating the underdogs and they get punished accordingly for underestimating them, right? So I believe it's going to be pretty much the same storyline tomorrow as well. We can't really use the previous weeks as a good benchmark because of how hungry some of these teams are going to be. I mean, you're talking about teams like Toda as well as Geekfam really stepping it up today. Sem9 as well, from pretty much not being in the top 12. Now they are comfortably seated in the 11th spot. Hard to get played great games for themselves. I mean, NC Esports.
They finally turned up.
I think I could have summed up that whole sentence by saying, look at NC Esports.
Anything can happen. I mean, if there's a miracle, I think that's a team you sort of look at as a good example of being a miracle team. But Unfortunately, for anyone that just tuned into the broadcast, we've just concluded all of our matches for today. But don't fret if you come back tomorrow at the exact same time, 5 hours earlier, or is it 4 hours? I think it's 4 hours earlier. You will be able to catch all the games for tomorrow. We've got 7 matches lined up. We're going back to Bermuda and Kalahari. We are not going to be playing any more Alpine and Purgatory until the grand final, which is slated to happen not next weekend, the weekend after. 2 weeks from now, we're going to be seeing those maps. So if you're wanting to see some of that gameplay from today, you can always go back and watch the VODs on Facebook, on the YouTube channel for Free Fire. You can always go back and watch those games. I think today, if we could choose a VOD for people to highlight, what do you feel like people should watch from today's games?
Expands mistakes. That's what they should watch. They should learn what not to do when you're in the lead, when you're in a really good spot, how to not get overexcited, but also learn how to dominate through Expand. I think by just watching Expand, you will learn a lot. You have to learn from the things that they do right, as well as the things that they did wrong, because the things that they did right brought them close to 3 booyahs back to back. The things that they did wrong wasted all of those points initially picked up in terms of catching up with AB Radicals.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our final MVP for today, gentlemen. It is going to be Cobra on the side of Expand. Now, the thing is, this was not Expand's round. We actually didn't get to see this team going into the final circle, but they did get the MVP, and Cobra did do quite a bit of work. He got 6 kills to his name with a 56.5% accuracy rate and 1,800 damage. I mean, was there anyone else that could have been MVP here? I take that as a no. Okay.
Yeah, there's not so much of like individual gameplay. So like it's because of the storyline that we have. It's because of the storyline that we have of teams trying to catch up. We were so focused in to how the team overall will be playing. Thus, like individually, there's not so much that we've seen or that we focus on in terms of gameplay, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, as long as we see improved gameplay from some of these teams, that's all I'm going to ask for. But hard to get the MVP squad. I mean,
what is this round?
I mean, we barely see them out there on the battlefield in terms of picking up some of those booyahs. For them to pick up this MVP title, obviously, is a lot for this team. Hard to get. Fighting for their lives. The last time we spotted them, they were in the 12th spot. And there is a huge probability now for them to replace Sem9 themselves in the 11th place. I think this is a great play coming through from the team.
It's a great play, but it's just... my reservations with this team is there's just not enough consistency for me to feel confident to put my feelings in hard to get's hands. So I'm kind of hoping if they do make it to the grand final, these guys have something in their back pocket, because right now I'm kind of not seeing it. I hate to be that kind of person, but we've known Hard to Get for such a long time, and we haven't seen the team besides that 1 year where Hard to Get was really on fire to get back to that same state. They've just sort of been there. I'm kind of hoping that they're able to pick things up, but maybe there's a surprise. Maybe the team's not really able to execute what they're trying to do. Who knows? There's a lot of things that really go into Free Fire. But let's take a look at our standings for our final game of the day here. Todak going to be taking home 21 points. This is pretty big for Todak as well. Going to try and get themselves really up there on that leaderboard. Hard to Get with 16, Sem9 with 15, Expand with 14, Blacklist with 14 as well, and GeekFam with 9 points. Looks like the overall standings are ready, so let's see where everyone is at and who's made that climb. GeekFam have overtaken Axis Esports and are sitting on 333 points, 5 points ahead of Axis. And another thing is that Bloodyhead, they were able to overtake Icon by a single point after that round. So they will be able to pick themselves up to 13, but it's still a reasonably large gap for them to even consider passing Hard to Get. But gentlemen, here is the overall standings for today. Now, the only discrepancy is that most of the teams here have played 35 games. Some of them have played 30. So some teams are going to have an advantage going into tomorrow's games and others will have a disadvantage. And we just got an update from the production. All the booyahs today have actually gone to Malaysian teams.
I mean, it's about time that the Malaysians kind of step it up, man. I mean, but the Philippines, they're not really well represented in the overall grand scheme of things. If you look at the numbers, you have a huge number of Malaysian teams as opposed to the Filipinos. But at the end of the day, we expect a little bit more of that dominance. I'm just surprised to see AB Radicals not part of the Booyah list at all. That has to be a little bit insane. And it just seems to be that AB Radicals is trying out some of those different setups with their strategy. I hope it's going to pay off for the grand finals, because even though if they do slack off a little bit, it's not going to hurt them too much. But them slacking off equals to 86 points picked up throughout the whole day, which is a little bit crazy.
There's a lot of chance really for AV Radicals to do so. Not so much in this game though, but probably it's because of the challenge that Expand has put in on the earlier games that they have, and then once Expand is not available, other teams who's much hungrier are really showing up in here into the game.
In fact, 86 points picked up by AV Radicals is the most number of points throughout the whole day of play. I don't know how they did this without the Booyah, because they got so close and just still stayed a little bit too far. But, props to NC. 74 points picked up in today's play day just means that this team has truly woken up. And I've never seen NC play like that. In fact, none of us have, because NC just hasn't played like this just yet. Today was their breakout day. Hopefully tomorrow is another day of breakouts for the players of NC, Danny.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing if this team can keep it up tomorrow. But the question is, can they do it? We're going to have to find out on Sunday. But to everyone watching, thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. This was the Free Fire MCPS season for Majors. My name is Danielle. He's the Mustachio AJ. He is Neptune. And hopefully we will see all of your wonderful faces again tomorrow for the final day of the league stage. See you!